largely thanks to 61 from Gareth Roderick, 40 from Tom Taylor. They put on 71 together for the 8th wicket, just to steady the ship. Taylor bowled 5 overs yesterday, comes in again, and Ben Slater goes deep into his crease to push it out onto the offside, and there's no run. Welcome one and all if you're just joining us, and of course you can get in touch via the usual sources on X at Brace Cricket and at Frank Watson 58.
And we've got sound on the stream. Good morning if you're on the stream. Sorry about that. Just had to.
Have they missed some of my good work?
Well, I think you've been going out to many people across the country.
Taylor
don't worry about that.
And this is turned to mid-on, and there's no run.
The stream, you might have seen my technical adjustment. If you're sitting at home and you're wondering why you didn't get any sound, I put it right by banging on the window and waving at one of the lads outside who went across to the pod over on the other side of the ground and pressed the relevant button. So good morning. We're all running, up and running. And we've got Ed Pollock coming to join us in half an hour.
That'll be nice.
Yeah.
This highly sophisticated production unit we've got here at New Road. Round the wicket comes Taylor, and this goes through to the wicket keeper. Yeah, Ed's just called time on his first-class career, hasn't he?
Yes, he has, and that'll probably be one of the things we discuss. He'll give us a bit of an insight into what's going on out there, what it's like batting on these pitches at New Road, and perhaps he'll give us a few clues about what he's going to do next in his career. But he's coming to have a chat with us at 11 o'clock. Be here for about half an hour or so, I think, so look forward to that.
Taylor round the wicket, then to Ben Slater. Turns this to mid-wicket, no run. Frank might be doing an update for local radio.
Update coming shortly, I think. Morning, Elliot. Morning, everybody. Yes, we have just got underway here at New Road. We've had 1 over, in fact, and Notts have added 1 run to their overnight score. They were 46 for 1 overnight. Lost a wicket in the very first over to be 0 for 1 yesterday, replying to Worcestershire's 182 all out. But a good partnership between two youngish left-handers, Ben Slater, who's on 23, and Freddie McCann, who's on 20, has seen them into a position of some strength. Worcestershire will know, with a fairly modest first innings total on the board, that they very much need to pick up a wicket or two early on this morning if they're to stay in this game. Notts, of course, are in contention for the title. They're right at near the top of the table. They're second behind Surrey, who are involved in an interesting clash themselves down at the Oval with Warwickshire. So a lot to play for the visitors. Worcestershire very much needing to get back into this game, and very much needing to win this game to keep alive even the remotest chance of avoiding relegation from Division 1. But at the moment we're in the second over of the day. The weather appears to be set fair after yesterday's rain interruptions, and Notts 135 runs behind are 47 for 1 in their first innings. And 2 runs here to Freddie McCann, just driving a full-length ball from Ben Allison back past the bowler. So he's underway. Both these two played pretty well last night, when their objective really was just to get to the end of the day without suffering any more damage. They've had the heavy roller on this morning. It'll be interesting to see what effect that will have. I would imagine it'll make things fairly... a little bit more in the batsman's favour for the first hour or so. Bright sunshine as well will help things. Allison round the wicket to McCann, and he's forward to this one and pushing out on the offside, and fielder coming in from cover, Dan Latigan, picks the ball up and then slips quite alarmingly actually on strip about 2 across from the one we're playing on, which suggests that there's still quite a little bit of moisture out there, Dave.
You'll be getting the big thumbs up from Ben Slater when the 34-year-old Hayes you describing as a...
well, he's been around. Is he 34?
34, yeah.
Do you know what? I'll tell you why.
That is youngish, isn't it?
I'll tell you why that makes me feel very old in a minute, Dave. That's Ben Allison bowls, and this is pushed back to him by McCann, because when he was 16 and he'd just done his GCSEs, he very nearly came into the house that I ran at Repton School in those days, and it was all but there. It was all set up, had everything in place, and then his dad rang me and said, I'm sorry to say he's decided he got cold feet about moving, and he's decided to stay at school in Chesterfield where he'd done his GCSEs. So it never happened, and it just, he was 16 then, and I can't believe that was 18 years ago, but it obviously was, and that makes me feel very, very old. Good drive from McCann here, well fielded off his own bowling by Ben Allison, and there is no runner. He obviously started with Derbyshire, went to Notts, and he's been out on loan a few times, but he has become one of those cricketers, Brace, that you'd call a kind of absolutely solid, dyed-in-the-wool county opening bat, plays all formats, and you just expect to see him there at the top of the order for Notts, don't you? He's made that place his own, beaten off the challenges of quite a few other players really along the way over the years, hasn't he? Including Jake Libby, who's against him today, of course. This one pushed out square on the offside and fielded by D'Oliveira. No run, end of the over, 49 for 1. So Slater 23, and McCann, who is many, many years his junior, is on 22.
He's 20. Here's my mate Karam Shazad walking down to this end of the ground.
Yes.
Jumped in my car last night. Karam Shazad, as we were walking back to the players' car park, he was just walking in front of me with Mohammed Abbas, who clicked his keys. You know how you click your electronic keys, the door release, and at the same time as I did, and I didn't know I was parked next to their car. Karam obviously heard the door click and opened the door of my car and climbed in. So, hello, and I turned to Mel. Well, am I taking him home or you? Here's Taylor around the wicket, bowls to Slater down the leg side, well taken by Gareth Wright. It made us all smile anyway, and they went off to spend an evening together. I'm sure Karam showing Mo Abbas the delights of Worcester.
He's not been here that long himself. I think it might have been a fact-finding mission for them both, I would imagine, last night.
Everybody had a little bit of a chuckle about it. 49 for 1. Ed Pollock, as Frank has just trailed, hopefully with us a little later on. This is pushed into the offside. I've got a question for you, Frank, to give to Ed, because you're braver than I am. Okay. What does it feel like, Ed, to be one of the few players to be run out by a direct hit from Samit Patel? That's one you could throw at him, and often I bring it up when we're having a bit of a Q&A with Samit, and gets obviously a very good reception from Samit. It was at finals day in 2017 when Ed played for the Bears. Dangerous player, of course, at the start of T20 innings, and pushed one to Samit and was run out with a direct hit as Slater works this into the offside on finals day. So there's one to throw at him.
I think his last game was the game at Trent Bridge when this year in the T20, when he holed out to backward square off Dylan Pennington. First ball of the second over, I think, and I don't think he's played since then. But a dangerous player in any cricket. I mean, when he won a couple of games for Worcestershire, certainly one at Merchant Taylor's 3 or 4 years ago.
Taylor around the wicket bowls, and Ken Slater happy to leave alone, as he did last night. He left an awful lot of balls, but I guess as an opener in testing conditions against a new ball and a good attack, if you can leave it as many balls early on in your innings, that's exactly what you're going to do.
Yeah, he won the game, Ed Pollock, a championship game, because if he came off, in red ball cricket, he could transform a game, and a low-scoring game could be turned around by one innings. But it was just that lack of consistency, really, which has hampered his red ball progress, really. Most destructive white ball batter.
Lots have added 3 this morning, make that 4, and this will be the 50 brought up. Good smattering of Nottinghamshire supporters in the ground applauding that, which I think was a run to Slater. It was, so that's his first run of the morning. He moves to 24. Freddie McCann on 22. So not saw Ed Pollock off. Of course, they saw Ricky Vessels off in 2021, who was dismissed, I think, a couple of times cheaply by Luke Fletcher, and then reputedly said that's it. Good player, good man, Ricky Vessels. Always had a lot of time for Ricky. He's another one that's moved between these two counties. There's been a lot of traffic each way over the last few years. This is wide of the off stump and through to the wicket keeper, and each winter now we can see Ricky Vessels umpiring down there, and on a cold winter's morning whilst we're having our cornflakes, he's an umpire in Australia now. Saw him quite a lot in the Big Bash last year. 50 for 1.
Well, speaking of questions, quiz question for today. We had that one yesterday about the non-strikers when 6 sixes were hit at the other end. Got one for you today, particularly for Notts fans and listeners, watchers, whatever. And the question is as follows: which England international was a left-handed batsman, scored his only first-class 100 against Notts? So I won't give the year yet, but it was well within my lifetime, let's say that, as Ben Allison starts a new over with a good one. He's got him outside the off stump, nicked through to the keeper, and Ben Slater has gone pushing at that one outside the off stump, not getting very far forward, to be fair. Little nick and a low catch through to Gareth Roderick. So the 50 comes up, the 50 partnership was registered, and almost immediately the second wicket falls. A first wicket for Ben Allison, a first catch for Gareth Roderick, and Notts are 50 for 2. I'll just go back and finish that quiz question. So just to repeat it, which England international left-handed batsman scored his only first-class century against Notts? And if you want to have a go, get in touch with either myself or Dave on X or Twitter at FrankWatson58 or at Brace Cricket if you'd like to have a go. So there we are, the second wicket goes down. Ben Slater has gone. Joe Clark is the new man coming out to the middle, and Notts are 50 for 2. And from a Worcestershire point of view, Dave, after those two have batted so well last night, that was very, very important that they got a wicket early this morning. Yeah, Ben Slater had a good long look at it, didn't he? He needed some removing there. Just couldn't quite take it in. That either he'd nicked it or that he'd been given out. I didn't see the replay, Frank. Clearly Worcestershire all went up as one, and there was no doubt in anybody's mind about that. It might just have been disappointment, I suppose, that he'd gone out there and having played so well last night. I mean, that's the thing, you turn up this morning, you think, well, I know I've got to start again, but I've earned the right, and he finds himself on the weight. But it was a good breakthrough from Worcestershire's point of view. They needed it, as I say. And Joe Clark is the new man. Not been a golden season for Joe Clark. 548 runs, played every championship match, averaging 36, just the one century so far. On strike now as Allison is into him, and he's taken on the pad by that one. Might even have been a little bit higher than the pad as he adjusts his protective equipment, and it drops down in the crease. But he's Joe Clark is well known, obviously, here at Worcester, and it's a frustrating career to reflect on, really, isn't it? For whatever reasons, he hasn't gone on to the heights that we all expected. And I mean, on his day, for me, in the last 10 years, I don't think I've seen a better young English batsman. When Joe Clark is in full flow in white or red ball cricket, he can be absolutely devastating. But as you say, not the best season for him so far. He's on the walk this time, pushing out on the offside, but a really exciting batsman to watch when he's going, Dave. Very much so. Yeah, he was 73 not out last year in the match. We lost 2 days for rain. We got on
the third day, and he was 73 not out overnight. And the final date, had he got on, was his birthday. Would have loved to have gone on and got a century on his birthday against his former side, but it wasn't to be. That was washed away as well.
Sun has disappeared briefly as Allison comes in and bowls, and Clark's taken on the pad as he pushes forward at this one.
I'll give you a quick quiz question, Frank. How many first class centuries for Joe Clark? Did he get more for Worcestershire, or has he got more for Notts?
Oh, goodness me. I'm going to say he's probably got more for Worcestershire.
12 for each. Trick
12
question.
For each. I nearly
12 for each.
Do you know what? Honestly, I'm not just saying this. I nearly said it's got to be close. Yeah. I nearly said that.
He got one for England Lions as well, so he's had 25 first-class hundreds.
Yeah, he's better than that, isn't he? I think. Would have been 26 if it hadn't rained so much last year. Pushed up to mid on this one anyway. He's not yet off the mark today, Joe Clark. 50 for 2. The man out this morning, Ben Slater, caught by Gareth Roderick. Off this man, Ben Allison, for 24. And not still in a position of strength, but they don't want to lose another one or two in this first hour, because if they do, then Worcestershire will feel that they're right back in the game. As Allison is in again now and bowls, and Clark is in behind this very solidly, pushing out on the offside. So the end of a wicket maiden for Ben Allison. Figures of 4 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 2. Very tidy from him. Not on a lovely bright morning. 50 for 2.
Not sure where Dave Bradley's sat at the moment, the man on the tannoy here. Our good friend Dave Bradley, of course, spent a lot of time on the BBC commentaries, but you've only got to mention the name Joe Clark, and straight away he owes me a laptop. I heard him say it yesterday. He owes me a laptop, and whoever he's sat next to right now, as he said, the new batsman for Nottinghamshire is Joe Clark. He will have turned the mic off and said, he owes me a laptop. He owes me a laptop. Here's Taylor round the wicket to McCann. Little streaky, but it's 4 runs. Maybe I'm doing Freddie a disservice there, as he probably deliberately opened the face and ran it away. I don't know where it was, Frank. You may have more details on that. But when Clark played for Worcestershire, apparently he had a big straight 6 somewhere that landed full on Dave Bradley's laptop or tablet and smashed it to smithereens. Telling somebody about it yesterday, but every time you come and just say Joe Clark owes me a laptop. McCann on to 26, 54 for 2. Freddie McCann, 3 first-class hundreds to his name, and he's played the same shot to the next delivery. The only difference this time is he wasn't sure, or so sure, that it was going to go to the fence, which it has, because he set off running. The first time he didn't, he just stood there and knew it was going to be 4 runs. This time he actually did make it down to the other end, but there was just as much pace on it. So back-to-back boundaries, and Tom Taylor, I think, will just try and tidy his line up a little bit.
How many go through third? In a low-scoring game, you wonder whether it is a gap that should be plugged, don't you?
There's Taylor round the wicket to McCann. Plays this one to point. There's no run this year. Freddie McCann, 617 runs at 41 apiece, 1 century and 3 50s. Not played all the games. The one that Ben Duckett played early on, he missed out, but played most of the rest of them. Announced his arrival in the first team last year with a half century at Durham, and then in the next game his Trent Bridge debut, got 150 against Surrey. Chops this one away, and that'll be 4 more. Same spot. Different sort of shot, this one. This one was played with real intent. He was maybe looking to cut it square, and it went a little finer, but
that's 12 runs gone through there now. If you'd have had a man there, there'd be 10 fewer on the total, wouldn't they? It's just crazy. And now a man's going back. Classic.
So he's got a bit of a gallop on Freddie McCann in this over. 3 boundaries from 4 deliveries. Taylor didn't learn the lesson from the previous 2 boundaries, gave him more width. He comes round the wicket, big white tarpaulin, big bed. Well, this one's run down there as well, so it's a good job they did plug that gap. Is that
Adavalath?
That's it. Thank you, Rihanna Davalath, who will be hoping to make a bigger impact with the bat in the second innings than he did yesterday. Dismissed for 0. 63 for 2. Saw his name this morning, had a little wander round the ground, get the steps in early on and round the back of the Basil d'Oliveira stand at the far end. I'd love reading the names and seeing everybody that's played for Worcestershire cricket up there on the list. I always have a little bit of a trawl and find Alex Hale's name, because of course he had one game on loan right back in whenever it was, 2012, 2013, something like that. A little bit out of form. Clark down to this end for the first time and pushes this back to the bowler. 63 for 2. End of the over, 13 from that particular over from Tom Taylor. 8 overs, 1 for 41 his figures.
Yeah, the old third man argument is one that gets raised every now and again. You mentioned Dave Bradley. He absolutely hates seeing runs go through third man, and you've got to find the fielder from somewhere else if you plug that gap. But it's phenomenal how many runs do go through there, and I just think in low scoring games, and we've seen plenty of those here at Worcester in this season with the red ball, it is a gap worth plugging. And 12 runs might not sound huge, but in the context of a score of 63 for 2 chasing 182, it is quite significant. As Allison is round the wicket bowling to McCann, who is playing probably his most fluent shot of the day as he leans into this one and drives it straight back past the bowler. It won't go all the way for 4, just 2, as it's pulled up by Karam Shazad running back from mid-on. But a nice shot from Freddie McCann, who started the day on 19, suddenly finds himself on 37. He's almost doubled his score, helped of course by those 3 successive boundaries, and might just be the injection of confidence that he needed after the loss of the wicket this morning. And that's how it sometimes works. You suddenly get 2 or 3 freebies like he did in that over from Taylor, and it suddenly gets the gears working. And McCann is in a threatening position now on 37 as Allison bowls, and he's just on the back foot pushing this one to Taylor at mid-off.
It's the right decision because he's got a wicket, Ben Allison, but why do you think they've gone with him rather than Shazad? The ball is still new. He's your overseas player, he's your test player. He opened the bowling yesterday, he bowled from this end.
Maybe he wants to bowl from the other end. He's loosening up now. Maybe he fancies coming from the Diglis end this morning. But don't know. Allison's steady, isn't he? Not perhaps as threatening as Shazad pace wise. This one actually almost produces a second wicket as McCann slightly mistimes. He gets a bit of a leading edge, doesn't carry to mid on, and he gets away with that. But I don't know. They have a chat, presume, with the coach, and somebody says, "What do you think?" And he says, "Well, I fancy it from that end." And Shazad says, "Well, I'd rather bowl at the Diglis end." And Taylor said, "Well, so would I." So they decide to go that way. I would imagine that's how the conversation went. 3 slips, crouch. Allison is in and bowls, and he beats McCann outside the off stump. So he's got the wicket. He's gone past the bat. He's been very, very miserly. Just 4 runs from his bowling so far, and he's got 2 balls left in his 5th over, so very tidy from Ben Allison.
Ed Barnard is out at the Oval. He reached his 50 and has just gone to Gus Atkinson.
Wicket, isn't it?
138 for 5.
Even that one, isn't it? We'll be keeping an eye on that one. Obviously has a high significance for Notts, that game down at the Oval. They play Surrey next week. This is a better shot from McCann, timed nicely but straight to mid on.
In that game, Will Young, 39 not out, the New Zealand international, had a couple of spells with knots in the past. Dan Mousley's come in at number 7. Don't know if he's off the field injured yesterday, so couldn't bat higher up, or what the reason for him being as low as number 7, but provided he's fit and well, that's a good player to have coming in that low in the order.
Yes, Dan Mousley's an interesting young player, isn't he? Doesn't always get in the Red Bull side, but got a job to do today, that's for sure. That's a lovely shot from Freddie McCann, over pitched from Ben Allison, given a bit of width, and didn't have to hit it too hard, just put his hands through it and made sure he found the gap at extra cover. So 4 more onto the total. McCann into the 40s. He just got a little boost, didn't he, from that sort of triple boundary in that previous over from Taylor. And it's 69 for 2. And as I suspected, we are now going to see Karam Shazad replacing Tom Taylor at the Diglis end.
Yeah, players started, pleased to say, in all 9 county championship matches up and down the country. All the scores as always, and the live text update where you can follow all the latest milestones and the wickets as they go down, etc. on the cricket page of the BBC Sport website. Just very quickly, in Division 1, Durham have lost a couple of wickets this morning, so they're all out at Chelmsford now for 3-3-3. Somerset have lost a wicket, lost a lot of play yesterday to rain at Taunton. They're 159 for 4 against Yorkshire, and Sussex in a bit of a hole down there in the whatever they call it, the South Coast Classico or whatever at Hove. Hampshire made 226, Sussex are 60 for 5 in reply in that one. So it is going to be the man who jumped in my car last night, Karam Shazad. Umpire Ben Debenham at the standing end watches on as Clark pushes us into the offside. Tom Lungley's the other umpire. Our match referee's Mike Smith, formerly of Gloucestershire. He played once for England, didn't he, Mike Smith?
He is. And do you know what? You see these match referees, don't you? And you see their names and you recognise most of them. And you see them walking around, and they're all probably 25, 30 years older than they were when they played. But he hasn't changed.
No.
Saw him yesterday, and I thought, God, I actually would have known you if I'd seen you walking down the street. Extraordinary.
Shazad into bowl. Clark leaves this alone. Sue Drinkwater and Paul Chapman, our scorers for this game as well. They used to be just to our left, didn't they? We used to be able to wave to the scorers and
to open
was that a leg by, or was that LBW or caught behind? But they've disappeared off into posher territory, away to our right now and out of sight. They've probably got a better view. They'll be looked after a lot better than they were just to our left.
They've actually gone to where they used to be about 30 years ago, actually.
Shazad bowls to Clark. Might just have been an inside edge onto the back pad, and it goes through to the wicket keeper. Always get caught out by these 10:30 starts. We're a whisker away from 11 o'clock. So
well, we'll get Ed in now while you.
Is he in the vicinity?
He's in the building, I think. Yeah, so we'll get him in.
So don't forget. What does it feel like to be one of the?
I'll let you ask Sammy. I'll let you ask him that off air.
To see the delivery with you as Karam Shazad comes in from the giant bedsheet end. Bowls Clark driving again in the V and drags it onto the leg side, and he's going to get at least a couple to deep mid wicket. In fact, they've run the first 2 very quickly. The ball stops well shy of the cathedral and indeed the rope on that side, and they come back for 3. 69 for 2 is the score. Freddie McCann 41, Joe Clark off the mark with 3, and I'll leave Frank to put that question to Ed in just a moment.
Thanks to Dave Bracegirdle. Off he goes. Just a reminder of my quiz question as well this morning, particularly for Notts viewers, but anybody can have a go. So which international who was a left-handed batsman scored his only first-class 100 against Nottinghamshire? Which international who was a left-handed batsman scored his only first-class 100 against Nottinghamshire? And it was within my lifetime. This one pushed out on the offside by Freddie McCann, and there's no addition. 72 for 2. Dave Bracegirdle's gone. I'm joined now, I'm pleased to say, by the former Worcestershire batsman Ed Pollock, who comes in alongside me. Ed, the secret is, when that light's on, you can be heard by the nation. We're on national radio because we're on 5 Sports Extra 2 as well as on the live stream and everything else. And the only thing you need to remember is not to talk while the bowler's running up, because I'll be talking about what's happening. Anything other than that, you can say what you like. End of the over from Curramshire's had 72 for 2. Good morning, Ed Pollock. How are you?
Morning, Frank. Thank you very much for having me on. I'm good, thank you. It's very nice to be here with you. I've seen the other side of it for 10 years, and it's nice to be in here with you.
Yeah. Well, you've recently called time on your career here at Worcester, and you're previously at Warwickshire, and before that in the academy here at Worcester, so you had a long association with the two counties. Is that it now for professional cricket?
I think so, yeah. I had the conversation with Ash after the T20 that it wasn't going to continue here. You've had the likes of Isaac and Dan Latigan come through, who have two very promising youngsters. It was a cursory glance around other teams, but I think I never understood it when someone said, you know when you know.
Yeah. Well, that's good that you feel that way. I think then you're not in two minds about it. As Ben Allison starts a new over, Joe Clark pushing this one out on the offside. So what's it going to be?
Great question. I'm applying for a few things now. I'm doing an internship in sports marketing actually in a few weeks' time down in London. Yeah. I think the plan is my brother lives down there. Move in with him. He plays down at Teddington, so there's a chance I'll be
going to play down there next.
Play down there, yeah. I think I'm lucky that I still enjoy cricket after all this time. I think there's been a few moments when I might not have done, but
they soon pass, I expect, don't they? When you hit the next one over the boundary, they probably pass, I guess. So Teddington, they don't know what they've got coming, do they? Here's Ben Allison outside the off stump. Joe Clark defends, and Allison does his own fielding. There's no run. So a career away from professional cricket, but you will continue to play. Looking back on it, what's the highlight?
I think they're different. I think they're different ones I can pick out. I think looking back, without realising, those first 2 years I had it in T20 cricket at Warwickshire, when I had that highest strike rate in the world for 2 years, is quite bizarre to look back on at the moment.
Ben Allison again in the sunshine over the wicket to the right-handed Joe Clark, who drives nicely past Curramshire's out at mid-off. He hasn't hit it well enough for it to go all the way. He'll pick up 3 runs though, as Shazad pulls it back just inside the rope. Nice shot from Joe Clark, just easing it through the covers. 75 for 2. He moves to 6. So a couple of great years there, and obviously it was almost coming back home, wasn't it, when you came back to New Road, and some good times as well.
I think that first season, getting that 100 on my first class debut for Worcester was nice. So that's one of the big reasons coming back here, was the chance to play. Yeah. It's one of those, you never know if you can do it until you. Cause I had 6 years at Warwickshire without playing a game, so to do that first game was nice, and then the 100 against Middlesex in 2022.
Yeah, at Merchant Taylor's, I remember that, and it not just 100, but it was a match-winning 100 as well, wasn't it? Allison again bowls, and McCann, who is just finding a real bit of fluency in the last 15 minutes or so, drives or square cuts really off the back foot, picks up 3 runs. Again, very, very nicely timed, pulled back just inside the rope, this time by Kashif Ali. And runs beginning to flow for Notts now this morning. Lost that early wicket, Ben Slater, to Ben Allison for 24, but McCann, who was overnight 19, has moved on now to 44. And it's 78 for 2, and the deficit just 104 runs now. It's Worcestershire seek a second breakthrough this morning. Ben Allison back over the wicket to Joe Clark. He's solidly forward. Going back to that game at Merchant Taylor's, I was just saying before you came on air actually that you had that capacity, because of the way that you scored, to if you made runs in red ball cricket, it tended to actually affect the game. And there was a game at Leicester that you very nearly did the same sort of thing as well.
Yeah.
Was there ever I've often wondered about this, and I might have asked you this off air or perhaps in an interview, but I'm not entirely sure. Was there ever a time, I'll just break off as Allison bowls, Clark drives, thickish outside edge really, but a very thick one. He's going to get another 3 here out to backward point. as Brett D'Oliveira does the fielding. So 81 for 2 now. Was there ever a time, end of the over by the way, where either because coaches said it or because you reflected on performance or whatever, that you actually thought, I'm going to change the way I play?
Right, I think that was after, on reflection, after the 2022 season. So I'd got those 200s and a 98 down at Sussex, and I felt if I just add a bit more of a solid defence to my game, I thought, where can I take this kind of? And then without realising, I think I've mentioned before, I kind of went away, which made me my most dangerous. Technically, I changed a few things, which then felt slightly uncomfortable, and my mindset changed a bit. And then, without realising it, that kind of took away some of my strengths in that year.
Yeah, it's interesting. I thought you might say something like that as Shazad starts a new over from the Diglis end. No run this time as Clark plays up to mid on, because this is what I think people who are listening will find really interesting, because you don't often get the chance to sort of get into the mind of a professional batter. But your strength is boundary hitting, really, wasn't it? And dominating bowling, and I think everybody can fully understand why you thought, well, if I can balance the two, I can play more red ball cricket and be more consistent in terms of scoring runs in red ball cricket. But at the same time, as Shazad bowls, good delivery, dug out by Joe Clark, no run. At the same time, if that takes away from your strength, it's difficult. That must have been a really difficult year, 18 months or so, while you were trying to work all that out.
That 2023 season I found very tough. I think it's probably the hardest I reckon I had in my professional career, really, because it then took away from my strengths in white ball cricket, and ended up not playing many roles in the T20, which is why it was almost took a 12-month process to get back to that Middlesex innings.
Right. And some tough times, I would imagine, in between that, as Clark defends again. By the way, if you're just joining us, we've got Ed Pollock alongside me here, former Warwickshire and Worcestershire batsman, who's just decided to call time on his career here at New Road. Joined us in the box and having a chat about his career, and we'll get on to the way the game's going and that sort of thing in a few minutes. But when your job is to get runs and you're not getting runs,
it's a horrible place to be.
Tell us a bit about that, maybe, as Shazad goes through this over. Defended again by Clark, no run.
I was chatting to someone the other day where the thing with cricket is you turn up to training, you'll train for about half an hour, and one of the small niche of Worcester you haven't got an indoor centre to go to is that if you've hit for half an hour and you know something's not right, it's a very hard thing to go home and switch off from it. You can carry it with you, and you turn up the next day, and as much as you try and get yourself in the right headspace to perform, if you know something's not right, and I could tell for most of that season, I could tell things weren't quite clicking into place.
Shazad again. Bowls, and that's a beauty. Beats Clark outside the off stump. Little bit of movement away, probably off the seam there, angled in from quite wide on the crease, and Clark done by that one, but he didn't get a nick. 81 for 2. Yeah, and how do you deal with that? I mean, I suppose different people deal with it in different ways. How did you deal with it?
I struggled with it, really. I think in the end it got to the stage where I had to make a decision that I was going to get back to what is best for me, the kind of technically how I shape up, but how I play my best innings. So I went to Australia, and that was my entire focus for 5 months, really, out there.
And that saw you come back as a rejuvenated player. Another dot ball, end of the over, 81 for 2.
And yeah, that was the 180 I got against Middlesex last year. Felt like almost a 12-month process of getting myself back to my best, really. And that's what I look back on. The 2 championship 100s I got were both based off intent, I think.
Yeah.
It was my first game, and I'd almost left one and got bowled off Chris Wright in the second innings. Said, right, I'm coming at them. And in the second innings at Middlesex, I'd nudged at Tim Murter in the first innings. Then I spoke to Cads, and Cads said, "What would you, if this was a Birmingham League game and he was running into bowl at you, what would you do?" And I said, "I'd try and absolutely whack him." So, and kind of just.
Do you now look back and think, I wish I'd just had that mindset all the time?
Yes, but I can absolutely understand how I ended up back where I was.
Yeah. I suppose that's perfectly understandable. Ben Allison starts a new over from the New Road end, round the wicket to the left-handed McCann. He's just steering this one behind square on the offside. pick up a single as a diving, sprawling stop by Cashifali at backward point. There's a story which I've told on air a few times, but I don't know if I've ever said it to you, but my very good friend, in fact I'm flying off to his son's wedding this weekend, tomorrow, in Malaga, Mike Wilkinson, who is your teacher at school, and he often has told me about the first game that he ever had you in his under-12 side at Hereford Cathedral School, and you played away. He said it's the first game of the season, I think, under 12, so you were year 7. Here's Allison again, bowls, and Clark is taken on the pad, and there's a shout for LBW as the ball dribbles to slip, but umpire Lungley is unimpressed, no run. And Mike said that he had a little hit before the game, and I suppose in those days no proper warm-ups, just a few little catches and whatever, and he said to you, now remember Ed, just have a look at it before you do anything, you don't need to do anything too extravagant straight away. And you said yes, and he said, and the bowler ran in, bowled the first ball, and you swept it for 6, and just looked down the pitch at him and gave him the biggest grin that he's ever seen in his life, and he said, just carry on playing the way you are, Ed. So I suspect that the conundrum we're talking about that dogged you in your professional career was actually born many years earlier. Another dot ball as Clark plays us down on the offside. Do you remember that?
I think I remember when I first started, the first few times I hit the ball for 6 over square leg, and I remember thinking, how on earth have I done that? I don't know what's going on. And you're right, it kind of stuck with me for the next 20 years worth of playing, really. Because more often than not, and believe me, I had to keep telling myself to try and hit the sight screen.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden the ball would have gone over square leg, and I'm looking, I don't know what's gone on there, but I'm going to go with it.
Yeah. Well, interesting in the sense that it did carry on. Allison bowls again, Clark defends, because I can remember watching that game this season here against Somerset in the second team T20 when you made a mockery of the score that they'd set, really, by just going out and whacking 6s over mid-wicket square leg. So it's not a skill that you've ever lost, and the Middlesex League doesn't know what it's got coming, does it?
Well, hopefully. It'll be interesting. But yeah, that's always been the that would be the frustration looking back, is that when I've got that in my locker and I probably was at my best maybe 5% of the time, really.
Yeah, but I can imagine the frustration. Only imagine, because most of us will never have any idea of what it's really like to be able to hit the ball like that. Joe Clark steers this one down to third slip, and there's no run. 82 for 2 if you're just joining us. Notts resumed this morning on 46 for 1. They've lost 1 wicket. Ben Slater caught behind by Gareth Roderick off the bowling of Ben Allison for 24, but Freddie McCann has gone along very nicely. He's on 45 at the moment, and Joe Clark, a tentative start to his innings. He's faced 25 deliveries and he has scored just 9 runs so far. Let's change the subject slightly, Ed, and just look at Worcestershire at the moment as Clark defends again. That's the end of the over from Allison. Very tidy so far from him. 7 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 18. You mentioned Dan Latigan, Isaac Mohammed. If you can sort of step back a little bit and no longer regard yourself as somebody who's competing for the same places as those guys, not just those two, but Worcestershire in general, how do you see the state of things here at the moment?
I think it's. I think having seen the squad the other day, it's got to the stage where there are conundrums over the team selection now. You've got Rob Jones, who starts to come back into a bit of form. You've got young Henry Cullen, who I've known for a while, who I think is starting to bang down the door. And so Rayhan's playing today. You got Dan playing. And the moment you've got questions over which batter you're going to play, I think you're in a nice spot, really. And you've got some. Ethan coming through this year has been brilliant as well.
It's been very, very exciting, hasn't he? Karim Shazad round the wicket to Freddie McCann, and McCann is forward and just dabbing this one down on the other side. Didn't quite know where it had gone, but thickish inside edge, bit of pad maybe as well, just runs out on the leg side. Yes, Ethan Brooks has been a real revelation, hasn't he? I think a lot of people knew his potential when he came, but the way that he's stepped up, and in a way it does sort of reflect on what we were talking about with you, because he plays white ball cricket in red ball games, doesn't he?
Yeah, that knock at Essex was remarkable.
Yeah, well, I mean, I don't think I've seen a player, certainly at Worcestershire, McCann inside edge again to square leg here, no run, And I hope Notts listeners and viewers will forgive us for a few minutes for just talking specifically about Worcestershire, but I've got Ed Pollock alongside me. It's an opportunity to do that. And we're talking about Ethan Brooks, who is a very modern cricketer. I describe him as somebody who can play a reverse sweep as easily as he can play an ordinary sweep. He's a proper 360-degree cricketer, and by that I mean somebody who can score all the way around. But he will do it in red ball cricket as much as in white ball. And as you say, that knock at Chelmsford, in fact he played an innings at Chelmsford the year before as well, which upset Simon Harmer quite a lot in that win. Oh, that's a good one from Shazad. That's hurt McCann, hit him in the ribs, I think, but he's recovered quite nicely. And that to me seems to be the biggest way that the game's changing at the moment. So we're seeing Ben Duckett play like that in Test cricket. We're seeing Joe Root play, reverse switch hits in Test matches quite early on sometimes. Is that the biggest change in batting since you've?
I think so. I think you've got the generation now who've grown up playing white ball cricket. I never only started using white balls until I was 18.
Shazad again, and a wicket, bowls, and McCann is pushing out on the offside, no run. Yeah, so in your career, in the span of your career, really, we've seen a massive change in the way the game's
we'd
played.
never used the white ball cricket. Wasn't really a thing in junior cricket. It was all red ball and whites, and then people now grow up playing white balls and they learn all these different tricks. So I've known Ethan since he was 16 when he first came to Warwickshire second team when I captained him there, and he opened the bowling and batted at 8. But we were all told this kid is talented.
Yeah.
So it's nice to see the fruition really of that.
Yeah. Here he comes again, Shazad, round the wicket. And McCann is steering this out on the offside. Good over from Karam Shazad, who's really tightened things up, because Freddie McCann has just looked like getting away in the last few minutes. 82-4-2. The margin between the sides is exactly 100 runs now. Not looking to press home the advantage that their good bowling yesterday gave them. And there are now players like that popping up all around the place, aren't there? You mentioned Isaac. You look at the way that he plays. He's only 17 years old, and he got 100 again the other day, I think, for the England under-19s against Bangladesh, and that looks like the way it's going. Do you think bowlers have responded yet, or do you think they're still working on it? That's one to think about as Shazad comes in round the wicket, bowls, and McCann is forward again, defending. Good over from Karam Shazad. 82-2 at the end of it.
I think there's always feels like a continual game of cat and mouse. I think for the time everyone feel Yorkers were the way to go, and thinking that it was watched the Northants game versus Surrey when Dave Willey and Sanderson nailed their Yorkers to close it out.
Yeah.
Then for a time people were going lots of change ups than wide Yorkers. Then it was you've got to have a field where they're going to be unpredictable. You don't know what's going to happen. Then they went to just set the field and back yourself to nail your skill. And I think it's not an always evolving game, but I think the biggest change, I think you're right, is batters now. I remember chatting to Ian Westwood when I was first at Warwickshire and saying they'd never practiced hitting sixes growing up, and now you will go into net sessions, that's all you're doing.
Yeah.
It's the... Yeah. Yeah, you're right, the question is where the next innovation comes from a bowler side of things, really.
I always say that it seems to me as an observer, and I mean, still involved a little bit as a coach, and now I'm teaching my 6-year-old grandson when he starts to play reverse scoops and so on. I'm going to encourage that because that's the way it's got to go. I'd like it to be on the back of a decent, solid technique. But it seems to me, as Allison starts with another dot ball in good rhythm at the moment, Ben Allison, nice and tidy. Seems to me that every year, particularly in the T20, there seems to be a new trend for bowlers, and it was the slow bouncer of when Pat Brown did really well in 18-19. Then it was the wide full Yorker, just by the blue line and so on. And then somebody came up with a stat that said, actually, the ball that still is hardest to score off is the one that's hitting the top of off, provided you vary your pace and you're not just in the slot all the time. It seems again this year for me, in the One Day Cup and in the T20, and I'll reflect on Ed Barnard's last over at Taunton the other night when he went for 19 or whatever it was, and it must have been very hard for him to come back from that. Another dot ball from Allison, by the way, and I'm pleased to see he got runs in this game because it suggests that he's got his head back together after that. But the Yorker seems to be the way again now. It seems to be back on trend. If you can nail those Yorkers, you mentioned Ben Sanderson, he did it superbly for Northants. Richard Gleeson did it in that very game, actually, the over before. Seems to be again the way to go for bowlers in bowling at the death. Anyway, that one pushed out on the offside. Good tidy little period for Worcestershire here. They haven't conceded just one run in the last 3.5 overs. So good from Shazad and Allison. Do you think the Yorker will always be the hardest? Is that the hardest one to get away?
I think if you nail it, I think especially if a batter's not scooping and he's stood there still, they might move around the crease a bit. But if you nail a Yorker, it's an incredibly hard ball to hit.
Yeah, such a skill, isn't it? Allison again bowls, and this is pushed up to mid-on. There's no run. You can make a lot of money going around the world as a batter hitting sixes in white ball cricket. I suspect you could also make a lot of money going around the world bowling Yorkers.
I remember when we had DJ Bravo here, and for everything he's done, his preparation was very diligent, and he, instead of just small things where he bowls through and he's warming up, his warm-up balls were Yorkers. He wouldn't warm up hitting a length, he'd warm up bowling Yorkers off a pace, and then that just meant that when it came to it, he rarely missed his Yorkers.
It is an extraordinary skill, isn't it? There's Allison again bowls and pushed out on the onside, and there's no. I mean, the other thing that I think people don't always appreciate. By the way, got Ed Pollock alongside me here, the former Worcestershire and Warwickshire opening batsman. We're chatting about all things cricket, but mainly the white ball at the moment. It always strikes me that a bowler who can bowl Yorkers, you just think, why don't they do it more often? But you can't take into account the pressure, can you? The fact that you've got to bowl that Yorker, but actually you know that they need 19 off the last over or whatever, and if the first one doesn't go right, it's so difficult to control the emotions. Allison is in, and Joe Clark's had enough of this pushing the ball back to the bowler, and he's played the most extraordinary shot. He's gone down the pitch inside out and hit Ben Allison over extra cover for 6. A really remarkable shot given the circumstances. We'd had just one run in the last 4 overs, and it's gone all the way over extra for 6. Joe Clark just reminding us, as if we didn't know here at New Road, just what a capable batsman he is. And he goes to 15, and at the end of the over, 88 for 2. That was an amazing shot, Ed.
Well, that's exactly what you're speaking about. It's the kind of shot you would have never seen played in Championship cricket about three years ago, and then now everyone said that's a lovely shot, but everyone's just carried on.
Yeah. It's just, I mean, Joe Clark, we were talking just before you came on about the fact that he's a bit of an unfulfilled talent, isn't he, for one reason or another, and some of the innings that he played here when he was at Worcester in the early part of his career were extraordinarily talented displays, I think, and that is still there, as he shows. Hasn't had a great season this season, but that was a magnificent shot, and it's eased the pressure slightly. And Karam Shazad hoping to put it back on, comes round the wicket. Freddie McCann drives back to him. Bowler does his own fielding, and there's no run. So reflecting overall, Ed, do you have any regrets, or do you just think, well, life is what it is, and the next chapter is about to start? And
I was chatting to OHD the other day, and he asked me the similar kind of question. But I said I'm 90% of the way there that I'm content. I think you're right. The main regret would be the amount of time I was at my best. Because I remember I read a few of the comments when it came out I was retiring, and everyone said on his day when he was at his best, it was very good. Just unfortunately there was quite a lot of time when I wasn't, and just the nature of how I played when I wasn't on song, it did tend to look quite ugly.
Yeah, I got one other question, which is quite a tricky one in some ways. Just break off as Shazad bowls another good delivery, which McCann jabs down on and keeps out. And Shazad is nonplussed by that, finishes his follow through and has a little word with the batsman, who is unmoved. 88 for 2. Did you ever look at social media and read the stuff that people?
Oh yeah.
Say?
All right. We would always.
All the players do that.
Everyone knows the best thing to do is not to read it. But I think I'd always say to people, being like, if you knew there was someone out there saying something about you, would you have a look? You'd be like, no, I'm not going to have a look. I'm not going to have a look. And then you go, oh, I'll have a quick look. And then it's never helpful. But well, I did enjoy reading on the day. Someone said I'd bat like Brian Lara for 18 balls, then get out.
Here comes Shazad round the wicket. Bowls, McCann cuts. Just one this time, down to Adavalath at third man. Well, I'm glad you said that, because I would say to people, and I've stopped doing it. I mean, sometimes we used to get involved in discussions about players and cricket generally and so on, and it's the same in football as well, isn't it? And then I thought, it's just not worth it. But some people will put things, and we all know this, I think, probably on social media. People will type things about players in cricket and in football and rugby and everything else. Not just Worcestershire, every county. Oh, that's a beauty from Shazad. Beats Clark outside the off stump. He's been quite unlucky in this spell, Karam Shazad. He's bowled really well. In fact, he's been quite unlucky in this innings. He's in his 10th over. So far, he's only conceded 14 runs. Gone past the back countless times. People will type things that they would never say to you if they saw you, but they'll type them, given that they've got that sort of anonymity, and they think, oh well, it's harmless, it doesn't do any harm or whatever. But if you said to them, well, actually, you do know these guys look at these things and read these things and see what you're saying, and I just wonder whether that would just temper their anger, their ire, their willingness to be so disrespectful, I think, sometimes. But maybe not. Pushed out again, this one by Karim Shazad.
I did have one time.
Because it is quite hurtful, isn't it, sometimes?
Well, I did have one time. I'd got by that stage, I'd muted most of the stuff on Twitter and most stuff like the club profile, so I wouldn't see stuff coming up. But I did see one guy getting stuck into me the one day, and I clicked on his profile. I wonder who this guy is, and I turned up the next morning, and I recognised him. He had massive smile on his face. Morning, Ed. Nice to see you. And I was like, I just saw what you said about me last night. I was like, I'm two-faced to be saying one thing to me the next day.
Shazad in again, bowls, and left alone this time by Clark. End of another very good over from Karim Shazad, 89 for 2 at the end of it. Yeah,
but there is part of it. I think guys are more than happy to take the plaudits of when you have a good performance and everyone is saying how good you are. I think if you're willing to take those plaudits, you have to be willing to accept when you're not performing quite so well that people are going to have that kind of opinion. But you're right, everyone knows the best thing to do is not to read it.
Yeah, but you can't help it. I'm sure you're right. Unless you just never get involved with it in the first place, which might be the way to go, really. But if you had a young player coming through, you'd probably say to him, my advice to you would be, don't ever look at social media. It's not worth it. It isn't going to change anything. Matthew Waite is coming into the attack at the New Road end. 89 for 2. Notts have lost 1 wicket this morning. Ben Slater, the man out to Ben Allison for 24. They were 46 for 1 overnight, so they've added 43 in the first hour this morning. It's been a good effort by the Worcestershire bowlers. There was one over where Tom Taylor went for 3 fours, all down to third man off the bat of Freddie McCann. That kick-started McCann's innings a little bit this morning. Joe Clark has been watchful. He's made 15 off 35, although he has hit one a beautifully struck 6 over extra cover. It's McCann on strike now as Matthew Waite comes into the attack from the New Road end with his right arm over the wicket, medium pace. First ball steered out behind square on the offside. Waite's been a pretty consistent performer with the ball this season for Worcestershire in all forms of cricket. He's stayed fit as well, Ed, which is a big plus for Worcestershire, isn't it?
He's made a big push on it, actually. I think when you're right, he's a very popular member of the squad, and you always feel like he's going to make something happen, but he's worked very hard actually off the field to make sure he keeps himself fit.
Yeah, and he can hit a fair ball as well, as we all know. He comes in now and bowls, and McCann is steering it behind square on the offside again. There's no run. Well, we'll give way in a minute, Ed, and we'll get Dave Bracegirdle to come in alongside Nathan Johns, and we'll have a little break. But can I just say, in all honesty, and I love what I do here, and watching cricket and watching Worcestershire is a joy any time, regardless of the circumstances. But I have rarely enjoyed it as much as when you're batting well. I remember the game at Merchant Taylors. I remember one or two others as well, and you know that I've enjoyed some of your cameos in T20 cricket. This one pushed up to mid-off. I didn't enjoy it so much when I was coaching in the Birmingham League and you were on the opposition side, and we lost 8 balls in one morning at Barnt Green, I remember very well. But it's been a pleasure, and I wish you all the best. I'm sure every Worcestershire member, even the chap that was a bit two-faced, I'm sure they all wish you all the best in the future, and a sincere thank you for the enjoyment and the pleasure that you gave us, because it was absolutely brilliant to watch Matthew Waite bowls outside the off stump left alone. And on reflection, the final thought I have, I hope you look back on your time here with fondness in years to come. I hope you look back and think, well, that was a pretty good time in my life, really, even though it maybe it could have been better, but it could have been worse. You could have been doing a 9 to 5 somewhere, couldn't you?
So no, I've had a lot of fun over the last 10 years, especially the last 4 years. I think that's the bit. I remember coming down here as a schoolboy when I was at RGS and come to watch the games, and still hasn't sunk in that I have then gone on to play for the county.
Yeah, as many people have dreamed of doing and haven't been able to, as Waite beats McCann outside the off stump with this, and I'm pleased that you're going to carry on playing, and I'll look out for the scores in the Middlesex League. I think I might have played at Teddington once many years ago. What does your brother do? Is he a batter as well?
He's a bowler. His big thing was he got Alice to kick out twice in the same game when he was at Cambridge Uni. He was in the academy here actually when he was younger.
Right, okay. I'm just trying to attract Dave's attention, and we'll get him in. I think he's probably got an update coming, so we'll do it after that. But well, it'll be nice to play with your brother as well, I suppose. You won't have done that for a while. Waite again is on the mark with this one. Good start for him, and he has completed his 4th over, or just 3 overs last night. That was a maiden. 4 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 6. His figures, and it's 89 for 2. So yeah, all the best, and thanks for coming on. And well, I hope I'll see you a few more times before you go. You'll be here at the end of the season.
I will be. I'll be here.
Are you still going to play for Barnt Green the rest of this season?
Yep, I'm playing for
one more.
Get Ombersley. Gets Ombersley this Saturday, actually.
Yeah, at Barnt Green, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
Well, don't get 100. Well, no, I'll let you get 100 in this one. It'd be nice to sign off with 100, wouldn't it? Yeah. Excellent. Thanks for being with us, Ed. A joy to talk to you, a joy to watch you, and all the very best for the future.
Thank you very much for having me.
And off goes Ed Pollock, former Worcestershire and Warwickshire batter, who has just decided to call time on his first-class career and go off to a new career as Khurram Shahzad bowls, and Joe Clark clips this one away through mid-wicket, and they pick up a couple, and Nathan Johns comes in to join me. He'll be joined shortly by Dave Bracegirdle. Morning to you, Nathan. Sorry you had some transport issues on the way.
Morning, Frank. Yeah, well, just standard par for the course, isn't it? You won't get a full week of smooth train journeys, will you, when you're coming down to a 4-day game?
So you broke down at Moreton in Marsh and then got bussed here, did you?
Pretty much, yeah, more or less.
Saw a bit of the Cotswolds then on the way.
Saw plenty of the Cotswolds.
Khurram Shahzad to Clark again, pushed out on the onside. Tidy stuff from Khurram Shahzad this morning. Very tidy stuff indeed. 10 overs, 6 maidens, no wicket for 14, his figures. He's been pretty unlucky. He's gone past the bat on a number of occasions, but the only wicket of the morning so far picked up by Ben Allison when he had Ben Slater caught behind by Gareth Roderick. Oh, and Shahzad, what he's done about 6 or 7 times to Clark in the last couple of overs. Gets his length right, gets the ball just back of the length, and Clark pushing at it outside the off stump is fortunate not to get a nick through to the keeper. So it remains 91 for 2. Big thanks to Ed Pollock, who's just left us, a lovely chap who's entertained the crowds here at Worcestershire and also previously at Edgbaston as he said, on quite a few occasions, but not as frequently as he would have liked. Always a joy to watch when he was going. Certainly a joy to talk to. Thanks to him for coming along and being with us for half an hour. Shazad bowls again. Clark drives up to mid-on, and there is no run. So Worcestershire yesterday won 82 all out. Got a wicket with the second ball of this Notts innings, and fancied that it might knock 3 or 4 over last night, but good partnership by Slater and McCann. Slater out this morning, McCann continuing. Clark not yet at his fluent best, has played one extraordinary shot over extra cover for 6. Waits now as Shazad is in too, and he's forward and pushes this one out on the offside. So 1 ball left in the over, and then we'll get Dave Bracegirdle back in alongside Nathan.
It's funny you talk about that shot over extra cover. I was just looking at the scorecard on my way in, trying to keep a track of things. I just thought it was remarkable that someone who's faced 38 balls hit 1 boundary, and that was a 6. I was trying to figure out what happened.
He just had enough of being tied down, really, and walked down the pitch and got inside out. And we don't need any reminding here at New Road of what a brilliant stroke maker Joe Clark can be, and that was a very, very good shot. He has found it more difficult against Karim Shazad. Another maiden bowled by Shazad at the end of it. McCann has 46, Clark has 17. Notts are 91 runs behind. They are 91 for 2.
Yeah, I make that according to the scorecard. Shazad's 7th maiden, and he's bowled 11 overs. So it's the 16 runs have only come from actually 4 overs, more or less. There, it's been a phenomenal set of 11 overs both last night and today from Shazad. Matthew Waite is going to continue from the New Road end. Left-handed McCann facing him. Just some moving parts in the field here. It looks like one of the slips is going to come out and go down to long leg. So just one catcher being taken out of the equation. 2 slips behind McCann there. Backward point. He's got a catching cover. So they do have one close infielder in front of the wicket. Regulation cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. And that 3rd slip has just gone down to fine leg as mentioned. In comes Waite, and that's defended on the front foot straight to that man close in at cover, but softly along the ground. Good morning, Dave.
Good morning, Nathan. We've had a strange old time of it this morning, but not as strange as you've had.
Well, what's been your strange time? Is it just you talking about the cricket that's been strange?
Yes, essentially, yeah. Weather's good though. That's the most important thing. Let's hope it stays like that. A reminder, it's a 104 over day, so lunch will be 20 to 1, and tea set in stone today at 3:30.
In comes Waite. Big long strides to start his run up. That's full and on the pads, and it's a good stop. Diving at mid-wicket. It was a beautiful flick that looked destined for the boundary, but it's a diving effort in at mid-wicket. Saves 4 runs.
Steady progress from Notts this morning. Freddie McCann let loose with 3 boundaries in 4 balls from Tom Taylor, going round the wicket, just offering too much width early on to get him going for the morning.
Wait, he doesn't have a particularly long run up for a medium fast bowler. That's a misfield at mid-on, but it doesn't cost any runs. Shazad does the fielding there. It was another strong shot off the pads. It looks strong in that area. Does McCann, timing the ball nicely when Waite has just strayed towards that leg stump. Yeah, trying to gauge the crowd numbers. It looks reasonably similar to yesterday. Dare I say a few more over towards the chestnut tree. That looks a bit more populated than it was yesterday.
Yeah, it was a bit barren at the start of play, but they've come in the last hour or so.
Oh, shorter this time from Waite. McCann safely in behind, defends down the ground. On at 91 for 2. McCann not out on 46. He's faced 89 deliveries so far. Joe Clark at the other end, 17 off 41. Bizarre scorecard, really. Just one boundary, and it was that maximum over extra cover for Joe Clark. Just one moment of, well, maybe not frustration, but one moment of attacking intent this morning. Here comes Waite. 2 deliveries remaining in what is his 5th over, driven with a flourish, but it's a misfielded extra cover that wasn't hit particularly hard. It didn't look to be timed that well, but it's spilled by the man at short extra, Dan Latigan, who's in there. He's a tall man, it's a long way down for him, and he's let it go through for a single.
Yeah, the maximum came the last ball of an over from Ben Allison, and it was 5 deliveries just pitched up there or thereabouts that Clark got solidly behind, and he pushed everyone back. Textbook forward defensive block, 5 in a row, and I'm sure Allison was thinking, well, I'll put another one there and just walk away with 6 dots, and Clark had different ideas. He just skipped down the track, just gave himself a little bit of room to open the shoulders and heave it away towards the hotel for 6.
In comes Waite, down the track comes Clark, swing and a miss. That one looked to have passed over the top of leg stump, judging on where Roderick took it, but it's a dot ball. Brings an end to the over, 92 for 2.
Reminder, and I'm reminding myself, as I've only seen it on the bottom of the scorecards today, that the Blaze are in action. There's cricket at Trent Bridge today. The Metro Bank One Day Cup for women continues. The Blaze up to 2nd in the table. The top 4 go through to the knockouts next week. The final is down at Southampton on the 21st, a week on Sunday. The Blaze playing Durham at Trent Bridge. Durham are 82 for 3 after 18 overs of that one. It's the only women's match going on today, so chance for Notts to just close in on the leaders, Hampshire. Here is Karam Shazad around the wicket bowls, and this is guided by Freddie McCann with soft hands down to that prolific scoring area for him. But Worcestershire have plugged that 3rd man gap now with Matthew Waite. He got all 3 of his boundaries from Tom Taylor down there before Worcestershire did something about it. Just purely for Nathan's benefit, I told this story at the start of play for the listeners, walking back to the car park last night and clicked the keys to unlock the door, and in front of me Mo Abbas and Karam Shazad were also walking to Mo's car, and he did the same thing at the same time. Edged and dropped at 3rd slip. Clark gets a life. He's gone through for a single. Clark was on 17, and it's an edge to 3rd slip, and it's gone down very, very quickly, but Shazad should have had his first wicket. Trying to identify who that is for you.
I think it was Jake. Do you think it was Jake Libby?
No, it's not Jake. It's not Jake. Oh, I don't.
Was it not? I think it was him. He's just come out of 3rd slip. They've only got 2 slips in for the left-hander, and they had 3 in for Clark, and I think that was dropped it. Yeah, number 2. I think Jake Libby was the one who put that one down.
There is Shazad into McCann. He'll turn this away for a single dab into the leg side, and they're going to push hard for 2, and that will take Freddie McCann to his 50. Just a gentle dab down into the leg side, and McCann reaches a half century. Got there from 92 deliveries. Freddie McCann will just confirm the number of boundaries for you. 6 for Freddie McCann. But Joe Clark getting a life on 17 from Karam Shazad. We'll come back to that anecdote about my journey back to the car park last night as McCann tries to unleash into the offside, and it goes through into the covers, and there's no run. So Shazad and Mo Abbas were in front of me, and Mo clearly clicked the keys to open the doors from 50 yards away for his car, as I was doing the same for mine, and Karam Shazad had obviously seen what was happening and just walked straight to my car and got in the passenger side of my car. I said to Mel, well, am I taking him back or you? 96 for 2. Around the wicket he comes, and this is played with soft hands down to 2nd slip.
You'd have had a good chat about fast bowling, that's for sure.
Yeah, indeed.
Figuring out what's going on with this pitch and what's going on with this ball. But yeah, lots going on. Just go back to the Clark chance. It was sharp, and third slip, that he had to dive to his left hand side, didn't he? But it was one of those where that's the ideal height for slip catches, kind of rib high. You don't have to move your hands too far, but I just think it was that half a step to his left. The gap between second and third was probably maybe half a yard wider than perhaps it ought to have been.
Shazad bowls, and again Freddie McCann just opens the face, runs it down to third. It's fourth 50 and 100 as well this season for Freddie McCann. That single moves to 51. Notts 97 for 2 in response to Worcestershire's all-out total of 182 yesterday. So Nottinghamshire this morning have added 51 runs for the loss of Ben Slater. He was given out caught behind this morning, a thin edge through to Gareth Roderick from the bowling of Ben Allison. Only scored 1 this morning. A clip down the leg side from Ben Slater. He's back in the hutch. Since then it's been steady progress by this pair. They've advanced the score by 47 together.
Well, dare I say, that might be the end of Karam Shazad's spell. He's just gone off for a bit of a breather, and the top man is come onto the field. Yeah, fifth career first class 50 for Freddie McCann. Good morning for milestones. I believe he passed 1,000 career runs as well this morning, didn't he?
Yeah, 1,000 in his career, and 1,000 for Notts as well. He has played a little bit of England Lions.
In comes Waite to continue from the new road end. That's driven by McCann down the ground. No run mid-off doing the fielding. I think that is the new subfielder who's just come on. Working hard at that ball, Worcestershire. It doesn't look like it's done a whole lot in the last few overs, just trying to extract what they can. It does look like a good day for batting. The sun is shining. Just getting rid of that moisture from the weather yesterday as Waite comes in. It's straighter this time, just defended down the ground once again for a dot ball by McCann. He's 51 off 97. Joe Clark is 18, not out down the other end, but he had a life in the previous over. He was on 17 and he was dropped at third slip. And it's been an interesting few deliveries, because I believe the previous ball he faced Clark was when he charged down the track to Waite and came up with fresh air. So he's looked to get bat on ball, he's looked to be positive, and it nearly cost him. As the Waite comes in once again. Clark at the non-strikers for now. McCann on strike. He drives that one aerially, but it's past the bowler down the ground, not timed particularly well. And mid-off comes around to cut it off for a single. It didn't look like he was too far away from Waite on his follow-through, but McCann survives.
Just before the close last night, of course, Freddie McCann on 19 hit one very low down that Matthew Waite got his hands to it. Just seen a replay of that one. Nearly wiped out the umpire, Tom Lungley, actually. He had to move quickly, react to get out of the way of that one.
Well, this is interesting. I think Gareth Roderick's going to come and stand up to the stumps with Joe Clark on strike. We mentioned a few moments ago that the previous delivery he faced to Matthew Waite, he decided to leave his crease and come dancing down, and Roderick has responded in kind. So the helmet's come on, and the wicketkeeper's going to stand up to Waite's medium pace. 2 slips still in play. It's always hard for first slip when the keeper comes up to the fast bowlers. It's much harder to see the ball when it comes from that nick. That's gone off the inside edge and down to fine leg. Clark gets off strike.
Yeah, it's been a bit frenetic from Joe Clark this morning. Not really found any consistency or fluency in his batting yet today. He's been content to soak up plenty of dot balls, and then the odd cavalier charge down the track, put one away for the big 6, but an over or 2 back wasn't quite so fortunate. Just seems as if he's playing in fits and starts at the moment. Not the great fluency that usually accompanies his better innings.
Roderick back standing at his usual position with McCann on strike, and that's edged to backward point, but a good bit of feeling there keeps McCann from running through for a single. Good length from Waite. Just testing that 4th stump, getting McCann to play tentatively outside off. going to be another change in the field. Square leg is going to go back for the final delivery of this over. So deep square and fine leg are the two fielders back on the fence. 2 slips and a catch and cover are the ones in close. Everyone else saving 1. He gets to the top of his mark. In he comes. 2 big long strides, and then he gets more into his usual run. And that there is the short ball that was perhaps telegraphed by the change in field. Interestingly, McCann took 2 steps out of his crease and had to jump back to try and pull it, and it hit him and could easily have rolled anywhere, but it stops dead in front of him. So it's a dot ball to finish. 99 for 2 are Notts.
Surrey have now got 2 bowling points. They've just dismissed Dan Mousley at the Oval. Mousley coming in at 7, maybe 19. Been dismissed by Jordan Clark. Michael Booth is into partner Will Young, who's on 57. Warwickshire 178 for 6, trailing the table toppers by 68. It's going to be a bowling change. Tom Taylor coming back into the attack. Freddie McCann certainly took a liking to Taylor's width deliveries start of play this morning. Elsewhere in Division 1, where Durham were 8 down overnight, were bowled out for 333. Essex 19 for 1 in reply. At Taunton, still labouring to make any real progress in that match. Somerset 189 for 4 in the first innings, lost a lot of play yesterday. Sussex 98 for 6 at home. First ball beats Clark on the outside from Tom Taylor. Hampshire 226 all out at Hove. Sussex 98 for 6. Division 2, Lancashire 69 for 2 at Canterbury, replying to Kent's 293. Gloucestershire, century yesterday from Graham Van Buren, just been dismissed for 482 at Leicester. Derbyshire 283. Middlesex at Lords 73 for 2 in reply, and this morning Acer Tribe out for 206 for Glamorgan, who are now 449 for 8 at Wantage Road. Taylor balls to Joe Clark, again with the keeper standing back. He just reached forward out of his crease there, Joe Clark, but elects to leave the swinging delivery to go through to Gareth Roderick.
What a run Tribe is on. Anytime I flick open my social media, I see he's hit more runs. I'm just looking at his quick info page. I think his last 5 innings, but not including that 100, where he hit 53 and 175 for Jersey, and then he hit 131, 122 and 71 in the One Day Cup for Glamorgan. Quite frankly, ridiculous run of form.
It's Taylor in again from the Diglis end, beats Joe Clark on the outside. I think Clark had a genuine little push at that delivery. 3 slips in again. It's Libby at 3rd slip, so former Notts man doing his old county a bit of a favour, putting Joe Clark down on 17.
Dare I say we might see Joe Clark try and use his feet or similar again here, just when that ball's hammering away at a length. As a player who likes to be a little bit more aggressive, or at least feel the bat on ball, I think he might try and put a bit of pressure back on, change the length.
Taylor bowls, Joe Clark eases us into the covers. Fairly regulation 6-3 offside field, 3 slips, a point, extra cover, and fairly wide-ish mid-off, and on the leg side, a long leg mid-wicket mid-on. That's 99 for 2, so 83 adrift. Still 3/4 of an hour or so to go until the luncheon interval.
Yeah, good little battle this. Joe Clark versus Taylor. He's got 2 deliveries left. Does he try and force the issue a little bit?
Taylor bowls and Clark whips it away through mid-wicket. They'll come back for a comfortable 2. Take Clark on to 21, and it'll take the Notts score into 3 figures. Hence the little ripple of applause that slightly echoes round this stand that we're in, with the big overhang of the roof. Hospitality people above us. 101 for 2. And it also takes the partnership beyond 50 as well. 50 for 2 when Ben Slater was dismissed. The early stages of this, the second day. Taylor in again to Joe Clark, stands with his bat menacingly raised, but then bails out, lets it go through to Gareth Roderick, who top scored yesterday for Worcestershire with 61. Tom Taylor made 40. Not a lot else for the home side to get too excited about. In a first innings score of 182.
Well, a message of some description has just been run on to Worcester skipper D'Oliveira. Not quite sure who's come on. One of the subfielders, because there was no helmet, no water, nothing like that. Just someone came on to run on and have a bit of a conversation. It was a short one, so maybe what the idea that was given was given short shrift perhaps by the Worcestershire skipper. But no change for now. Waite is going to continue from the New Road end. He's got a left-handed McCann in his sights, 2 slips and a catching cover in play. Square leg is back up, saving one, having previously gone back in protection for the short ball, and in response Waite goes full, straight, and that's defended down the ground.
Just a gentle breeze blowing across the ground. Again, we've got the Union flag flying on top of the cathedral. Away to our left.
Bit of action inside the cathedral today. One of the downsides of the train being cancelled was that there were some very worried parents who were worried they were going to miss the graduation ceremony that's going on in the cathedral today. So plenty going on around Worcester this afternoon. It's edged but along the ground. Not the most convincing stroke from McCann, and he just fiddles as that one as it leaves him on the outside off, but soft hands, and it rolls along the turf to second slip.
Yeah, that would partially explain the full breakfast room this morning in the hotel. There were lots of teenagers in there with parents. A lot of excited chatter. And amidst them all, the Nottinghamshire squad enjoying their breakfasts, frequently being asked, what's the NCC stand for?
Full, driven down the ground. That's a glorious shot from Freddie McCann. Overpitched by Waite. McCann just punches it effortlessly down through mid-off for 4 runs.
Yes, all with the Notts logoed attire on, and of course it does go all the way back to Nottingham Cricket Club, so it is NCC rather than the 3 C's that you'd normally get with a county cricket club. But just as I presume a lot of the cricket squad wondered why all the parents were there with one child, they were equally mystified why there were all these sportsmen there.
Driven again by McCann, looking to be positive on that front foot. This one isn't timed all that well. It trickles to mid-on for no run. Well, they've got a lovely day for their graduation, it has to be said. I'm sure there'll be lots of beautiful photo opportunities by the cathedral with the flags blowing in the wind and this beautiful sunshine, and well, they should come next door afterwards and watch what should be a very entertaining afternoon and evening session.
Closing in on midday, so leave you alone in a couple of deliveries for a minute or two.
Well, that didn't look like it was too far away from the off stump. A good leave in the end by McCann, but Roderick just moved to his right hand side there as he took it, which suggests the ball just came back in after it passed the stumps. 105 for 2. McCann unbeaten 56. He's faced 105 deliveries so far.
Yes, his career sort of running on a similar sort of pathway to that of Ben McKinney of Durham, who came in at 3 yesterday for Durham and got a century. Both played a little bit of England Lions, both burst onto the scene at the end of last season.
Well, has he nicked that? He has. Big booming drive outside the off stump. All McCann can do is feather that one through to Roderick behind the stumps, and that is the 3rd Nottinghamshire wicket to fall. Freddie McCann goes for 56. 7 boundaries he hit in his time at the crease, but the score is now 105 for 3. Matthew Waite strikes with the final delivery of the 36th over, and well, understandably Freddie McCann looks very despondent after playing that shot. He'd been driving the ball well so far, but it's cost him his wicket on that occasion.
Yeah, good reward I think for Worcestershire this morning. By and large they've bowled a good line and length more often than not at both him and Joe Clark, just pegging away and waiting, hoping for something to happen positively for them, and a little bit loose from Freddie, who's of course, instantly, as all batters do, instantly regretting the shot he played, went hard at it outside the off stump, and second catch of the morning for Gareth Roderick. Notts 105 for 3.
55 runs, that third wicket partnership between Freddie McCann even, and Joe Clarke. Yeah, it was a very different shot to the one he played previously in that over. McCann just punched a drive straight down the ground, didn't try and overhit it, and it beat D'Oliveira at mid-off, and it flew away to the boundary. He timed it absolutely beautifully. But just on this occasion, the ball maybe pushed across him, angling across. It might just have left him off the pitch, but it was more of a crossbat shot through cover, trying to go a lot squarer rather than hitting down the ground. And I think ultimately that's what proved his undoing. He looked more than comfortable when going straight in the V, trying to go a little bit squarer, and that cost him his wicket. So 105 for 3. That was Matthew Waite's first wicket of this game. He's now bowled 7 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 13, an economy of just under 2. The new man in is Jack Haynes for Notts, but he's at the non-strikers end for now, given that was the end of the over. So Tom Taylor is going to continue. Joe Clarke on strike. That's a bang-in delivery, heavy length, defended from the crease by Clarke, and Dan Latigan comes in from extra cover to do the fielding. So interesting point of the game now, because McCann was certainly the one who looked more comfortable in that 55 run partnership with Joe Clarke. Of course, Clarke was the one who hit the maximum, but apart from that, he's looked just a little bit on edge, constantly trying to score or being beaten outside his off stump. He hasn't settled really, but now he's the set batter still at the crease. He's faced 50 deliveries so far, 21 to his name, just that one boundary, that maximum over extra cover. As he tries a drive there, mistimed. Tom Taylor sticks out a big right hand and takes it cleanly on the bounce on his follow through. No run, 2 dots to start this over, with Tom Taylor's 10th of his spell. 1 for 43 are his figures. He's been the most expensive of the Worcestershire bowlers. I think McCann took a liking to him earlier on. 3 slips in play. Jacoby is in there at third. He did put down Joe Clarke a couple of overs ago when he was on 17. So far it's just cost Worcestershire 4 runs, as that's run off the face of the bat towards mid-wicket. No run. Throw into Roderick, safely behind the stumps. Clarke just practices trying to play that one a bit straighter, I think. That might have just come off the inner half of the bat, as he just continues to struggle for timing ever so slightly. It's not been a fluid innings, like I said, just that one boundary over 6, a strike rate of 40 now, 21 off 52. He's been at the crease for 77 minutes. And he's now joined by Jack Haynes, who's yet to face a delivery. Clarke drives, it squirted away off the outer half. No run, backward point doing the fielding. Again, just a slightly unconvincing stroke as he continues to struggle to get used to the pace of the pitch. Nottinghamshire are 105 for 3. We're into the 37th over of their reply. They trail by 77, having bowled out Worcestershire for 182 last night. Lots of rain about yesterday. We lost about 2.5 hours worth of play with thunder and lightning in the area here. An unexpected storm as Taylor comes in. That's driven beautifully by Clarke, but it's straight to mid-off. D'Oliveira doing the fielding, the skipper. That's one of the better shots that Clarke has played so far this morning. Slightly unfortunate that he's picked the fielder, not picked the gap. He just comes down, does some gardening, throws his head back in slight anguish. I think he seems to think it's not his day. One of the rare occasions he finds in the middle of the bat, and he doesn't get any scoring reward. 1 delivery left in the 37th over. This is the 10th sent down by Taylor. He gets to the top of his mark, and it's a full ball defended to cover. So 37 gone, 105 for 3. Joe Clarke 21 off 55. Jack Haynes, who has just come in after the dismissal of Freddie McCann, he nicked behind off Matthew Waite. Jack Haynes is about to face up to his first delivery. In decent nick is Haynes. Well, more than decent. If you look at his one-day cup record, scores of 57, 97, 124 and 56 in his last 5 games. So a man in form, at least when facing the white ball in that 50 over competition. Of course, now back in championship action, and Matthew Wade, unsurprisingly, is going to keep going from the New Road end after taking a wicket in his previous over. Welcome back, Dave.
Thank you very much. Yeah, Haynes is certainly one of the success stories of Nottinghamshire's season. 4 centuries as well in the county championship. He's on strike now, preparing to face his first ball from Matthew Wade. Pat and pad thrust together, pushes it gently back in front of him. Good day for the Worcestershire contingent with regard to the Nottinghamshire bowlers yesterday. Josh Tong and Dylan Pennington returning to New Road. Now we've got the other 2 players that spent the early part of their careers on this ground playing for this club, Joe Clark and Jack Haynes in unison. Haynes 784 runs in the championship this year at 52.5 with those 400s. Pushes this into the covers, and there's no run. Indeed, were it not for a Seba Mead, who's had a couple of double hundreds and twice has carried his bat this season. Got a duck in this innings, of course, for Mead, but averaging almost 80 for the season, then you can certainly make a claim for Jack Haynes being the player of the season up to this point. Like everybody, when they first arrive out in the middle, they're on naught. They've got to build the innings and just try and get into a little bit of decent touch. Pushes this up to his former skipper, Brett Olivier at Wideish. In fact, beg your pardon, that's Karam Shazad. He's never skippered him. 105 for 3.
Just looking at Haynes's red ball record, as you read out there, having gone through his white ball stuff earlier. So his last first class game, 70 versus Somerset, and then previously 103 against Hampshire. Those were both Kookaburra Ball games, weren't they? So he certainly enjoyed the ball that didn't move laterally as much as batters up and down the country had done.
Drives this one elegantly again to mid-off, and there's no run. This has been in sparkling touch. Carl Verena doing at number 6, Lyndon James at 7. Lyndon James has had a double 100 this season. Liam Patterson-White at 8. He's another one of the Nottinghamshire contingent to reach a century this year, so there's still plenty of batting to come.
Yeah, interesting change in the field here. Brianna Davalath has just come over from mid-wicket into a catching cover just to reinforce the offside, so it's definitely an offside dominant field now, just 2 men saving 1 on the leg side.
Waite, former Yorkshire player, of course, bowls to Haynes and solidly gets behind it and pushes it again in the V up to Latigan. Tall figure of Dan Latigan at mid-on. Beg your pardon, that's Tom Taylor doing the fielding. Latigan's equally tall, he's over in the covers. Just 2 slips. There's nobody down at third man, so he can't afford to offer any width to Jack Haynes, who drives and is denied runs by a bullseye on the stumps at the non-striker's end. Lovely straight drive which clatters into the stumps, gives Matthew Wade a dot ball to conclude the over, and Worcestershire with the 1 bowling point secured 2 wickets this morning. That's 105 for 3, so they're still 77 adrift. We've got around about half an hour to go until lunch, so it's going to take probably until an hour or so into the afternoon session before that deficit will be wiped out. Of course, anything could happen between now and then. They might run into difficulties as Notts did yesterday, but I don't think there's quite the devilment in the wicket as there was in the first hour of play yesterday.
Tom Taylor continuing. Joe Clark on strike. It's a lovely drive through the covers. He hasn't been at his fluid best this morning as Joe Clark, but on this occasion he gets width and he punishes it through cover point for what's that, his second boundary of the day. I was just going to say, it's going to be very interesting to see how Clark goes about this, because he was jittery while McCann was at the other end, and I suppose while he had somebody who was also set and well placed to go on and make a score, I think he could maybe get away with walking down the wicket, trying to play a few shots, trying to hit his way out of this mini slump. But now with the new man in, I was going to ask how he might play this, but the first ball he's faced in this over has just been flayed through the covers, and that one's left alone. He thought about playing at it for just a second, hence a few oohs and ahs from the slip fielders, but in the end he allows it to go through behind the stumps.
Clearly the Notts game plan will be to try and bat once if they can. Easier said than done, of course, but having dismissed Worcestershire relatively cheaply yesterday, you'd say that would be a subpar score for Worcestershire. 182 yesterday. Of course, they'll have been delighted to get there, having been 37 for 5 and 53 for 6, but Notts will be hoping to build a substantial lead if they can and try and bowl Worcestershire out, presumably in between the showers, that certainly due on days 3 and 4.
Changing the field, Davalath has gone from point, saving one out to the fence, and that one's left alone again by Clark. Just that one drive through cover just seems to have made him a bit more confident. Even the way he's leaving the ball is very positive, as they say. He's coming forward, big stride down the wicket, whereas previously he was getting trapped in the crease ever so slightly. Just walks down to do some gardening where that one pitched after the delivery, and then he walks across towards square leg, readjusts his thigh pad, takes his guard. He's timed that almost perfectly. Tom Taylor just rounding his mark as Clark gets set to face. In he comes past the umpire into his delivery stride, and that's fended off the hip towards mid-wicket. No run.
Steve Crawley's been in touch, one of the regulars at Brace Cricket. He says the pair's bowling's been tighter than a Jeff Boycott single this morning. Nicely put, Steve. Indeed. If I can remember it, I'll give everybody Frank's quiz question in a moment or two.
I actually wasn't on air yesterday when he revealed it. What was the answer to yesterday's question in the end? Do you remember?
Yes, it was. It was one that I would have known.
Right, here comes Taylor. Clark fends that into the offside, and with that man at point now back on the fence, he's able to come through for a comfortable single, not a Jeff Boycott single, as was described.
So yesterday's quiz question was, what did the former Notts batter John Parkin and the Indian spin bowler Bhagwat Chandrasekhar have in common? And the answer was they were both at the non-strikers end on the only two occasions where 6 sixes have been hit in an over in first-class cricket. John Parkin was at the non-strikers end back at St Helens, Swansea in 1968 when Sobers hit 6 sixes, and I wasn't aware it was Chandrasekhar, but he was at the non-strikers end apparently when Shastri did it.
Haynes faces his first delivery to Taylor, and he's forward solidly to defend to extra cover. So enter the 39th, and Notts 110 for 3. Haynes yet to get off the mark. He's faced 7 deliveries, and Clark unbeaten 26 off 61.
But if I can remember Frank's wording, and that's the crucial thing on this one, which left-handed former England international only scored one first-class 100 in his career, and it came against Notts. At Brace Cricket, at Frank Watson 58, at what's yours? At Nathan Johns?
Nathan R. Johns.
At Nathan R. Johns. If you want to have a go at that, plenty of time. Well, I'm sure Frank has said he'll reveal the answer during the afternoon session. Ben Allison's been brought back into the attack. Which left-handed former England international only scored 1 century in his first-class career. It came against Nottinghamshire. There is Allison, balls to Clark, and now Clark's hit the stumps at the non-strikers end. That's 2 consecutive deliveries from this end. Different bowlers, different batters. Waite to Haynes, and now Allison to Clark. Notts will feel they're denied a few runs, although that one wasn't particularly cleanly struck by Joe Clark, but he does do that quite a lot actually.
Yeah, the unofficial 12th fielder doing the job there. Just needed to be careful there, Haynes. I wasn't 100% sure whether Allison got a little tickle on it, but he was a little bit slow, Haynes, just to ground his bat and make sure he was in if Allison did get a tickle on it.
Next ball is turned up to Waite at mid-on, and there's no run. Horrible way to get out.
It's the worst way, I think, in the sport to get out. But you still see it. Like you see it a couple of times a season. It's just one of those that it is rare, but not rare enough that it's unusual. If that makes any sense. Definitely, I reckon I've watched about at least a dozen of them live in person over the last couple of years.
Not 72 adrift. Lost Slater and McCann this morning as Allison bowls to Joe Clark. Goes through to the wicket keeper. Last time he was on, Ben Allison was seemingly on his way to a maiden, 5 consecutive dot balls, and then Joe Clark came a-charging and gave himself a little bit of room to heave it high over the offside and away towards the hotel for 6. So that'll, I'm sure, be in the back of the bowler's mind, if not Joe Clark's.
Another change in the field. Gully's come out. He's gone from a catching position to a more of a backward point.
It's a very straight line. Ben Allison, tall man, and he comes past umpire Longley's left shoulder and again bowls on or around off stump. Clark with his shirt untucked runs it to backward point, and there's no run. Start of play, Notts were 46 for 1. They lost to Seabermead before a run was on the board yesterday. 46 added overnight, or before stumps last night. Slater only added one more this morning before he went for 24. Freddie McCann out for 56. Clark on 26. Turns this one down to long leg for a single. There is Shazad with the throw on the full into the gloves of Gareth Roderick. And for the superstitious, including me, amongst the Nottinghamshire contingent, it's feet off the ground time. Nelson on the board. Jack Haynes yet to get off the mark for his 7 deliveries so far. There's Allison to bowl to him, and again it's hit fairly straight up to weight at mid-on, and that's the end of the over. Don't think they'll have played together at New Road, Haynes and Allison. I'm sure Ben Allison is, I know he's a relatively recent arrival here. I think he only came last year rather than the year before when Haynes had his last season at New Road. 111 for 3 knots. Steady progress being made under skies that, I was going to say, still got plenty of blue up there, but the blue is all towards the cathedral side, and the weather that's blowing across the ground at the moment is just getting a little darker, a little more threatening.
Tom Taylor to continue. That's fended away by Clark, but that man at point is still on the boundary, so it's quite a straightforward single. I'm struggling to see the logic of that man going back, actually, because that's I think Clark has faced 3 deliveries since they've made that field change, and 2 of them have just been straightforward singles off defensive strokes. And I don't even think he's intended to play the ball in that gap. That's been that easy for him to access. He's not coming on the charge and is putting up with some fluid stroke play that suggests they need to go on the defensive anytime soon. It's a curious ploy.
I think we're heading towards even Stevens at the Oval, because Warwickshire are now 7 down, 203 for 7, but Will Young is still there on 64. Ethan Bamber joins him at the crease.
Taylor just pauses at the top of his mark. Normally he likes to circle his disc and come charging in. Takes his time on this occasion, and this one hits the inside edge of Haynes's bat and rolls to mid-wicket. He's now faced 9 deliveries, yet to get off the mark.
The women's match at Trent Bridge, Durham going along very nicely indeed. 126 for 3 after 28 of their 50 overs. Wickets today for Cassidy McCarthy, Catherine Bryce, and a run out, brackets, all a Prendergast.
I was going to mention that earlier, actually. I've become more avid scorecard watcher of Blaze games ever since Orla Prendergast joined, for slightly parochial reasons. Taylor to continue. Haynes leaves that one alone outside the off stump. Good carry through to Roderick behind the stumps.
Yeah, started the season with the Blaze and then left, but she's returned for the September matches.
Yeah, she's essentially just had stints there either side of Ireland commitments. They had a reasonably busy summer actually. They had 2 series at home, 5-match series against Zimbabwe, which they won 5-0, and then they beat Pakistan 2-1 in a T20 series, and then they went to Rotterdam for a 6-game T20 World Cup qualifier, which they progressed through as Haynes defends that. So they now go to Nepal in January for the final qualifier for next year's World Cup, which of course is here in June, I believe, 2026. 112 for 3 knots now. 2 deliveries left in this Taylor over. So this is his 12. 1 for 49 so far. He sent down 2 maidens. Haynes faced 11 deliveries, still on naught. Joe Clark unbeaten at 28 off 67 at the non-strikers end. Dare I say, Karam Shahzad might just be warming up for another spell. We'll see what happens as that one's defended back to Taylor. Another dot ball for Haynes. Now 12 deliveries, 2 overs for him that he's faced. Yet to trouble the scorers so far. 3 slips in play for him. Jake Livy at third. Of course, he did put down Joe Clark earlier today. It was a difficult chance, a fast one that flashed behind off the outside edge, but it was a good catching height. Livy diving to his left, couldn't cling on. Clark was on 17 at that point. He's added a further 11 runs since then. Here comes Taylor. Final delivery of the over. That one's guided off the back foot, but point has come up from the boundary, so this time he saves the single. End of the over, 112 for 3.
Yeah, just under 20 minutes to go until the luncheon interval. Still 70 behind. Sure, at the start of play they'd have quietly been hoping that with the following win this morning they could have just about got on parity by lunch, but Worcestershire have bowled well. They've pegged away at a consistent line and length, and apart from one Taylor over where Freddie McCann helped himself to 3 boundaries, and that's 6 from Joe Clark. It's been a stuttering morning for Nottinghamshire. To dig in and defend their wicket, defend their stumps for long periods, as Joe Clark is doing here, pushing the first ball back from whence it came. Again, he was very close to clipping the stumps.
Yeah, they've been busy this morning, that set of non-strikers. So it's probably a sign just how straight that Worcestershire are bowled from this end. Oh, that was very close, just watching the replay there. Couple of millimetres, a coat of varnish from clattering into what would be the off stump at the non-striker's end. Haynes comfortably back in his ground in case Allison did decide to try and kick it onto the stumps.
Again, setting off from the sponsor's logo. Here comes Allison. Bowls, and Joe Clark plays it up to mid-off this time, and there's no addition to the total.
Yeah, Allison, he's just you said it earlier that he tends to favour a straight line. He's not really deviated from that at all in this spell. Plenty of deliveries just been hit straight back down the ground, forcing the Nottinghamshire batters into playing.
Been a good morning for Hampshire's bowlers. They've reduced Sussex down at Hove to 115 for 9. Hampshire made 226 yesterday. This is eased into the offside. There's no run. Not yet on my perambulations round the ground here at New Road, seen the half and half scarves for sale in the club shop ahead of the Metro Bank final in a couple of weeks. Worcestershire playing Hampshire, of course, at Trent Bridge. I don't think they'll be having half and half scarves, do you?
No, definitely not.
$112 for 3. There's Allison in again and bowls, and Clark mistimes the drive. Frank's loitering with intent, so we'll give you that quiz question again if we can remember it correctly, because I don't think we've had any answers. Which left-handed batter, an England international, only scored 1 first-class century in his career, and it was against Nottinghamshire? Who was he? Imagine if Mick Newell is listening, the Notts Director of Cricket, he might know the answer to that one. There's an extra little clue for you. 112 for 3. I'm getting the glare from Frank. Shouldn't give you extra clues.
No clues allowed.
Alison Bowles, and nice from Clark this time, in and through the offside and away for 4. Out towards the Cathedral side. Textbook extra cover drive. Lovely bit of timing. Joe Clark at his imperial best there, and just freeing the shackles momentarily. Clark goes on to 32 from 72. Notts 116 for 3. They've added 70 this morning for the loss of Slater for 24 and Freddie McCann for 56.
It's the second time in a few overs that Clark has played that shot. Just a sign that perhaps he's just slowly accustoming himself to the pace of this surface.
Back to normal as Alison Bowles, and Clark helps it back to the bowler. 116 for 3. Just joined us. We had Ed Pollock with us early on. Just chatting to Frank about his career and future plans and career highlights. Don't think he asked him about being run out by Samit Patel in the 2017 T20 Blast Finals day. That would have been the first question. How does it feel to have been run out by Samit? Slight delay whilst Gareth Roderick pops the gloves back on. Just a little wardrobe malfunction with the inners there.
Taylor continues. That's a good length defended by Haynes. Back down the ground. Yet to get off the mark.
Just 4 extras in the innings. Extras not playing a major role in this contest. There was only 10 yesterday.
Taylor, he likes to take his time between deliveries, doesn't he? Not the quickest to get through his set of 6. He ambles all the way back to the sponsor's logo when he turns and then kicks into gear as he comes into his stride, and that's defended again on the front foot by Haynes. You were very quick to recall that Samit Patel run out. A moment that sticks strong in the memory, clearly.
It's word association. Ed Pollock v Notts. And of course all the number of times I said, over the years, Samit shies at the stumps and narrowly misses. It was almost a sentence that, as it began, I knew how it was going to end. But on that particular occasion, he hit in finals day, the Blast final of 2017, and of course Ed Pollock, a dangerous player at the top of the order.
Rinse and repeat. First 3 deliveries of this over have all been defended on the front foot by Haynes.
T says, afternoon Dave, here's a wild guess at Frank's quiz question. Was it Ryan Sidebottom? It wasn't, T. Appreciate you having a go. He was a left-handed batter. Don't think Ryan got a first class 100. Of course he played 4 against Notts, member of the last Notts side to win the county championship in 2010, but no, he's not the answer that Frank is searching for.
Taylor continues. That comes off the inside edge, but flies to mid-wicket still for another dot ball. To answer your question, no, Ryan Sidebottom never hit a first-class 100. 3 first-class 50s, though. Top score of 61 for Mr. Sidebottom.
Yes, would like to have commentated on a century for Ryan. Would have liked to have commentated on a century for Stuart Broad and Luke Fletcher, and was promised by them both many times. It'll happen one day, Dave. It'll happen one day, but no. I think we got into the 80s with Stuart once, but Luke twice out on 92.
Taylor in, driven beautifully by Haynes. It's the best shot he's played so far in this 18-ball vigil, but it's hit straight to extra cover. Good stop by Dan Ladigan.
We'll bring the great man in just a moment, just to wrap this session up, to just make sure I've got the wording correct. Frank was very keen that we use the correct wording on his quiz question of the day. Could be a clue within a clue there, folks. Next time he does read the question out, you just have a listen to the wording within the wording.
Taylor gets to the top of his mark. In he comes, 3 smaller steps, and then he kicks into third gear and fires it down. It's a maiden over for Taylor. Jack Haynes still there naught of 18 deliveries he's faced now. 116 for 3 are knots. But of course, if you were constantly promised first-class hundreds by Stuart Broad, presumably there came a stage where you just knew what you saw him for a game or two at the start of the season, and then that would be it until next year before he pulled on a Notts jersey, given the way his career went.
Yeah, mostly yes. There was once or twice, of course, where for various reasons there were long gaps between tests, and he would play the odd match here and there just to loosen up, get going again ahead of the international stage of the season. This is pushed into the offside by Joe Clark at the start of another Ben Allison over. A morning of largely solid progress by Notts. 70 for 2. It's not a morning that you'd say they've totally dominated, and Worcestershire will feel they've done well to limit the scoring opportunities. Been long periods where the batters haven't changed ends. There's not been a steady supply of singles. Again, this is pushed back to the bowler. Acceleration may come later on, and if it does, then I can look back at the work that Slater and McCann and then Clark and Haynes have put in. Jack Haynes has now faced 19 deliveries, still on naught. On the one hand, I don't think that will bother him too much, but on the other hand, however experienced you are, you don't like to keep looking up at a scoreboard that has naught against your name. Clark on strike. This one nips back and probably does too much. Muted appeal from behind the stumps.
Oh, it's always there, nagging away in the back of your head. The fact that you're yet to get off the mark I don't think it matters how long you've been playing or how often you've seen everything. 19 balls is a long time to wait to get off the mark. This is metronomic stuff from Allison. He's changed his field. He's put out his sweeper on the offside just to give protection after Joe Clark started to look like he was finding some rhythm driving to the offside, but Clark can't find that gap. Allison's just bowling too straight and not allowing him to get off strike. It's good stuff.
Bowls again, and Clark this time does drive into the offside, but this is more sort of square of the wicket rather than through extra cover, where he hit the one in the previous over which went for 4. There's protection this time with a Davalaf out there, so just a single. Brings Haynes back onto strike. 24 years of age. This is his 71st first class run, approaching 4,000 runs at this level at an average of 37.5. He's played 3 matches actually for Notts against Worcestershire, the 2 last year. Best of 15, scores of 15 and 1. That is a best, but now he's off the mark, whipping this one away through square leg, and will come back for a couple as Shazad does the fielding. So he's away this season, nearing 800 first class runs at 52 apiece. 119 for 3. 1 ball left in this over. We'll have maybe a couple more to go, and about 6 minutes to go before the luncheon interval. 119 for 3. Allison bowls and edge to second slip, and he's gone. Haynes goes for 2. Fairly regulation nick to second slip, and Jack Haynes, like last year, doesn't really make the most of a return in visiting colours to New Road. Having got off the mark from the previous delivery, his 20th, edges his 21st to second slip, and he's gone, and Notts are 119 for 4.
Jake Libby with a moment of redemption of sorts after he put down Joe Clark earlier. This time he clings on to a much more simple catch. It was low, but he didn't have to move, and it was straight to him at second slip. It looked like that ball just left him ever so slightly off the pitch. It didn't move prodigiously, but just enough to take the outside edge. Angled in, drew Jack Haynes into the stroke, nips away ever so slightly. Excellent delivery from Ben Allison as Dave gives way. And once again, hello Frank. I'll wait for you. Sorry, I thought you had your headphones on. I'll give you another minute or two.
Dummy. Hello, yeah, I'm back, thanks. Yeah, tricky for Jack Haynes. He never really settled, did he? He's a fluent player. He's had a pretty good season, but took a long time to get off the mark and never really looked in. And maybe you will feel that didn't quite get far enough forward to that one. Just tentative, I thought. Little push at it and a good catch this time by Jake Libby. So a big wicket for Worcestershire. They get another one before lunch, and I know that's asking a lot. We've only got an over after this to go, but if they can get another one, probably just one over in fact, they will feel that they've had a decent morning. Possibly at the moment, with Notts still just 63 runs behind, they'll feel it's been the visitors' morning, but another wicket would change that, wouldn't it?
Yeah, Worcester just getting a little bit frustrated here. Ben Allison in particular, standing at second slip, is not too impressed with Carl Verena's decision as he comes in to come down and have a lengthy conversation with Joe Clark at the striker's end. Worcester have been ready for about 45 seconds to a minute to start this new over with Tom Taylor at the top of his mark, but Verena just made sure he came in for a lengthy chat, unsurprising with what, just under 4 minutes to go until lunch.
Yeah, they would. You'd do well. You'd probably do it the same, wouldn't you, if you were a new batter?
Yeah, everyone does it, but the opposition always gets annoyed by it, don't they? Taylor continues. Clark lets that one go outside his off stump through to Roderick behind the stumps.
Yes, it's a bit like what they call game management in football, isn't it? And every team does it, but when the other team do it, you go mad.
It's exactly the same, isn't it? And they tried to clamp down on it in football.
Yeah, they have a little bit with the goalkeepers. They have, yeah.
Exactly. I don't know how you could clamp down on it in cricket. The umpire would have to walk down to the other end to have a strong word. Then even that would just take more time out of the game. In football, they book you now if you try to take too long over a throw-in or such like. You obviously can't do that in cricket. In comes Taylor. That's defended solidly by Clark. Back down the ground.
It's quite an un-Clark-like innings, this, in terms of the number of balls faced. 79 deliveries for 33. He's normally more fluent than that, but needs must. It's a very responsible innings, I think. He's played very sensibly.
Well, I think he's changed gears, hasn't he? I think earlier on in his innings he looked to be scoring and he looked a bit jittery, whereas now he looks far more solid in defence, happier being sensible, taking the odd boundary through cover when it comes. There's another defensive stroke into the offside. Libby does the fielding at point.
Yeah, it's a bit of a conundrum, isn't it? I mean, he's an immensely gifted player, Joe Clark, and he can play shots with the best of them all round the wicket. Absolutely hugely talented in white and red ball cricket. But he's had a pretty ordinary season in red ball cricket, and I think he's got really, he's grown in terms of maturity, and even though he hasn't had a very good season, he realises this has become quite a key innings now for the side.
Oh, that's off the outside edge, but looked like it just leapt off a length, and in the end Clark's played it well, soft hands into the ground, and it's a good diving stop from Allison at second slip, sticks out a big right hand to cut off what would have been 4 runs. It wasn't a chance along the ground, but good piece of bowling that from Taylor.
Because he's the man in, isn't he, now that McCann's out. Slater didn't go on much from his overnight score. Haynes struggled. Verena's just come in. Still got Lyndon James and Liam Patterson-White, good batters yet to come, but if he gets a big one, it'll go a long way towards taking Notts past Worcestershire.
Well, he's played a beautiful shot through cover point. He's timed that one gloriously, but there is a fielder out there, so it's a good shot for one, as they say, and it will bring Carl Verena on strike. He'll have one delivery to face in this over, and there's about a minute and 10 seconds until lunch, dare I say.
They'll get another one in, I think, unless he really dithers. He'll face this delivery and then the umpires will walk in, and I think they'll get another one in, actually, despite the efforts of Verena when he first came in.
Yeah, he's not dithering too much here. I think Taylor actually was the one who just paused for a chat at the top of his mark with mid-off, and Verena gets set. Well, gets set very late. Taylor was halfway through his run-up by the time Verena looked up at him as he turns that one in for what could have been a tight single, but it's a misfield from Davalath at mid-wicket. So Carl Verena is off the mark first ball, and with about 30 seconds to go till lunch, I think we definitely will get another over in. Allison is very quick to get his cap off and hand it to the umpire, so he trots to his mark down at the New Road end, and we definitely will get another set in.
Yep, and it'll be Allison to bowl it. 2 wickets for him this morning. Tidy figures. 11 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 32. Waite, the other wicket taker, 8 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 13. Taylor, more expensive, 1 for 51 now for him from his 14. Verena just taking guard from umpire Lungley. 2 slips, backward point, cover, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and long leg the field. Allison, 65, the number on his shirt as he moves away from us and beats Kyle Verena outside the off stump with very good delivery. Head in hands from the bowler. He really thought he'd got his man there. It must have been just a lick of paint, I would think, past the outside edge. Good spell from Allison. Yeah, he really got squared up, didn't he, Verena, by that one. Joe Clark just goes for a little walk and a little chat.
Not
21 for 4.
Not too dissimilar delivery from the previous one from Allison that took the wicket of Jack Haynes, just angling in, leaving him ever so slightly. This one beats the edge instead of taking it.
Lets that one go outside the off stump. A little bit shorter this time from Ben Allison. So you've had the bowling figures. Just to recap of the morning. 46 for 1 overnight. Ben Slater out with the score on 50, caught behind by Gareth Roderick off Ben Allison for 24. Didn't look as though he liked the decision very much. Possibly disappointment, possibly a bit of doubt about whether he did nick it. And then 55 added for the 3rd wicket between McCann and Clark with the Dotters. This one is defended out on the offside by Verena, and that partnership ended in the 36th over when Freddie McCann was caught behind by Gareth Roderick off the bowling of Matthew Waite for 56. A nice innings from McCann, 7 fours in it, 3 of them in 1 over from Tom Taylor, which sort of kick-started him and got him going early this morning. So he was out for 56, and then 119 for 4 a few minutes ago when Jack Haynes was caught at slip by Libby off this man Ben Allison, who bowls now and hits Verena on the pads. Ball drops down on the onside. So the upshot of all that is that Nottinghamshire are still trailing by 61 runs. It's been a pretty tidy effort by Worcestershire this morning without any of their bowlers carrying the threat that Pennington and Tongue did yesterday, but they've stuck at it. I would imagine from a coach's point of view, Alan Richardson watching on will feel reasonably satisfied with the efforts of his team this morning, although of course as Verena plays this defensively out on the offside, Joe Clark was dropped at slip, and well, that might have made a big difference had that catch been taken.
Yeah, that was a tough chance. It was a sharp one that flew off the edge. It wasn't like the previous catch which Libby had, which was low but straight to him. It was higher, kind of a chest high, and he had to dive to his left hand side. They had a bit of a gap between 2nd and 3rd slip, which ultimately proved to be Libby's undoing. One of those where you just have to dive and stick the hand out and hope it sticks, and it didn't. We'll see how much that goes on to cost Worcestershire.
Last ball before the interval. Verena is defending it back up the pitch. Another maiden for Ben Allison. So at the break, Notts are 121 for 4. They trail by 61 runs, and it's been an absorbing morning's cricket. We can just perhaps, before we go, bring news of what's happening at the Oval in another game, which has a big influence on things at the top of the table here. Is Notts' attempt to overhaul Surrey. Well, it's very, very tight. In fact, Surrey have had a good morning. Warwickshire are 206 for 8 at lunch there at the Oval, so they still trail by 40 runs. So a good morning for Surrey, an even morning here I think at New Road. Notts probably on reflection had just the better of it. 3 wickets have gone down. At the lunch break, they are 121 for 4. Final readout of the quiz question before I go, and I'll give the answer in the afternoon session. So, quiz question today concerning Notts. Which England international, who was a left-handed batter, got his only first-class 100 against Nottinghamshire? And that, as I say, is in my lifetime, and the batter concerned is still involved with cricket in some capacity. So that's the quiz question for you to mull over while you have your sandwich or your beans on toast or whatever it is you're having, and I'll give the answer in the afternoon session. Until then, this is Frank Watson on behalf of Nathan Johns and Dave Bracegirdle saying thank you very much. I hope you've enjoyed our coverage. Thanks also to Ed Pollock, the former Worcestershire and Warwickshire batter, who joined us briefly this morning, and thank you to you for listening, and do join us again when play resumes, and that will be at around about 20 minutes past 1. visit Worcestershire New Road. Whether you're watching on the live stream, listening on the BBC Sports app or website, or on BBC 5 Sports Extra 2, a very good afternoon to you from New Road in Worcester. I'm Frank Watson of BBC Arab Worcester. Alongside me is Dave Bracegirdle of BBC Radio Nottingham, and we will also be joined this afternoon by Nathan Johns from time to time. An intriguing and rather slow morning of cricket, it must be said, here at New Road. Worcestershire bowling tidily, not with the exception of one over where Freddie McCann took 3 consecutive fours off Tom Taylor, scoring at a fairly measured rate this morning, taking their overnight 46 for 1 score to 121 for 4. At lunch, the men out this morning: Slater for 24, McCann for 56 and Haynes for 3. But they are edging closer towards Worcestershire's first innings score. Just 61 runs in arrears now as play begins in the afternoon, with the not out batsman Joe Clark on 34 and Kyle Verena on 1. A measured morning, Dave, as we said, and more of the same will suit Notts.
Yeah, 75 runs, 2 hour 10 minute session, of course. I think they'd have liked to have gone on a little quicker than that.
Khurram Shahzad is opening the attack from the Tiglis end. His first ball of the afternoon is left alone outside the off stump by Joe Clark, who was uncharacteristically subdued this morning, with the exception of one quite splendid 6 that he hit over extra cover off the bowling of Ben Allison. 34 off 83 for Clark.
Had a life, didn't he, on 17?
He did indeed. He was put down at slip. A difficult, sharp chance to Jake Libby when he was on 17. As Dave says, here comes Shahzad again. And he's edging, and he is out. Caught by Gareth Roderick. So Shahzad bowled all morning without success. Well, not quite all morning, but a lot of overs this morning. Didn't get any success, but he picks up the key wicket of Joe Clark in the first over after lunch. And to be fair, Joe Clark probably will be a little bit annoyed with himself that he maybe didn't have to play it, but it wasn't that wide. It just did a little bit away from him, and he just pushed at it without really moving his feet a great deal, and his watchful innings comes to a close, and that's a big wicket for Worcestershire at the start of the afternoon.
Very much so, yes. It probably means that, in real terms, that Worcestershire have dominated the play we've had to get today. If you say it was an even morning session, 75 for 3. As I say, Notts would have dearly loved to have, I don't know, taken 120, 130 runs this morning and maybe lost a wicket or 2 fewer. Now, here comes the number 7. It is a fella who's had a double 100 in recent times, Lyndon James, but Worcestershire will be very pleased indeed to have got Notts 121 for 5. And whereas yesterday it was a case of Worcestershire top order being blown away in tricky conditions against decent bowling. It was the tail that wagged. If it's the other way round in this innings, then lo and behold, Worcestershire might even end up with a narrow first innings lead. Notts with work to do here. Verena's only got 1, came to the crease just before lunch, and now Lyndon James. Liam Patterson-White will be due in at 8, and Josh Tong, Dylan Pennington and Mo Abbas. And although they've all had their moments with the bat in their careers, there's a reason that they bat 9, 10 and 11 down towards the bottom.
Yeah, big wicket. Be even bigger if he can follow it up with another one. These, as you suggest, the last 2 really recognised batsmen. Patterson-White more than capable, but another one now put Worcestershire right back in it. Shahzad striving for that is in and bowls, and James is pushing his first ball up to mid-on, and there's no run. The weather forecast for the next 2 days is not great. It's not gonna, I don't think they're going to be complete washouts, but there's liable to be interruptions. So Notts will be wanting to get this game as advanced as they possibly can today. 73 overs left in the day after this. Still a long way to go. Shazad once more into James, bowled and edged by Lyndon James for 4, all along the ground, down to third man. But an unconvincing first scoring shot for the tall right-hander. 125 for 5.
Yeah, he's actually averaging 51 for the first class season, 664 runs. That was boosted by that 203 not out down at the Utility Bowl, one of the Kookaburra games against Hampshire. 2 centuries, 2 50s. There's a best of 96 against Worcestershire, but a best of only 8 on this ground, so he's halfway towards that.
He might beat that today. Shazad in, bowls to him, and that's a lovely looking shot, driven away on the offside for 2. Tom Taylor running around from mid-off to do the fielding.
Yeah, just had to do a double take on that. Lyndon James, first class cricket at New Road, 4 matches, 4 innings, 19 runs, highest score of 8. So, as you say, he's certainly due here.
His favourite ground.
No.
It's funny, isn't it? Our players have certain grounds they do well on and certain ones they don't, and certain opponents that they always seem to get runs against. Shazad in to complete the over, first after lunch, bowls, and James is turning this one away on the leg side. There is no run as Kashif Ali comes into field. It's the end of the first over of the afternoon. 127 for 5 knots. The man out since the lunch break, Joe Clark, for 34.
Cricket at Trent Bridge today, the only match taking place today in the Women's Metro Bank One Day Cup. The Blaze at home to Durham Women. 3 overs left. Durham are 231 for 7 in their innings. Maddie Villiers got 79 a little earlier. Half century for Emily Windsor as well, who I'm sure I've certainly commentated with many times. I'm sure Frank will have as well. Used to be part of the commentary team down at Southampton. 2 wickets for Kirsty Gordon, 2 for Georgia Elwis in that one. 231 for 7 Durham, so it's going to be a stiff chase a little later on for the Blaze if they're to strengthen their position. Second in the table at the start of the day. There's Matthew Waite. 8 overs, 1 for 13 to him. Bowls and Verena, not a tall man. Typical wicket-keeper's build. I know that's stereotypical, but turns this down to long leg to double his tally from 1 to 2, and Notts move up to 128 for 5. Those bonus points seem a long way off, and of course Notts going into this game 9 points behind Surrey. They have had their moments to be in a stronger position this year. I guess a lot of the counties will say that, but would probably have beaten Warwickshire at Edgbaston, but for rain on the last day. As James turns this next delivery to mid-wicket, and we were all just ready for the 5 o'clock handshake at Durham, the one game that Notts lost. At tea, it was a nailed-on draw. You just couldn't see anything going anyways, and Notts came out straight after tea and lost 5 wickets, all in a clump. Durham were left to score 90 and 18 or whatever it was, and they got home in the last over. It's the one game that Nottinghamshire have lost this season, as tall Lyndon James pushes this up to mid-off. 128 for 5. Hampshire have lost another wicket at home, where it's 8 for 2. 22 wickets have gone down in 5 sessions and 10 minutes down at Hove this week. Elsewhere, Warwickshire now 9 down, 219 for 9. So Surrey have got maximum bowling points, and it is Will Young out for 72. Next delivery is just played with soft hands by Lyndon James, guides it down into the slip cordon.
Get the impression, just from looking at the scorecard, and I know you can't really go too much on that, that Will Young must have played really well down there. I think you look at that Surrey attack and the difficulty that Warwickshire batters have had down the card. He faced 150 balls or whatever it is. He must have played pretty well against Worrell and Clark and Atkinson and the like.
Next delivery is just angled by Lyndon James down to long leg. Takes him on to 7. That's 129 for 5. Losing Joe Clark in the first over after lunch. Didn't add to his interval score of 34. This morning Ben Slater only added 1. He was 23 not out overnight. Edge behind for 24. Freddie McCann out for 56. Jack Haynes made 2. There's Waite in once more. Stylish looking shot from Verena. But can't beat the ring on the offside. Davalath with the stop, and it's the end of the over. 129 for 5 here on BBC Hereford and Worcester, BBC Radio Nottingham, the Worcestershire live stream, and we're on 5 Sports Extra, stream 2.
Indeed we are, and I asked a quiz question this morning. We haven't had many takers on it. Thought we might have had a few more. I'll ask it once more. I'm going to give a big clue now as well, make it a bit easier possibly. So I asked this morning for the answer to my question. I'll just break off as Shazad bowls first ball of the next over, and James defends, and there's no run. I asked which England international, who was a left-handed batter, scored his only first-class 100 against Notts, and I said it was in my lifetime, and he is still connected with cricket in some capacity. And I will tell you that Ashley Giles got it straight away, so fair play to him. I'm going to give a big clue now. Okay, I'll just break off again as Shazad bowls. And James is beaten outside the off stump, pushing hard at that one, and a bit of bounce for Shazad. Maybe a little bit of movement away from the right-hander, but he didn't get a touch. And the big clue is to think hard about the word international. Okay, to think hard about that. It is an England international batter, left-hander, only got 100 in his career, and it was a first-class 100 in his career. It was against Notts, and he's still involved with cricket.
Can I say it was Mick Neal's debut match as well?
And it was Mick Neal's debut match, so that might help as well, as this one's steered out behind square on the other side. I'll give the answer in about 10-15 minutes, but that's the question. If you want to have a go, and why not have a little dabble, at Frank Watson 58 on Twitter, or at Brace Cricket, if he's still here. Brace is having a bit of a coughing episode. At Frank Watson 58 or at Brace Cricket on X or Twitter, if you think you know the answer, or if you want to make any other observations, maybe about this game, maybe about the state of play in the Championship. Is Shazad bowls again, slightly over pitched, clipped nicely by Lyndon James off his pad, but straight to Cashy Valley at mid wicket, and there's no run.
I think there's something in my lunchtime cup of tea here. Well, why do we sometimes say, "Oh, it's gone down the wrong hole"?
Yeah, don't know. It's you do. You say it very. In fact, my grandson said it the other day, and he's 6, and it's the first time I've heard him say it. So he's obviously picked it up.
Has it gone down the wrong hole, Grandad?
Gone down the wrong way. Yeah. Here's Shazad again from the Diglis end, bowls, and James is clipping this one very nicely through the leg side, and he goes to a career best New Road score, because he'd 8 was his best at New Road before, and he's just gone into double figures with that lovely little clip through mid wicket. Just timed it beautifully, and he's into double figures. Meanwhile, Verena is only on 2, but is just not getting any of the strike at all, really.
It's the reverse of the commentator's curse when he came out and I said he's only...
Yeah, you want him to get 100. We know the tricks, Brace. We know the tricks. Here's Shazad again from the Diglis end bowls, and this time Lyndon James gets a less convincing bat on it. Thick outside edge, runs along the ground to backward point. End of the over, 133 for 5. Verena has 2, James has 11, and 49 is the deficit.
Commentary box is very close to the match office, and there's always a lot of radios on and a lot of interaction between the stewards that we often pick up in our effects microphone. So if you hear code red or some such, you'll know.
If it goes quiet.
It's just pushed into the offside, you'll know it's panic stations here, or whatever the particular code word or colour is. I'm sure there is one that every ground has.
Anyway, we haven't talked about the big sporting news in Nottingham this morning. Dave, the sacking of Nuno Espirito Santo at the City Ground.
Yes.
Taken a few people by surprise, I think. Or are the locals not surprised? Disappointed, but not surprised.
It's weight bowling, and Verena pushes into the offside, and Lyndon James went a long way down and had to come back again. Verena wasn't interested in running. Lyndon James certainly thought there was one there, and he'd gone a half, if not 3/4 of the way down. It's a little bit like one I talked about yesterday that we saw on social media, David Beddingham being run out in the Durham versus Essex match. Yeah,
They've made an appointment, Dave.
Well, at whatever time it is, 20 to 2, on the 1 o'clock news, they were suggesting that Ange Postecoglou was going to be be the man, as this has turned to
He
midwicket.
is the man, yeah.
So
It's a Greek connection, I guess, isn't there? What, slightly? I know he's an Aussie, Postecoglou.
yeah,
He's got Greek roots,
maybe. Forest in Europe, and of course Postecoglou had success last year with Tottenham in that competition, but I guess it's the same in any walk of life. If you fall out with your boss, don't be surprised if the boss snaps back. He's the one that spends the money, as they say, as this is drilled back to Matthew Waite. It was almost as if the bowler didn't see it cleanly coming back towards him, sort of turned away. It was hit on the bounce, it wasn't a catch, but it seemed almost to strike him rather than...
Beautifully timed, wasn't it?
Yeah, rather than he took it cleanly. Verena on 2, James 11. Lots with work to do from their last 5 wickets if they're to not only get up to the Worcestershire total and beyond, but to get anywhere near those precious bonus points that they need. There's Carl Verena. Scored the winning runs in the World Test Championship. He'll always be a world champion. Plays this to mid-on. Did promise to come and have a natter to us, but as I said at the time, it is tricky when you're batting number 6, and a wicket went down last night. So,
well, he's had his pads on all day, basically, isn't he?
Well, almost literally, because the players did the warm-up this morning, and then I heard him ask Peter Moores if he could go and have 20 minutes throwdowns. So drives this one into the offside. So the first 20 minutes of play, it was over on the Cathedral side of the ground, having a little bit of a practice knock.
With 2 down at number 6, you'd have your pads on, wouldn't you? And then he's out there now, so he's, as you say, almost since half an hour before the start, he's probably had the pads on. He might have taken them off at lunch briefly, but not much chance to get up here in the commentary box. Maybe he'll come over tomorrow. Might get him in during a rain break or something like that, Dave, if that happens. Says me, who isn't going to be here. 133 for 5 as Karim Shazad starts a new over from the Diglis end. 3 slips in place, and Lyndon James is driving sweetly into the offside, where there's a half stop by Dan Latigan.
Yes, I don't think you're going to be getting a rain break tomorrow, are you?
Well, I hope not. Although I'm not actually going anywhere until later in the afternoon, but I'm hoping there won't be any rain where I'm going. It's clouded over here. The blue skies have disappeared, but it's bright and the cloud is high, and we're certainly hoping that we don't get a repeat of what happened yesterday, when quite almost really sort of unexpectedly the rain set in. Shazad is in and bowls, and James is watchfully pushing defensively into the covers where Latigan fields. I always look at fielders like Latigan and Davalath at the start of their first class careers, and I know they've played a good deal of second team cricket, and 2 and 3 day cricket and whatever, but fielding for all day or a day and a half or even 2 days is something that young players have to get used to quite quickly. Shazad bowls and Davalas does the fielding at backward point.
They
play a lot of league cricket, a lot of shorter form cricket. Suddenly you find yourself out there, session after session after session. It takes a bit of getting used to.
You can be the best bat in the world, you can be the best bowler in the world, but 90% or more of your time as a cricketer is going to be spent fielding, and if you're going to do it, you might as well enjoy it.
Well, you've got to do it well as well these days.
You've got to expect every ball to come to you.
And I think it takes a bit of adjustment when you haven't fielded for day after day after day. So maybe you should cut them a little bit of slack. Here's Shazad, who's in and bowls outside the off stump, left alone. Roderick takes, and it's certainly something that you notice when players come in. It sounds like I'm picking on him. I'm not really, but I mentioned it the other day. Kashif Ali coming into the game mid-20s through the South Asian Cricket Academy. Hadn't got that background of long format games, really. Played a lot of second team cricket at various counties, but it was a shock to him, I think, how intense the fielding was when he first started, and he had to work at it quite hard, and he's done so, to be fair. He's improved hugely since he started as a professional. Shazad bowls, James drives, and Latigan, who didn't do a great bit of fielding earlier in the over, does a splendid piece of work here. Dive into his right. He's impressed in the field in the One Day Cup. I'm not suggesting that he isn't good. I'm just saying that it's the hours that you spend out there that you have to adjust to. I remember the first time that I ever had to keep wicket for a whole day and then go out and do it again the next day. And I was really quite mentally drained. They're all young and fit, these guys, but it's the mental aspect of it that takes some getting used to. Here's Shazad, another tidy over from him. He's in, he bowls, and well, I shouldn't have said that because his last ball is short and wide, and Lyndon James not in full control, but gives it a good whack and uppercuts it over backward point and down to the third man boundary for 4. So a loose one to finish the over from Karam Shazad, but his figures are still pretty tidy. 15 overs, 6 maidens, 1 for 35. Lyndon James has raced on to a career best new road score of 15, not out. And meanwhile, at the other end, Verena still very, very circumspect. 2 off 15, 137 for 5, and well, it's just 45 runs now by which they trail.
Start of a new over. Matthew Waite continues, and Nottinghamshire's South African wicket-keeper batter guides this down to third, and it'll run all the way for 4, so a little bit of width offered unusually there for
he's 8 in 2 balls.
Matthew
just
Waite.
Changes it, doesn't it? The mood changes. Just 2 deliveries. Both a little bit sloppy.
Ethan Brooks hasn't turned his arm over, does he?
He will.
I'm going to say, does he?
Yeah.
Bowl these days?
Yeah. But, I mean, very much in white ball. Well, as you probably saw at Welbeck, but in the Championship, he has bowled once, twice, 3, 8 times.
There's Waite bowling to Verena, works this up to mid-on.
No, more than that. 8 times, 8 times in both innings, and he's picked up 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 10, 12 Championship wickets. So, yeah, he's a fifth seamer, isn't he? He's a fourth, fifth seamer, really. But I think he'll bowl today, and I say that because he was warming up during the break. So that's one thing, and also because they are behind on the over rate, and he gets through his overs pretty quickly.
Yeah, saw Dolly Vera as well at lunch with the Worcestershire coaching staff, turning his arm over. He's waiting again to Verena, lovely looking drive, but gets nothing for it. It's it straight to the Worcestershire skipper.
Yeah, the main focus out there at lunchtime appeared to be, with the bowling coaches, appeared to be Jack Home, who is out with a slight injury, but and hasn't played a lot this year for various reasons, but could just push himself into contention for the One Day Cup final.
Comes Waite. Bowls again a straight drive, and that's the third time today the stumps have been hit on the full by the drive.
2 straight.
Jack Haynes did it, Joe Clark did it, and now Carl Verena straight into the, as Nathan Johns described it, the 12th fielder. Stumps at the non-striker's end. 141 for 5. That's a 41 adrift. They're 109 away from a batting point. Seems a long way away at the moment, as waiting again to Verena, and it's again a nice flow of the bat, pushing it into the offside. And there's no run. Scoreboard is just... oh, it's back again. Turn it off, turn it on again. And the 52nd over. So Worcestershire have got to make do, you'd imagine, with this ball right until the end of this session before a new one would become due. Tea will be at 3:30, come what may, we understand. Another drive, and again it's hit to mid-off to D'Oliveira. So some lovely clean connections made by Verena in that over, and all to no effect apart from the one at the start where he ran it down to third for 4.
Yep. Those two deliveries, as I say, 2 consecutive boundaries, just changing the mood slightly. Worcestershire had come out after lunch, got that early wicket, and Shazad in particular was exerting a bit of control, but it just changed the mood a bit. Shazad bowls and beats James outside the stump. Again, really good from Khurram Shazad, and basically when he's got his length right, a little bit of nip off the pitch, even with the ball being 52 overs old, he's been a handful. He's not offered much to hit, and figures have been very tidy, and he looks a good bowler when he does that. Occasionally in red and white ball cricket this year he's been too full or too short, hasn't got any rhythm, and he's been quite expensive, but not in this game. So far very good. In again now, bowls, and again finds the edge, this time for a single down to third man, Lyndon James. Just in control of it, soft hands, kept it down. No suggestion that he was offering anything to the bowler, but not an entirely deliberate shot, let's put it that way. 142 for 5. James goes on to 16. Verena, a very watchful 6 off 21 so far. Although, to be fair, he's hit several very good shots straight to fielders or into the stumps at the non-striker's end. And here's another one, nicely timed off his pads, but straight to Kashif Ali at mid-wicket. You have days like that, don't you?
Yeah.
Where you just whack a few good... I always think when I watch Joe Root particularly now that he's such a masterful technician that when you rarely see Root play a screamer straight to the fielder, because he just opens the face a little bit or closes it or whatever and makes sure that he finds the gap. But Kashif is one who regularly pings it straight at fielders, and must be incredibly frustrating. Verena's done that a little bit today, and he's missed the fielder this time. He won't get 4 though, he's clipped it off his pads. He'll pick up a couple. Matthew Waite comes round from square leg to do the fielding. Dave Bracegirdle's going off for a well-earned break. Nathan Johns will come in alongside me. Verena goes to 8. Yep.
Just to say that before I go, that the Blaze have been set a fairly sizable challenge at Trent Bridge. Durham women closing their 50 overs on 252 for 9.
And speaking of 9 down, Warwickshire against Surrey at the Oval, 231 for 9. So it's almost even Steven really at the Oval. Not much in it either way. Looks like it could turn into a 1-innings shootout between those two, as Verena gets a boundary here. Fortunate slightly because he's chipped it back past the bowler, and it was a forlorn attempt at a return catch by Shazad, throwing out his right hand, but in the air it went past the non-striker stumps, over the stumps at the non-striker's end, the umpire jumping out of the way, and it brings a boundary for Verena. So 12 now to him, and it's 148 for 5, so just 34 runs the deficit now. And after that early strike after lunch, Notts have managed to get themselves back on top, and Worcestershire, having had a sniff of getting right back into it, suddenly find themselves with work to do once more. Shazad is in bowling, and Verena is dabbing this one down on the offside, and that is the end of the over. 148 for 5. And Simon Trafford has contacted Dave Bracegirdle, and he says, little known fact, here we go, I'm going to give the answer to my quiz question. Here we go. Little known fact, I went to school with Mick Newell and played many schoolboy matches with him. I followed his career, but I didn't know the answer. But the answer is, and Simon admits that he Googled it. Remember I said concentrate on the word international. The answer is Rob Andrew. So Rob Andrew, the England international fly half, was also a very good cricketer. He made one first-class 100. It was against Notts, and it was for Cambridge University. And he was a left-hander. So there you are. That's the answer. Rob Andrew, England international. I didn't say test player. That was the giveaway. And he made 100 for Cambridge University against Notts. So there you go.
You got us in the detail.
I got you. A couple of people got it.
Did they?
I think so. Well, Ashley Giles got it straight away, actually, to his credit. A few people might have Googled it. But anyway, there you go. It's tricky, Nathan. You know, you don't want to make them too easy. It's your over, by the way.
Matthew Waite continues, and he starts off with a dot ball, forward defensive from James.
Don't want to make it too easy. And it's very difficult to come up with a question that people can't just Google. You know, I try and get them so that if you Google, you still have a bit of work to do. But anyway, that's it. And I'm not here for the next 2 days, so there won't be any more. There won't be any more in this game. But there you go. It was Rob Andrew.
Interesting.
Hope you enjoyed puzzling over it, people.
Interesting. Ashley Giles got it straight away. Is he much of a rugby fan?
I did say that the person concerned was still involved with cricket, and of course Rob Andrew has been very involved down at Sussex as an administrator, so I think maybe Ashley thought of that, and maybe they are of the same vintage as well, really.
Another dot ball here as James defends another straight delivery from Waite, straight back down the ground. And been a lot of that today. Worcester have kept their lines very much on the stumps, and we've seen the non-strikers set of stumps at this end has been obliterated on 3 occasions by drives back down the ground, and that one is driven to extra cover but straight to the man.
Steve Jones got it. Well, he doesn't say whether he Googled it or not, but he got it right, so well done, Steve. And Tony Banks says, is the answer Ben Duckett? No, Ben Duckett's got more than one first class 100.
He's got considerably more than one, I would have thought. Changing the field, deep square goes out, so just protection if Waite wants to try a short ball or 2.
But well done to Steve Jones.
I'm quite impressed by the previous contributor who admitted Googling. At least he admitted it.
Yeah.
It's driven nicely down the ground, but straight to mid-off. Not for the first time in the last few overs. We've seen a strong shot pick out a fielder in front to square.
Yeah, we were just talking about that. Verena particularly hammered a few straight at fielders, and I was just saying how frustrating it can be. And I always think a player who rarely does it these days is Joe Root, who just seems to just have that extra special little bit of ability to just open or close the face, whatever it is, to just miss the fielder. Not always, but it's a frustrating thing if you just keep pinging it straight to a fielder.
Ooh, that nearly went straight to a fielder because the inside edge has gone flashing past the diving Gareth Roderick with the gloves, and it's gone away for 4 down to fine leg. But that wasn't too far away from the outstretched left hand of Roderick. It was a length delivery. Went after it with the drive, did James, and it took a thick inside edge, and in the end it's comfortably beaten Roderick, but he pulled out a dive. Just for a second he thought he was in the game.
Just shows there's still a little bit in this pitch, isn't there? A little bit of sideways movement, a little bit of nip for Matthew Waite.
Yeah, just come back in, isn't it? Nearly gone through the gate, and that's driven firmly again by James, but straight to short extra cover. Ends the over. Half a chance in there as that inside edge flew past the wicketkeeper down to fine leg, but was well past the outstretched hand of Roderick. 152 for 5.
Verena 12, James on 20, and the deficit is now just 30. So Notts, well, lost that wicket trade after lunch. Might have thought they were going to get pulled back in by Worcestershire, but these two have added 31 since that wicket went down. James has been pretty positive in his stroke play, and they're now with 150 on the board, in with a chance of pushing ahead for a first innings lead of some significance, which they need to do, and they need to do it quickly if they're going to keep alive hopes of winning the game, because the forecast isn't great, as I say, for the next 2 days. I don't think it's going to be a total washout, but there are liable to be interruptions, not just here, I think probably around the country, looking at the weather forecast. So they need to be positive this afternoon. Tom Taylor's back into the attack, and Verena is just on the walk. Curious looking little shot, just tucks it away on the leg side, but doesn't get a run as Kashif does the fielding.
I think they probably just need to get to parity first before they start thinking about that type of situation. I think if these two are still in in 30 runs time, maybe when rather than if they start building a first innings lead, I think with 2 set batters, I think that's when you probably send on the message to go, right, this is the time to accelerate.
Yeah, I think probably they've already talked about it, I think, as Verena cuts this one into the ground and it's fielded at backward point by Libby, and there's no run. But you're absolutely right, they've got to get ahead first, but what I'm saying is, I think having had the morning that they had, where they were held in check by a pretty accurate Worcestershire bowling attack this morning, they only scored 70 odd runs in an hour and 2 hour and 10 minute session. Got to score a bit more quickly than that this afternoon if they're going to hold out chances of winning. But it's all got to be done appropriately, of course, as you say, and that's a nice little step towards attaining parity by Verena as he drives square on the offside, and the pursuing fielder Dan Latigan, a little bit over enthusiastic, ends up tripping over the big plastic sheet which is rolled up at the side of the ground underneath the ladies' pavilion, and he goes headlong into it. Fortunately, no damage appears to be done, and
it was just
he might be a bit wet.
Yeah, but well, every sheet in the world is collected water, whether it's been raining or not. That's the golden rule. But it was almost as he was trying to stop, he just couldn't get his feet out from underneath him.
And it was 4 to Verena. Works this next one to mid wicket. No run this time. He's gone on to 16, is it, or 18? 16. Sometimes board is a little bit difficult to work out, that one on the far side. 16 off 29. James has 20 off 28. It's his highest score on the ground, Lyndon James. Brace was telling us, and an unlucky ground for him. He's never made more than 8 here before, but he started quite fluently today. 2 slips wait. Taylor in again from the Diglis end, bowls, and Verena drives beautifully, but again doesn't get any runs for it because Brett D'Oliveira, the captain, moves across from mid-off to field.
Well, I think that's just been a feature of Worcestershire's display. I mean, you were talking earlier about the sedate nature of the morning session in terms of scoring. I think that's just a byproduct of Worcestershire. I've just said, right, well, this pitch isn't doing a whole lot. We're just going to bowl straight and ask you to take a risk. And for the most part, Nottinghamshire have not been willing to take that risk. Dare I say, I'm eavesdropping over your shoulder. I can see a few people are frustrated by the...
Yeah, this is an old friend of mine, actually, a school friend of mine, Guy Fenney, who's now an umpire in the Birmingham League, and he was here yesterday, might be here today. He says, a very sneaky question today, to which I should have got the answer. That's another lovely shot from Verena, and brilliant bit of work by D'Oliveira, because I was going to say 4 this time, but D'Oliveira running to his left at mid-off, to his right, dives and makes a great save. So end of the over, 156 for 5. He says, a very sneaky question, should have got the answer. I did not pick up on international, but not at cricket, because I didn't say test play, I said international. Should have listened to the question more carefully. Well, there you are. always listen to the question. That's what we were told at school. Always listen to the question. And if you had, Guy, you might have got it. I thought it was a good one. Glyn Barrington says, good question. My guess was Derek Underwood, but his only ton was against Sussex when he was 39. Save that for when we play Kent. Well, and he wasn't left-handed, was he? So Steve Jones admits that he did Google it. And he was going to go for Richard Illingworth, but he's got more than one first-class 100. Indeed, and he wasn't left-handed either. He was left-handed bowler, but a right-handed batter. Anyway, there you are. Anorak time over. Stop boring everybody. Let's get back to the cricket. 156 for 5. Verena has 16 and James has 20. And more importantly, the deficit now is just 26.
Well, it's now that you said Anorak time over, I won't read out what I just looked up Rob Andrews' first class stats. He played 17 matches. That's a lot, I guess.
I knew that. Yeah, he was at Cambridge University. I think he played for a couple of years. He went to Barnard Castle School and was obviously a brilliant fly half, but also a very good batter.
Matthew Waite continues. 2 slips and a catching cover, and that's driven down the ground. And for once, Nottinghamshire managed to beat the straight fielders. There's a chase on here, but it beats the straight men who are, well, I think after seeing Dan Latigan go crashing into the sheets on one side, dare I say his teammates decided not to suffer a similar fate and the chase was given up. But that's a beautiful shot down the ground by James.
Yeah, it was a lovely shot, wasn't it? Really, really elegant straight drive. Looks in good nick. He's got a double 100 in the championship this season, then James. Not bad for an all-rounder.
In comes Waite. He's been hit for 4th, first delivery of this over. Just drags his length back a touch, and it's enough to bring out a defensive stroke for another dot ball. Yeah, God, that's a lot. I mean, you always forget how much first-class cricket the universities used to play.
Yeah.
I know they still play the counties, or at least have done in recent years, in the MCCU stuff before that funding got pulled. They used to play the pre-season games, but still 17 games in what I assume was a 3-year degree.
Yeah.
That's a lot. He averaged 21, high score of 101. So yeah, there was that one first-class century. That's driven beautifully
better,
through extra cover. Dismissed even.
Absolutely glorious shot that from Lyndon James. A really beautiful cover drive. Weight over pitching slightly. He's a tall man, James, and to be fair, if he gets his footwork right, margin for error is not great in terms of length. And those are 2 absolutely glorious shots from the tall Notts all-rounder. 28 off 31. He's made light of the situation when he came in shortly after lunch. 43 they've added in just 9 overs since that wicket went down.
Wait, in response, that's another beautiful drive, but this time it's half stopped. I think it's Davilat there in the covers who dives to his right hand side. He saved 3 runs there. They do come through for a single, but that was another glorious drive.
Certainly was. He looks in the mood. Enough of this worry about playing at New Road, he says, where I've only got a top score of 8 in 4 games. I'm going to come out and put bat to ball with a purpose, and he really has. Splendid stuff.
Well, it's prompted a change in the field. James has got to the non-strikers end. Verena is now facing, but cover has gone back to the boundary as that's defended on the back foot. A little bit of a bobble from Latigan in extra cover, but he cuts off the single.
Yeah, there were many good all-round sportsmen who played a bit of first-class cricket when they were at Oxbridge. Maybe more famous in other sports. Rob Andrew, yeah, pretty competent. I think he played quite a bit for Yorkshire Seconds, actually, off the top of my head.
Full and straight from Waite and defended by Verena. Ended the over 165 for 5. Verena's on 16. 2 boundaries in that over for Lyndon James. Moves him to 29 off 32. Yeah, I think you're right, because I just looked at his Rob Andrews Cricket Info page there, and Yorkshire came up as one of the teams. So, yeah.
When I was doing that question last night, sort of suddenly remembered about 10 o'clock that I hadn't done a question for today. I came across another good one that was to do with internationals in other sports, but I'm going to save it because It's a Warwickshire-based question, and I want to save it. And it doesn't. If you're listening, people will already be thinking, "Oh, I know what he's going to talk about. It'll be to do with MJK Smith." Well, it's not. And the reason I say that, as Taylor bowls his first ball of a new over, and James takes a single, pushing out on the offside, 166 for 5, is because MJK Smith, who was captain of Warwickshire when I was a young schoolboy, and I used to go to Edgbaston and watch them, and he was also played obviously in the middle order for England, and was also an England rugby international, played one game of rugby for England, and that relatively recently to play rugby and cricket for England. I say relatively recently, I mean in my lifetime. I'm not that old. Quite remarkable. You just couldn't reach that level in two sports now. It just wouldn't be possible, given how much time and effort you have to put in to become an international in any sport. Verena beaten outside the off stump by Tom Taylor. That said, I think I'm right in saying that Wayne Madsen, the Derbyshire batter, has played hockey for South Africa, I think, in the Olympics.
Yeah, dare I say we both, because I'm also he popped up in my feed recently. Dare I say we both read the same interview that he did?
I did, but I was based in Derbyshire for quite a long time when I was teaching and coaching, and so Madsen was already in the Derbyshire setup in those days, and I knew about his hockey prowess. But I did read that recently as well. Yeah, on the was it so many years to the day since he scored in the World Cup for South Africa?
20 years, I believe, and now he's all set to play for Italy at the World Cup in I think February time.
Amazing. Another single taken by Verena there off the back foot. Graham Hick, of course. Graham Hick, I think, played hockey for Zimbabwe before he became an international cricketer with England. But you know what I mean, don't you? These days,
yes,
just the commitment required to be an international rugby player. I mean, there are quite a few All Blacks who played both games at high level, I think, as Taylor bowls, and this is pushed into the offside by James. A couple of Kieran Crowley, I think the All Black played first class cricket, I think there have been 2 or 3 All Blacks who have been first class cricketers as well, and maybe even one day international cricketers, I think, for New Zealand. But I'm dredging the memory bank here. Maybe if you do, at Frank Watson 58, get in touch and tell me if you know who I'm talking about. Taylor bowls, and this is driven up to mid-off by James, and there's no run. But yeah, there are a couple of there's a what's his name? There's a winger who played for England, who played quite a bit for Yorkshire. Spencer, was it John? No, not Spencer, not John Spencer. Anyway, I'm pretty sure there was a winger who played for England in the 60s who played for England and Yorkshire. His name will come in a minute. Somebody will probably get in touch and tell us. But yeah, quite a few All Blacks, I think, have played international cricket and rugby, or certainly first class cricket and rugby. Taylor takes James on the pad with this last ball, pops out on the offside, and there's no run. The end of a good over from Tom Taylor. We're getting away from the cricket a bit, or focus a bit more, sorry about that. But do get in touch if you can think of double international sportsmen, at Frank Watson 58 on Twitter. 167 for 5, Verena has 17, James has 30. They've now added 46 since Joe Clark was out straight after lunch, caught behind by Gareth Roderick off Karam Shazad, and with the over rate being -3, we are now going to see the introduction of the 5th seamer, Ethan Brooks, who will get through his overs rather more quickly than the others, and hopefully might just pick up a wicket as well. He's got 12 first class wickets this season. It's a bit of a sort of a golden arm from time to time. It'll be a mixture of slower deliveries and little off-cutters, I would imagine. His first ball is taken for a single.
Yeah, just steered off the pads by Verena down to fine leg. I'm trying to think, because ever since you said it's more of an older phenomenon rather than it's harder to do, or it's harder to do in this day and age. I'm trying to think of high-profile double sport athletes. The most famous recent one I can think of was it Sean Longstaff, who plays for Leeds football. He's popped up in which league is it? Is it the Durham League he plays cricket in? so he plays quite a high level of cricket, but obviously not a dual international. As Brooks continues, and that's shorter delivery and defended into the offside.
The Nevilles, of course, both
Yes.
Gary and Phil, both excellent cricketers. Jeff Hurst, England World Cup winner, played a first-class game for Essex, which is and we've said it many times, and Worcestershire listeners will be sick of hearing it, but here at Worcestershire, we had a succession of footballer cricketers in the 60s, and
Wedged, but dropped short of slip.
ending with Phil Neal, former captain, now president of the club, who's often here, who was the England operations manager for goodness knows how many test matches, hundreds. He played football for Lincoln City and Worcestershire, and was Worcestershire captain at the same time, but you just couldn't do it these days, could you?
Driven firmly.
They wouldn't let you, I think.
Yeah, I think that's a big thing.
They wouldn't let you.
Yeah, it's. I think because that drew a few comments actually when Longstaff popped up on social media with videos of him, because obviously all the club games are streamed now, especially at Premier League level. I think a few comments came up saying, "How is he allowed to? How is he allowed to play? How did Newcastle, or he plays for Leeds now? He used to play for Newcastle. How did they risk him getting injured?" As that's chipped through the leg side rather. Beautiful little flick off the pads. He's been dominant through the offside, and the previous over was Lyndon James, and he's just added an effortless flick through mid wicket for another boundary.
Well, I've just had a message from Darren Cullen, who's Henry Cullen, Worcestershire's deputy wicketkeeper's dad, and he said, "Great question. I couldn't get it even when I was cheating." So that's if you've got a question they can't get when they're cheating, then that's got to be really good. But yeah, like you say, they just you wouldn't be allowed, would you? I don't think.
Brooks continues. Oh, that's off the inner half of the bat. Was trying to hit it a little bit straighter, and it's squeezed through square leg. Just a brief thought of coming back for a second, but good piece of fielding out of deep square, keeps it to 1. End of the over, 173 for 5.
I played quite a bit of cricket against Steve Agrizovic, who was the goalkeeper for Coventry City when they won the FA Cup, and a record appearance holder, I think, for Coventry City, and still does a bit of radio work as a pundit on their commentaries on the BBC. And I was talking to him about it, and he said these days he wouldn't be allowed to play as much as he did, especially, imagine a goalkeeper breaking a finger or something when he was fielding or something. But Steve Agrizovic played at a high level, minor counties cricket for Shropshire, and was a good quick bowler. Tom Taylor from the Diglis end bowls, and James is out, caught behind, gets it absolutely in the right place. Taylor, this one just outside off, just nipping away, just the right length, so that he had to just push at it. James, and a really, really fluent and attractive innings is brought to an end. The 50 partnership came up, and it's the third 50 partnership of the innings, but it has been ended, and it's 173 for 6.
Yeah, good length that from Taylor. Just short enough that it gave, just full enough rather, that it had enough time to just move off the pitch, and it's lifted a little bit as well. I think it's caught the shoulder of the bat more so than anything else. And James, well, when he was fluid, he was looking to get bat on ball, drive through the offside, played that glorious flick off the pads to mid wicket as well in the previous over. But he's a player who is more comfortable when he's defending rather than leaving. Maybe he could have left this one fourth, fifth stump line, but it's angled in perfectly just to threaten that off stump, or at least make him think it is. And yeah, standard dismissal, but a good piece of bowling.
Yeah, and a big wicket for Worcestershire. They needed it. As I say, third 50 partnership of the innings. If there's a disappointment for Peter Moores as he sits up in the dressing room and looks out over the efforts of his charges, it will be that the scorecard reads, apart from the naught for Hamid, 24-56, 34-36, and there's nobody gone on to something really significant. Of course, Verena could yet do that, and Liam Patterson-White has come out to join him. Patterson-White, a more than capable batter, but again, just a hint, just a reminder, if you like, that even with a ball that's nearing its 60th over, there's still a little bit of nip in this pitch. There's still a little bit of bounce if you get the ball in the right place. And Tom Taylor certainly did on that occasion, and he picks up his second wicket. Comes in now to bowl to Patterson White, who's solidly forward to his first delivery, plays it back up the pitch. He's a strong, well-built, broad-shouldered man, Patterson White, and he can give the ball a good whack, as we saw in the T20 game that was played at Trent Bridge earlier this year. As I recall, that was a game in which Adam Hose made 100 for Worcestershire, played particularly well, but I think Patterson White gave it some tap at the end, if I remember rightly. Well, he won't be doing so today because he's out LBW, second ball, pushing at that one. I won't bother even looking for that game now because it's become completely irrelevant. Patterson White has gone, second ball for naught, and suddenly, not for the first, second or even third time, is sniffing away back into this game, and a double strike from Tom Taylor in the 59th over has made it 173 for 7.
2 and 3 balls for Taylor. He's come round the wicket there and he's just angled it back in. It's also nipped as well onto that back leg. It looked a very good shout, dare I say. It looked stone dead on replay. Yeah, good, clever bowling, targeting the stumps early on in Patterson White's innings. Misses a straight one, did move, like you said, even though the ball is nearing 60 overs old. It's still just enough in it, and both off, mainly off the pitch in terms of the lateral movement. And that brings Josh Tongue out as the new batter. It means that they're probably, I think it's safe to say that they're firmly into the tail now.
Yeah, Josh Tongue's not the worst. I mean, he can certainly put back to ball with some purpose, but I think, yeah, well, as Dave Bracegirdle put it, there's a reason that Tongue, Pennington and Abbas are 9, 10, 11. That said, Pennington, first class 50 to his name in his Worcestershire days, and no mug, but one would imagine that Verena will now be looking to be as positive as he possibly can, and Worcestershire will be very much hoping that they're not going to suffer the frustration of the tail wagging, because they're in with a chance of taking these last 3 wickets that would, you know, if they can keep Notts under 200, the first innings lead will be, well, dangerous to call it insignificant, but it won't be too huge, let's put it that way. Worcestershire will be well aware that they've lost games where they've had a good first innings lead before in this season, so they need to take another if they possibly can. Josh Tongue is very watchfully forward to his first delivery, plays it out on the onside. There'll be a little bit of chirp out there, I would imagine, from Josh Tongue against his old teammates. Nothing too untoward. You never want to be too untoward to somebody who's capable of bowling at nearly 90 miles an hour. Not the best thing to do, but they'll be having a little chat, I'm sure, as Taylor comes in to bowl to him, and he's beaten outside the off stump by one that didn't bounce very much, just scooted through a little bit to Roderick, that one, and bounced again before it reached the wicket keeper. 173 for 7 then. 3 men have gone since lunch. Clark 34, and in this over, in the space of 3 balls, James 36 and Liam Patterson White without scoring.
They're not going overly attacking though, Worcestershire, are they? Still just the 2 slips, and apart from that it's a ring field, third man back and fine leg as well. Could easily get another catcher in somewhere, even another slip, just given the way the ball is still moving about.
Taylor to Tongue. Tongue drives into the covers, thinks he's going to get off the mark, but gets back quickly as Ethan Brooks comes round to do the fielding. So that is the end of the over from, not Ethan Brooks, Jack Home, who's on as a substitute. Matthew Waite had gone off, he's just come back on. So there we go, end of the over, 173 for 7. 9 runs the deficit. It's still pretty tight.
Yeah, what an over. This changes the course of this game, provided Worcestershire can follow that up by taking these last 3 wickets reasonably quickly. Of course, we saw what happened when Nottinghamshire were at the ball, and Worcestershire managed to have a bit of a later fight back to get up to that total of, what was it, 182. A bit of a different complexion to the innings, but Ethan Brooks continues. Verena on strike. He's been watching all sorts happen from the non-striker's end recently. Now that he's back facing, he punches that one on the back foot straight to extra cover.
Lots of tweets about the dual internationals. John Hope says, don't forget Jim Coombs. He wasn't an international, but he was a brilliant county cricketer and played in goal for West Bromwich Albion, Aston Villa. John Osborne was also here, not as a player, as a commercial manager. Was West Brom's goalkeeper when they won the cup in '68. Another dot here, sorry. And Jim Dale says Liam Botham, Ian's son, was a pretty successful dual sportsman, played county cricket and pro rugby. And Joe Hart, of course. Joe Hart was a academy left arm seam bowler here at New Road before he realised that he could make more money punching the ball than bowling it.
Here's Brooks turned off the back foot by Verena, straight to mid wicket. Liam Botham's interesting one because that's very recent, because he's still a professional. He's a Welsh international rugby player. He's got a good story about Alan Wynne-Jones when they were in Welsh training. I think he was accidentally talking while Alan Wynne was giving a line-out call or something, and he just got a stare, kind of like as a school teacher would stare at a naughty child, and kind of just looked at him and said, "You finished there, Jim." And I think that it was one of his first training sessions, and it shut him up pretty quickly. That's defended on the front foot by Verena into the offside, no run.
And Guy Fenny says Brian McKechnie, the All Black, played in the 70s and 80s, dual rugby and cricket, which is pretty good. And the one I was trying to think of, Jeff Wilson, of course, in the 1990s, played ODIs for New Zealand but was an All Black. So yeah, I mean that's pretty phenomenal, isn't it, when you get to be that good at two sports.
Brooks comes in, defended on the front foot. There must be a few Australians as well, given the amount of sport they play. I know Alex Carey, the current wicketkeeper, was a very good Aussie rules player. I'm not sure if he ever played professionally, but I think he had a choice between professional sports at one point when he was younger.
Enough of this. We must get back to what's happening here at New Road. Ethan Brooks, who as far as I know is only a cricketer, in again now.
Driven down the ground, yeah, beautiful. We've seen that area take a lot of action today, and Verena takes his turn to lean on one down the ground through mid-on, and he ends the over with a boundary, 174 for 7. Verena moves on to 22. Josh Tongue will be on strike, yet to double the scorers, having faced 3 deliveries.
The trouble for Brooks is that he's only medium pace, and in the red ball game, without the field that he can bowl with in the white ball game, his margins for error are so small, and he tries to mix it up. He has produced some very good spells, very useful spells and good wickets this year, but have to try and mix it up, and not that easy to do so when the ball's old and probably a bit damp as well, to be fair, and he just paid the price every time he's got it wrong here. And that was a lovely shot from Verena, who's played pretty well actually. A bit impressive, 22 off 42, but it's been chanceless and it's been measured, I think, really. He's allowed the batters at the other end to play more shots. Josh Tongue yet to get off the mark, faces Tom Taylor, and he does play a decent shot, and he is off the mark, and he's going to get 2. I don't think, will he come back for 3? No. Probably should have done, actually. I think the running might just have been a little bit lazy there, because it went almost to the rope, bobbling on that rough area in front of the ladies' pavilion, but they didn't run the first one that quickly, and therefore they didn't get back for a 3rd. So Tongue stays on strike, which suits Worcestershire, and well, they're just 3 runs in arrears now. So in a minute they'll be building something of a first innings lead, unless Taylor can do something about it. Comes in now to bowl to Tongue, and almost beats him, beats him outside the off stump. Again, didn't bounce much, just skidded through about shin height to Gareth Roderick behind the stumps. I'll tell you one thing it does, though, Nathan, when we have these conversations about dual sport and people start sending ideas in, it proves someone's out there.
They are. We are.
Someone's out there.
They are listening, not just speaking into the void, which I'm sure has happened on occasion.
Oh yes. And sometimes everybody's grateful that we are, as well as Taylor bowls, and that's a good shot from Tongue, punched up to mid-on, and Well, I've seen Nottinghamshire do that before. He runs across from mid-on behind the bowler, and it just basically, as one captain I used to play for called it, just sticks a clog on it, and he just basically stops it with his foot. They get through for a single, but he prevents any further damage. These days you don't see it very often. Bob Willis used to do it all the time, as did many big fast bowlers. Run round and just put a clog on it. Saw Jofra Archer do it actually the other day in
He did.
One Day International.
Yeah.
Can be quite effective.
Speaking of dual sportsmen, sticking your boot on a cricket ball.
Yeah. Outside the off stump from Taylor. Verena leaves it alone. So 1 run. 2 runs. Just 2 runs behind now. Notts 180 for 7. Tea is an hour away. And it's been an entertaining afternoon since lunch was taken at 121 for 4. 3 wickets gone down. 2 of them to this man, Tom Taylor. And it's still a reasonably close contest. As Taylor is in and bowls and Verena drives. Again, he's driven straight so well throughout this innings, and not for the first, second or even third time. He doesn't get runs because of bowler doing his own fielding. So just speaking of close games as well, I'll give you just give an update on what's happened down at the Oval. If I can find it in a minute, that tight one at the top of the table, which this game is also crucial in that battle for the championship. Well, there you go. Surrey and Warwickshire almost parity. Surrey are in fact 10 runs ahead as Taylor completes that over. 180 for 7 here. So Warwickshire actually got a first innings lead of 2 in that game, and in the second innings Surrey are 12 without loss. So really difficult to call that one, and this one also pretty tight. 180 for 7.
Brooks will continue from the New Road end. You were right when you said he gets through his overs quickly. He doesn't hang around too much. He's bowled his 2 pretty sharpish. He's going to change his field, I think. He's just going to have the 1 slip in. Going to bring another catcher behind square, kind of like a backward point / gully, as I think Frank is going to take a break. Dave is going to join us now shortly. So packed offside field, backward point, cover, catching cover, mid-off. As Brooks comes in, Tongue drives down the ground, and it's a diving stop at mid-on. Keeps Tongue on strike. Good result that for Worcestershire. And keeps the number 9 facing Brooks here. Catching mid-wicket in place as well. Deep square and fine leg, just in case Brooks decides to go straighter or even shorter with Tongue on strike. But as Frank was saying earlier, Dave, perhaps when Josh Tongue is on strike, you have to keep one eye on the fact that you have to face him later if you're going to start bowling short. But Brooks probably doesn't have the express pace required to challenge anyone at that length, as this fuller delivery is driven into the offside, no run.
Now I think the days of the fast bowlers union have long since disappeared, and you know you're going to get one from Josh Tongue anyway, so if you've got the chance to give him one first, get your retaliation in first, as somebody once said.
In comes Brooks, shorter run up, that's driven through the leg side this time, stopped by mid-wicket, who's fielding very close to the bat. He's in a catching position now.
I can't leave you two in charge of anything, can I, for half an hour? Notts were easing in on that Warwickshire total when I last went off mic half an hour ago, but Tom Taylor with those 2 wickets in the same over really made a mess of Nottinghamshire's first innings.
Full and straight from Brooks, defended by Tongue straight back. It was sensational over that. Yeah, what was it? Two inside 3 deliveries.
I think Lyndon James has possibly played the best innings that we've seen from anyone in Nottinghamshire colours. He was very fluent, 7 boundaries in his 35. Timing it nicely, giving the innings a real bit of momentum.
Defended down the ground by Tongue. He's looked resolute in defence so far. Hasn't really been troubled in, the 11 deliveries he's faced now. He played one of the best shots I've seen today, with that effortless flick off the pads, just kind of a short arm jab, timed it beautifully, and it raced to the fence. And it's one of those where you hit it and you just don't move, you just stand there and scratch out your guard. You know you've timed it perfectly. As that's half an appeal, as tongue is hit on the pad, but quickly turned down as it looks very leg side. 62 overs gone. 180 for 7. The deficit is still 2 runs as Brooks finishes up with a maiden there.
Yeah, you hope one of the many photographers on the ground has just managed to get the elegant pose, the nice little Dave Bradley on the public address system, just trying to rev up a bit of interest for the tees, I think, in the ladies' pavilion. The score is 180 for 7 for Notts. They're 2 behind. Really need to have a solid contribution here from this pair, you'd imagine, if they're to eke out a sizable lead. Start of a new over, and it's driven into the offside by Verena from the bowling of Tom Taylor. And they've gone just for a fairly leisurely 2, so that brings the scores level. 182 plays 182 for 7.
Yeah, I think Carl Verena has realised that Josh Tongue is not the quickest between the wickets, so he wasn't overly keen in pushing for a third run there. I think he keeps the strike as well, senior batter and all that.
Of course, the bowlers have got to adjust to different lengths for this pair. Tongue much taller than the South African wicketkeeper, who's on strike now. Taylor with 3 wickets in this innings, and again driven in the same spot through extra cover, just threading a path through the field to give Notts a first innings lead. At the moment it's only worth 2, but a lead is a lead. Verena on to 26, and it's 184 for 7.
Yeah, keeping D'Oliveira busy there, as twice he's had to chase that one all the way out to the boundary and pull out a sliding stop to save 4 on each occasion.
Just poor captaincy, isn't it, really, getting himself into a position where he's got to do all the running.
Well, he's been busy today. The amount of shots that have been down the ground, and D'Oliveira has put himself at mid-off for as long as I can remember, and he's had to do a lot of fielding in that position. I suspect it's deliberate. You know, he is a strong fielder, and he knows that his bowlers are bowling straight. Get your better fielders in the danger areas.
Taylor in again, and edged and caught, and Verena's gone. Notts get the lead, but they lose their 8th wicket to the next ball, and Taylor has 4. Good catch at second slip, with Verena just starting to go really from third slip to 4th and 5th and 6th in almost one shot there, and he's gone hard at that one. Been taken at second slip, and Notts with a lead of just 2. Only have 2 wickets left, and it'll be Dylan Pennington to come out and join Josh Tongue. Good catch by Ben Allison. Verena out. And Nottinghamshire, I think, will be grateful for any sort of advantage they can get from here on in.
Yeah, good catching height that for a slip. That's where you want it, kind of around chest high, belly button high even. And he had to move a bit to his right, so he did take a bit of a tumble, did Ben Allison. But having put 1 down earlier in the cordon, Worcestershire have taken the last couple that have come their way, snaffled them. I wonder, just again, as Taylor has gotten enough movement away off the pitch just to take the outside edge. Verena was confident. He played 2 very nice looking drives through extra cover, but hit them towards probably one of the longer boundaries on this ground, towards wide long off or extra cover. So he picked up a couple of 2s, and he just thought he'd keep going, keep trying to drive the ball. This one wasn't quite as full, wasn't really there to drive, and it might have just left him. And as he said, a good catch at second slip by Allison.
New man is Dylan Pennington, getting a full briefing from Josh Tongue out there. They shared 7 wickets together yesterday for Nottinghamshire. Can they put together any sort of partnership here to frustrate the home side? Just Mo Abbas to come. Tom Taylor now has figures of 4 for 64. This is his 19th over. Of course, he started well last night, getting a Seba Mead out for naught, just the second ball of the innings, and since lunch he's had Lyndon James, Liam Patterson-White, got those 2 in the same over, and now shortly afterwards Carl Verena follows.
Still just 2 slips in, Worcestershire not being overly attacking.
Pennington makes contact with his first delivery, just plays it up to the Worcestershire skipper at mid-off. And there's no run, 184 for 8.
Surely you get another slip in. You're bowling to number, 9 and 10. The ball is still moving around. You've got your fielders back behind square on the boundary for the tail enders, fine leg and third man, fair enough, but surely you get a third slip in, or bring that man at cover in catching, or given that the way the ball has kind of been hit hard down the ground on occasion, maybe a catching straight fielder could be a play here.
I think it's a good call. Pennington, right-hander of course, eases this into the offside, and there's no run. Did have a half century during his Worcestershire days down at Chelmsford, shared in a big stand down there with Jake Libby 3 or 4 years ago. Not quite reached the same dizzy heights since moving to Trent Bridge, but he's hung around in 1 or 2 really important matches this season. Strike now and digs this one out, but won't get a run. And that's the end of the over. Another successful one then for Tom Taylor. Notts 184 for 8 here on BBC Hereford and Worcester, BBC Radio Nottingham, 5 Sports Extra Stream 2 and on the Worcestershire live feed. Yeah, 61 he had this season against Yorkshire at Trent Bridge. That was one of the Kookaburra games, but shouldn't take that away from him, should we? There isn't an asterisk there saying this was made with a soft ball on a helpful surface against bowlers that by and large knew they were in for a bit of a hiding. So he has had some runs to his name this season. Slightly trickier conditions here, I would venture to suggest.
Very much so, and it'll just get trickier here as Worcester have made a change from the new road end. So Ethan Brooks got a couple of overs in to try and increase the over rate, but with the 2 tail enders in, Ben Allison now has the ball in hand. Fresh off taking that catch at second slip, in he comes with Josh Tongue on strike, and that's a strong looking defensive shot from Tongue. Big stride down the pitch. Defends to mid-off. He's looked good when he's defending so far. Has Tongue? Hasn't really been troubled.
He's also had a half century this year. First match of the season. His first innings for Nottinghamshire made 55 against Durham. That's almost all-rounder status, really. Got a 5 in that game as well.
Yeah, job to do here. The lead is just 2. With 2 wickets remaining. Here comes Allison. That's flicked nicely down the ground, but straight to mid-on, who has a cursory shy at the non-striker's end, but Pennington, I don't even think he'd left his ground at any stage in that delivery. Dot ball the end result.
Your figures are what your figures are. There's no getting away from that, says he, again spouting nonsense, but Ben Allison, 12 overs, 2 for 32. I just feel he's perhaps bowled a little better than that. He's been the most consistent of the seamers in terms of his line and length. He's not offered any width to anybody today. They've had to really work hard for their runs against him.
Full again, driven down the ground. Tongue just splices it a little bit. Can't beat mid-off. And they're consistently going full to Tongue here. I haven't really tested him out with anything. Not even necessarily short, but they haven't got him playing on the back foot at all, really. In how many deliveries has he faced now? 15. 3 runs to his name. He's been good though. He's been keeping out these footed deliveries. They've been targeting the stumps, and he's been up to the challenge so far. As Allison comes in again, up past the umpire, into his delivery stride, flicked beautifully by Tongue, and that'll be 4 runs. Just a touch too straight, and Josh Tongue cashes in with a lovely flick through mid-wicket.
Yeah, Notts would welcome a little partnership here, and one for the last wicket as well. Clearly this game is rapidly moving forward, but Notts would like to have Worcestershire a decent number of runs behind when they bat for a second time, if they can possibly manufacture it. Only 6 in front now with these 2 wickets left, but that was a nice shot of intent from Josh Tongue. Yeah,
just too straight from Allison. We'll see how does he correct his line on this occasion. Oh, he's beaten the outside edge, and that one kept low. It's almost gone underneath Josh Tongue's bat, and it's landed just in front of Roderick. His been decent carry actually for most of the day through to the wicketkeeper on this surface, but that one landed about 2 yards in front of him. Never easy for the wicketkeeper when that happens.
Worcestershire were blown away, or the top order was blown away in the first hour of play yesterday, 37 for 5. Notts were in a decent position in this innings, remember. They were 105 for 2. They were 173 for 5.
Allison in, beats the outside edge. That one wasn't as full as the previous 5 deliveries, and Tongue couldn't really get forward in defence as strongly as a result. It's a good delivery to finish the 64th over. 188 for 8 is the score for Notts, but most importantly, they lead by 6 runs with 2 wickets remaining.
Yes, with every passing moment in this game, Gareth Roderick's 61 looks better and better. It's still the top scorer in the game. In fact, he's having a fine all-round match. He's not had anything that's been particularly difficult today, but he's had 4 edges that he's gobbled up to go with that splendid half-century yesterday. From time to time, the umpires have just held up play a little bit themselves with a coming together to discuss heaven knows what. I think they're keen to make sure that bowlers don't just finish spells and go off. Jake Libby's trotting off at the moment. He's not a bowler, clearly, but from time to time players have left the field and they've wanted to know why, and they've consulted with each other, passed information across to each other. Hold up here.
Well, it was a strange one as when Matthew Waite went off almost mid-spell at one point, but I think that was just a comfort break because he only went off for 1 over and he was quickly back on to come and restart his spell. Oh, okay, there was a delay because they didn't have enough fielders on the pitch. The 12th man he's getting his jumper on and his cap on as he comes in to field at backward point.
I don't know if there was some sort of issue with Jake Libby, but he wasn't going to hang about and wait for the 12th man. He ran off. Don't know if he, sometimes you can get a cut finger or something. Start of a new over from Tom Taylor. This has worked up to mid-on. I don't recall in the last over having to make a stop from a fiercely struck shot that might just have split the webbing or something, but off he went. He wasn't going to wait for the 12th man.
You panicked me ever so slightly when you said the umpires were coming together, because anytime those 2 officials come together, because we actually can't, you might, because you're further over to the left, you might be able to see.
No, not really. I can only see grey the same as you and everybody else.
Over to our right hand side is where the weather comes from, and they keep looking over there.
Next ball is worked away nicely by Pennington through mid-wicket, and he's going to get some number of runs here. In fact, he's going to get 4. The ball just winning the race out towards deep mid-wicket, and Dylan Pennington getting himself off the mark with 4. I'm not going to insult Worcestershire supporters, listeners, viewers by suggesting that we're anywhere near the southwest, but they've been off for quite some time down at Taunton, and I did see this morning that the weather would be sort of blowing across the country from the southwest, as it so often does, and they've been off, as I say, for quite some time at Taunton, where Somerset 266 for 4. Taylor in again to Pennington, and plays this one to mid-on, and there's no run. So hopefully, if they have had some prolonged showers down there, they sort of dissipate before they reach this part of the world.
Well, it happened yesterday, didn't it? We couldn't see the weather coming in from the right hand side as we look at it. We're kind of a deep third man in our commentary box. We couldn't see it, and all of a sudden the umpires came together. The ground staff on the far side of the ground near the cathedral were looking a bit twitchy, and off we went, and everyone said, hang on, what's going on here? And lo and behold, we were off for well over 2 hours with thunder and lightning. So
192 for 8 as Pennington drives into the offside. No run.
So quite literally in that case, what do we know? But so just keeping half an eye on the umpires, and more importantly the ground staff. I think they're always an indicator of what's going on weather-wise. But no movement yet. All the covers and the accoutrements and vehicles for bringing the covers on, they are all unmanned at the minute, which is a good sign.
Yes, they have the little mini tractor here that Drags all the covers on. Of course, at Trembridge we're used to the hover cover starting up and making its way out to the middle as Pennington blocks this ball from Taylor into the offside. And there's no run. Pennington 4, Tong 7 at lunch. Notts were 121 for 4. Lost Joe Clark, second ball of the afternoon session without adding to his 34. Lyndon James made 35. Neil Patterson-White didn't really get the opportunity to get going. A second ball LBW decision against him, out for naught, and then Carl Verheyen at the latest to go. It was 184 for 8. We've had 8 runs since then. Next ball is cut away into the offside by Pennington, and there'll be a couple of runs as we've been joined by listeners to Sports Extra here at New Road, where the dark clouds are rumbling across the ground. Just speculating that similar sort of thing happened yesterday, and we ended up mid to late afternoon getting a 3-hour stoppage. Let's just hope the rain, which has forced them off at Taunton, hasn't made its way up here. The match situation, Notts 194 for 8. It means they have taken a first innings lead. Worcestershire were all out yesterday for 182. Notts going along nicely before losing 3 wickets for 13 runs to get into this little predicament they find themselves in now. The 2 former Worcestershire players have got 7 wickets between them yesterday out there. Dylan Pennington and Josh Tong. I'm Dave Bracegirdle. Alongside me, it's Nathan Johns.
Ben Allison to continue from the New Road end. 2 slips in play, catching mid-wicket. Tong on strike, and he tries to drive down the ground. An inside edge takes it to that man, close in at mid-wicket, and there is no run. I think I saw a slightly menacing message pop up on Frank's iPad that there are storm clouds gathering behind us, which of course we can't see. So somebody in the ground is listening to our weather chat and trying to be helpful. Helpful but pessimistic, dare I say. We shall see how the afternoon progresses. People who know more about the trustworthy weather forecasts than I do in the press box here, we're chatting about rain that is due at some point this afternoon. We wait and see as Tong attempts to flick that one down the leg side, but plays and misses, and Roderick actually spills as he tries to gather, but no harm done, and it's another dot.
The issue yesterday, of course, wasn't as much the dark clouds or the rain. Of course, the rain when it came was quite heavy, but it was the it was the lightning bolts that we could see in the distance getting closer and closer, and of course, understandably, everybody a little alarmed by that, and the players were off and the spectators were advised to take shelter.
Allison into Tong again, very strong, defending down the ground. It was a bit more than a defensive shot. It was a push, rather. He timed it nicely, but it's straight to mid-off. Yeah, there was one blast of lightning in particular. It was actually one of the most spectacular storms I've seen. It was quite close by, and it landed, as we look at it, straight in front of us. So there's a collection of taller trees just at the right-hand side of the cathedral here at New Road, and it just kind of looked like it hit those perfectly. I mean, it was probably miles behind it, but the way it lined up, and it was next to the cathedral, it was like a picturesque lightning strike, to say the least, in a darkly beautiful sort of way. Here comes Allison, that's driven on the up, actually. That wasn't quite as full as the other deliveries, but it's the same result. Tong picks out mid-off.
Yeah, for many years in this press box there used to be a little diagram of the ground, and there was an index as to what all the different trees were, because I think from this commentary position, as much as anywhere in the country, you can see so many different sorts of trees, chestnuts and willows and elms, and I'm really going into a territory I'm not too comfortable with, but there's so many different trees we can see. There used to be a little map in here.
Tong misses and is hit on the pad. A stifled appeal from behind the stumps, always going down leg. Well, you sound much more comfortable going into that territory than I am. I'll let you work away with the tree territory.
No, not at all. It is something that, we talk about every day, and I know there are some commentators on the circuit that are brilliant at all the different cloud formations and what they mean, and describing them beautifully, and also the trees, also the birds. I mean, they all all our staples of essentially what we spend almost every day, every summer looking at, but I'm not very good at them myself.
Oh, hit on the pad again is Tongue, but this one looks high. Another stifled appeal is quickly turned away. 66 overs gone. Nottinghamshire 194 for 8, and they now lead by 12.
Yeah, 4 of the wickets to Tom Taylor, 4 for 70 from 20 overs. Karam Shahzad, the Pakistan Test bowler, 1 for 42. Matt Waite, 1 for 32 from 13. Ben Allison now 14 overs, 2 for 36, and Ethan Brooks 3 overs, none for 10. On paper, 5 right arm, medium fast seamers, but they've all offered a little bit of something different, haven't they? They've all presented various challenges, including Karam Shahzad, who's coming back into the attack to replace Tom Taylor. Shahzad, who got the wicket this morning, or straight after lunch, in fact, of Joe Clark, comes in now to bowl, and there's a genuine play and a miss from Dylan Pennington. We were around this morning when I told the tale of how Karam Shahzad actually got into my car last night.
You tried to abduct him.
He was walking. Clearly Mohammed Abbas was going to run him back to wherever they were going, maybe for something to eat or back to the hotel, just to have a bit of a catch up. Of course, teammates in the Pakistan Test side and squad, and Mohammed Abbas clicked his car keys to unlock the doors just at the same time as I was doing mine, and Shahzad went straight to my car and got himself into the passenger seat. Here he is bowling to Pennington, who checks his drive into the offside, no run, 194 for 8. I said to Mo, am I taking him or you?
I suppose an indirect compliment in a way, if he thought that your car could be the car that's driven by a Pakistan international.
I think it was potentially a hire car that Mo Abbas had got, because he didn't seem all that certain about all the controls at first, and ended up sort of gesturing that I should move out of the way first, so he could be
leave him in peace.
Give him a bit more room to get out of the car park here, which is always fairly congested. Here's Shahzad from the Diglis end, bowls, and that's, I presume if it was off the outside edge, we'll just have a bit of a check. Pennington just nicking it, and it's gone down for second slip. Yeah, it was the outside edge. Single taken. One more to Nottinghamshire, 195 for 8, so the lead extends to 13. Ben Allison throwing himself full length. It's one of those, sometimes they stick, sometimes they don't, and that one didn't.
Yeah, just as we look at the replay, it left Pennington, and yeah, he is at full stretch, isn't he? Yeah, I don't think he could have got there with 2 hands on second viewing. Interesting that he is still fielding at slip, even though he's bowling. I always think it's harder to go back into fielding mode and catching mode when you're bowling at the other end.
This latest delivery is just pushed to mid-off. Jake Libby's still off the field, isn't he? We're not seeing him come back. He did seem as if he had an urgent appointment that he had to get off the field. He wasn't waiting for the 12th man to come and spell him 10 minutes or so ago, and just ran off.
Interesting. Hasib Hamid I've seen him doing laps of various stands. I think he's popping into the changing room now. He may or may not have gone to the car park earlier, but he's fully in his whites, so he expects to be out in the field again at some point soon.
Here comes Shahzad in and bowls, and again slightly edgish, runs down to third man. Another single. 196 for 8. In the good old days of 3 years ago, maybe 4 years ago, we'd be saying Notts only need 4 for a point, and of course at this stage of the season and the position they're in, all bonus points absolutely vital. But it's about 3 or 4 years ago they changed it from 200 to 250 before the first batting point. Shahzad bowl chipped back towards him. Might have been a caught and bowled chance. He didn't get a fingernail on it in truth, but it seemed to be hit very straight back towards the bowler, and it's gone straight down the ground for 4. And Notts do bring the 200 up, with Dylan Pennington taking the aerial route past the bowler's outstretched right arm. Jake Libby is just coming back onto the field, so thankfully he's okay. So the 200 up for Notts, 200 for 8. They lead by 18. Dylan Pennington has 11. Josh Tong has 8, and there's just Mohammed Abbas to come.
Yeah, that was dead straight from Pennington. Nearly took out the umpire. Shazad stuck out an arm, but I don't think he ever had a hope of getting that one on his follow-through. Not even a half chance, really. Like I said, the umpire had more chances of taking that one than Shazad on his follow-through. But an eventful over with the drop diving catch, the second slip by Ben Allison, who of course is going to bowl now from the New Road end, continuing his spell, and then that chip down the ground. I didn't think he timed it all that well, actually, but it just flew away up the hill towards the Basil d'Oliveira stand, and brings 4 runs to Pennington. Here's Allison now, Josh Tong in his sights, up towards the umpire. Shorter off the thigh pad, I think. And that will run down to fine leg for 1. Tong thinks about a second, but he doesn't. Just wait and see. What does the umpire signal? Is it leg buys or runs? Leg buys given. So an extra to the total. Just the 5th extra of this innings. Haven't been very many. They've not been a feature of Worcestershire's bowling display. They bowl very straight, tight lines to the stumps. No surprises perhaps that we have just the 5 extras. Pennington just takes guard. It just delays Allison. He was trying to turn at the top of his mark and come straight in. Just has to check and wait for Pennington, who now pulls away as soon as Allison starts his run up. So he's going to have to go back and do it all again. Don't think Pennington is doing any sort of time wasting. Nothing really coming up that would suggest he is. But now he takes his guard and he's in position as Allison comes in. Bowls a good length ball in and around the off stump, defended on the front foot. 2 mid-off, no run. 2 slips waiting behind Pennington. Backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, deep square, and a fine leg. No one back at third man, but there is protection on that leg side. If Allison does just want to test one out on the middle half of the pitch. 2 for 36, his figures so far today. Allison, Pennington 11, Tong 8, lead is 19. Full again, defended again. Mid-off does the fielding. Back-to-back deliveries. Matthew Wade actually he's bowling this to D'Oliveira at mid-on. I wonder, is that a sign that he's just loosening up a little bit? Another bowling change incoming. It would be a short spell if that happened, because Shazad has only just come on, and this is Allison's, I think it's just the second over of this spell from him. .52 overs left in the day after this. Of course, weather dependent. There are a few showers in which are forecasted, as that one's full and defended by Pennington. 3 dot balls consecutively faced by him. Now, after the leg bye, brought him on strike with the first delivery of this 68th over. Yeah, just things have calmed down a little bit. This is a very sedate over in comparison to what happened in the previous set of 6 from Shazad. Drop catch at second slip. Allison himself, who is bowling now, he pulled out a big dive to his right hand side and couldn't cling on as Pennington nicked behind. And then there was nearly a caught and bowled chance as Pennington drove down the ground. This one off the pad, again a stifled appeal, but it's going well down leg. Roderick comes round to clean up and make sure they don't take another leg by. Just trying to see around this pole. Do they still have a fielder out in the deep on the leg side? They do. Oh, it's hard to see actually. You see the player in whites next to the white sheet, but you can just see a green hat sticking out. Here comes Allison. Full and driven. It's a nice sounding shot, but he hasn't picked the gap. And once again, Matthew Wade at mid-off comes around to cut that one off. 68 overs gone. Notts 201 for 8. And Frank, they lead by 19.
Yeah, frustrating. These two, aren't they? 2 Worcestershire old boys out there. Neither of them a recognised batter, but at the same time, neither of them a real bunny. Pennington made a first-class 50 for Worcestershire, I remember, down at Chelmsford, first game of the season a few years ago. And Josh Tongue who comes in ahead of Pennington, has looked pretty capable for his 8 runs so far. Pennington has 11. Tongue has faced 27 deliveries. Pennington 18. Pennington's offered that one chance. Bowling change is happening. Khurram Shahzad being withdrawn from the attack at the Diglis end, and Matthew Waite coming back into the attack. Whether there's a slight niggle or not, I don't know. Jake Libby's back out there, having been off the field after being stung by a wasp.
Oh, was that what it was?
Yeah.
We were trying to figure out, because he ran off very quickly as if it was urgent.
Waite bowls and Tongue works this one away on the onside. There might have been a single there, but decides against it. Neither of these two is going to be scampering up and down between the wickets. 201 for 8 then, so Worcestershire still in touch with Notts. The lead is just 19. If they can keep it below sort of 30, I always think it's not too significant. If a lead in a low scoring game gets over 30, gets up towards 50, then it becomes a bit more of a psychological barrier, I think, as Worcestershire head coach Alan Richardson wandering around the boundary down below us. Usually when he does that, he has something to say to somebody at some point on the way around. Can't see any of his bowlers fielding on the boundary at the moment. Waite is in and bowls, and Tongue is pushing this one out on the onside. He's got Rayana Davalath down at long leg. Will be the first Worcestershire fielder that he comes into contact with, although he's stepped away from the rope now. Oh, picked up a practice ball that appears to have found its way into the sheeting down behind the bowler's arm at the New Road end of the ground. Clouded over a bit now. I don't think there's any imminent rain forecast. Rain expected tonight, certainly, overnight, and tomorrow some rain, I think, as Taylor Waite bowls and Tongue is forward, playing out on the offside. Again, the bowler does his own fielding.
Yeah, well, that trip wasn't just to retrieve the lost ball from the sheets. The way he was kind of angling towards the covers, it looked like he had spotted that from a fair distance off, and it's one of those things that, you know, you see it and you can't unsee it. It's annoying you. You have to go and get it. He's now...
he's going up to the office. I think he's maybe going up to the office, perhaps. Maybe he wasn't looking to impart some knowledge to the bowlers as Tongue drives on the up into the covers, but Kashif Ali does the fielding. There's no run. Change in the field now. Waite sending man out to deep mid-wicket. Latigan. Is he going to bang one in short, or is it the bluff and he's going to bowl the Yorker? Tongue Waite, bat raised. 2 slips there. Man on the drive at short mid-wicket. Halfway through the over. Faced 30 deliveries for his 8, Josh Tongue. And hasn't played many sweeter shots than that. A lovely drive on the up into the covers, but doesn't beat the diving Kashif. So there's no addition.
Yeah, just practicing that shot again. You can be pretty pleased with that, despite the lack of scoring. And Kashif Ali's just shaking his hand out. I think that one stung on the way through. I probably shouldn't use that phrase now that Libby actually was stung by a wasp. But
I haven't known that happen for a while.
It's been a long time since I've seen that happen on a cricket pitch. Changing the field, Ben Allison has come out of second slip, and he's actually gone into a catching position in what, kind of like a short extra cover. Another man on the drive, both sides of the wicket, leg side and offside now.
Waiting again, bowls, and that's a lovely shot from Josh Tongue, and he's unlucky that he didn't get 4 there, because it's driven it straight back up the pitch, and it has cannoned into the stumps at the non-striker's end, bounced off to mid-off, fielded there, throw into the stumps at the striker's end as Pennington came through. That hit the stumps too. Bales were off at both ends. Batsman thought about an overthrow, decided against it. All sorts of activity. End result, 1 run to Josh Tongue. He goes to 9, he keeps the strike, and it's 202 for 8.
What a shot that was. Josh Tongue looks in very good nick when he's driving the ball. He played back-to-back drives through extra cover and then down the ground there, both of which deserved a boundary, and he only ended up getting 1 run. Although he could have come back for an overthrow after D'Oliveira's throw at Pennington's end. Cannoned into the stumps and could easily have gone off for overthrows, but as he said, the end result is just 1, which means Tongue keeps the strike. He's on 9, having faced 33 deliveries. Ben Allison to continue. Man catching in at mid-wicket now. That's flicked off the hip. Deep square will come round, and he should keep it to 1. Kashi Valley out there, he does. Pennington comes on strike as Tongue takes his score into double figures. 203 for 8 now. The lead ticks over to 21. Pennington just does some gardening as he now gets ready to take strike. 2 slips waiting for him. Man catching mid-wicket, deep square, fine leg, mid-on, mid-off, cover and point. As Allison turns, gets into his stride towards the crease, flicked down the ground, straight to mid-on, no run.
Surrey 39 without loss now against Warwickshire, lead by 38 in their second innings. That game is on a knife edge, it really is. Just wonder if Surrey will just be too strong for Warwickshire. Warwickshire maybe missed their chance. They were in a good position, weren't they, overnight?
Yeah, it's the right time to bat as well. It always flattens out as the game goes on at the Oval. That's driven nicely by Pennington. That'll be 4. Well, Josh Tongue in the previous over was showing off his array of drives, and Pennington follows suit with a lovely shot through extra cover, which brings him a boundary that takes him to 15, having faced 20 deliveries so far. Yeah, just over pitched from Allison. Bit of a floated delivery outside off. A tired looking delivery, dare I say. Worcestershire just struggling to create many chances here, with numbers 9 and 10 at the crease. What's this partnership worth now? Well, I'll find out in a second after this Allison delivery. Big LBW appeal and given.
I've seen that before. Pennington quite stiff-legged forward push and pinned in front, I think.
Yeah, full straight from Allison. The next ball, after being driven for 4, yeah, just plays all around his front pad. Doesn't really come down the pitch. Clatters into that front dog, and it looked to be hitting middle and leg, I think, upon second viewing. As the replay comes up here, yeah, that looked very adjacent, certainly in front of middle, probably going on to hit middle and leg. Pennington goes 15 off 21, 207 is the score. Worcestershire have 1 wicket left to get. The lead is up around 25, nearing that 30-run mark that you were saying earlier is the point of frustration.
Well, okay, you know, a lead of 30 can be overturned in a few overs, can't it? But I mean, obviously you can go out and lose a couple of quick wickets and it can be more significant, but you don't worry too much about it, I don't think. And games are often, you know, they're turned around, aren't they? But a lead of 50 in a game where 200 is par, I think is quite significant. So Worcester, they'll want to wrap it up. You were asking about that partnership, 23 for that 9th wicket, which is not massive, but it's, again, in a low-scoring game, 10% of the total or thereabouts. It's reasonably significant, isn't it? But you look down the card, I said it before, Roderick's 61 is still the highest score in the game, and Peter Moore's in the Notts dressing room will look at 24, 56, 34, 36, 26, and he'll think, you know what, if just one of those guys had gone on to get 75 or 80, then it would have made a big difference.
Yeah, it's almost the opposite of what happened in the Worcestershire innings, isn't it? Where the only scores of note was somebody who went on to get a score which looks even better and better as this game goes on. Gareth Roderick 61. Tom Taylor did get 40, of course, as well, but no one else passed 20 in that Worcestershire innings. Mohamed Abbas is in at number 11. He's got 2 deliveries here to survive. Ben Allison coming in, 2 slips in play. That's an inside edge towards short mid-wicket. Oliver just flicks that through his legs, quite acrobatically that, as he fielded it. No run. 1 delivery remaining in this Allison over. This is his 16th. He's now got 3 wickets, 3 for 41 are his figures so far. 6 maidens in there as well. Still not going overly attacking with the field. Worcestershire, well, they've no need to now really with the final delivery of the over. Backward point just goes back to the boundary. They'd be more than happy to give Abbas a single. I suspect he won't take it, and well, he won't be given an option to take one here as he just pushes that one on the front foot straight to mid-off. End of the over, a wicket-taking one for Allison. As we said, his third of the innings. Notts 207 for 9. The lead is at 25.
Yep, very, very good effort from Josh Tongue so far. He's faced 30 balls for his 10. It's not the sort of innings that he often plays, but has played very sensibly. A couple of really good shots straight to fielders, just trying to make this lead a little bit more significant. You might see him play a couple of shots now, I reckon. And the field is reminiscent of that we saw when Roderick was batting at the end with the Worcestershire tail yesterday. It spread to all parts, and just a couple of men saving one. As he's taken on the pad, drops out on the onside. He picks it up for the Worcestershire fielders, hands the ball to Gareth Roderick. So we've got a slip in, and then we've got a man on the drive at short mid wicket, man at mid on, and an extra cover, mid off very deep, everybody else on the edge. So they're giving him one if he wants it, but they're also trying to just cut off that clip through mid wicket as well. I'm thinking he might just get under that and give a catch to that fielder on the drive. In fact, he edges and gives a catch to Gareth Roderick. So 207 all out as that wicket falls. Josh Tongue, the last man to go for 10. That leaves Mohammed Abbas not out on Nor. Gareth Roderick picks up a 5th catch of the innings. A nice one taken low down to his right, and the wicket is taken, and the innings closes with a first innings lead of 25. So not that significant after all, and impressive performance from the Worcestershire seamers really. Today they've been fairly miserly as a unit, and the innings concludes with Matthew Waite picking up the final wicket. So the bowling figures in that innings of 207 in 70.2 overs. Taylor 4 for 70, leading wicket taker in Division 1 before this game. Shazad 1 for 48, Waite 2 for 33, Allison 3 for 41. Top scorer was Freddie McCann with 56. It's a story of batters getting in and not going on to anything significant. The lead is fewer than they would have hoped, and the eventual total is 207. And I think T will be taken.
Yeah, I think I overheard the in-ground PA here, and it's just come up as well on the YouTube stream. So
there we are. T will be taken, and we will be back after tea at around about 25 minutes to 4 to bring you commentary on Worcestershire's second innings. Notts with a first innings lead of 25, and well, anybody's game still, as long as the weather doesn't interrupt too much, Nathan.
Yes, you definitely think so. I think Worcestershire would have taken that lead of under 30. Given the way the game state was last night, they of course got that one wicket not overnight, before the close of play. And I think given most of the Notts batters, as you said, got in, the fact that nobody then managed to go in and take the game away from them, I think it's a testament to the way that they just control things nicely. A little bit of help off the surface, not as much as there was yesterday, dare I say, but they just kept their lines very tight. They bowled stump to stump for the majority of the day, and bar one or two difficult chances being taken, they held their catches as well, which is obviously also an important consideration. So yeah, Notts frustrated that the amount of starts that didn't turn into big knocks, but I think credit needs to go to Worcestershire that they managed to keep those batters in check by just bowling straight.
So there we are, 207 all out. First innings lead of 25 for Notts. We will be back on all platforms. That's 5 Live Sports Extra 2, or 5 Sports Extra 2 as it should be called, I think, on the BBC website and app. And of course on the live stream when play begins just after 3:30. Until then, this is Frank Watson on behalf of Dave Bracegirdle and Nathan John saying good afternoon and thank you very much for being with us. Do join us again when we return. Nice feeling as Pennington comes in and bowls, and he's edging this one. Bounced in front of slip. End of the over. He's faced 11 deliveries at Avalath, yet to score. Big moment for him. It's not a debut, but he's on a pair and he hasn't played for a couple of years, so it's a big moment. One without loss at the end of the second over.
I used to like it if it went down the leg side and it just brushed the outside of the pad or the flannels, and the umpire didn't notice that and get down to the far end, and he doesn't signal the leg by, gives you the run. That's even better when you get the run and you haven't hit it. Third over of the innings to be bowled by Mohammed Abbas. Bowls to Jake Libby. There's a bit of a strangled shout there. The ball dropped very close to Ben Slater, who went to kick it onto the stumps, but Libby hadn't gone anywhere. Once again, we welcome back listeners to Sports Extra, where I can tell you that the Worcestershire second innings has begun in bright, well, not exactly bright sunshine. We'll take anything at this stage of the day, but it's begun in sunshine. The ground is much brighter to look out from our pigeon coop at the back of the main stand. Next ball cut away for 4 by Libby. And he'll feel a lot better for that. What would Ryan Davalath have done for a delivery like that? Short and wide from Mohammed Abbas. As Frank was just saying, he remains on a pair, having gone without scoring yesterday morning. When the match began, Worcestershire 5 without loss, so they're still 20 behind Nottinghamshire, who collapsed quite dramatically in the session between lunch and tea. Bowled out for 207, so Worcestershire starting again 25 behind. Here's Abbas in again to Libby, and he'll turn this to mid-wicket, and there'll be several here. Josh Tong's after it, and will Josh Tong be able to cut it off? Just drags it back in very close proximity to the rope, and he's done well there, but they get 3. So Libby taking 7 from the last 2 deliveries.
I'm just reeling from you describing this venerable commentary box as a pigeon coop, David. Some of the great names in commentary have sat in this BBC box over the years.
8 without loss. Next ball on its way, and Davalath pushes it up to mid-off.
John Arlott and Brian Johnston and Don Mosey and Bill Frindle.
And in those times there would have been lots of pigeons cooing on the commentary, because it's only the last couple of years where they've put the netting up.
Yeah, did used to get them, didn't you? Yeah. Sitting outside by the effects mic. Yeah, they didn't come in though, as far as I'm aware. Anyway, I'll let you off.
8 without loss. 3 slips go down as Abbas bowls, and Davalath leaves it alone. Before tea, I was on with Nathan, and I was looking around. There used to be a little map in here, a guide to all the trees of New Road. Can you remember when that was here?
Yeah,
so it used to tell you the elms and the Worcester pears and what they all were.
Particularly sad to have lost the 2 horse chestnuts that were where that new fairly modern hospitality facility is at the Diglis end of the ground. There were 3, just 1 left. 2 were lost to disease, and they were a particularly pleasant addition. Or not.
Bass bowls, Davalath remains on naught as he shoulders arms. It goes through to the Notts wicket keeper, Carl Verena. Worcestershire 8 without loss in their second innings. This, if we get them all in, will be a marathon session of 49 overs. We've had 3 of them, and Worcestershire 8 on the board.
Yeah, addition the wrong word. A particularly nice feature of the ground, and people often used to sit in the shade of those trees, but sadly 2 of them lost to disease about 3 years ago, so just the 1 remaining now. And the Dollavera stand has also blocked off a lot of the trees that used to be on that little guide that you're talking about. Dylan Pennington from the New Road end runs away from us, blonde hair blowing in the breeze, bangs this one in short, and Jake Libby on the back foot plays defensively back up the pitch to his former teammate, and Worcestershire remain 8 without loss. We're talking about Ryan Davalath being on a pair. He's faced 12 deliveries now in this innings, And in the first innings, he was dismissed for naught, having faced 13 deliveries, so 25 deliveries he's faced in this game, yet to get off the mark. The nerves will be jangling for the non-striker, a young, inexperienced player, and he'll enjoy watching that, though, as Jake Libby plays the Jake Libby shot, if there is one. Characteristic, on his toes, on the back foot, straight bat, square, punch for 4. Seen him play that shot many times since he's joined Worcestershire from Notts about 5-6 years ago, and has been just Mr. Consistency for Worcestershire with the bat ever since then. Has another excellent season this season and moves into double figures with that boundary. 12 to him, 12 to the team, 12 without loss in the second innings. He's on the back foot in defensive mode this time, playing the ball back up the pitch to the bowler.
Yeah, just thinking when he did move, would it have been at the end of 2020? We had the Bob Willis Trophy then, didn't we?
Before that.
Right. I was only thinking because Ben Slater was allowed to go out on loan at the start of that abridged 2020, went to Leicestershire, but yeah, it was Chris Nash who was opening with Asiba Mead then.
It was for the 2020 season that he joined Worcestershire. Having been on, he joined Notts on loan in 2016. Dot ball, by the way, left alone that one. And 4 years there. I remember him playing at Trent Bridge against Worcestershire in the Championship, but there's a lot of talk about moves the other way, so let's be fair and talk about one that came this way. I was thinking that when I was planning all my quiz questions, Dave, about players that had played for both counties in previous eras, I thought of one all-rounder as Pennington bowls, and Libby plays up to mid-on, who left Worcestershire and went to Notts and then went on to the coaching staff and was involved in the coaching staff until quite recently.
Chris Tolley.
And that, of course, was Chris Tolley, or the Tree Frog, as he was known when he was here. A player that I played a fair bit of league cricket with in his youth. Started with Stourbridge, left-arm seamer at Loughborough University. Played for the combined universities team in the Benson Hedges Cup when they were involved in that competition in the 80s with Michael Atherton, Nasser Hussain, people like that. Pennington bowls, Libby on his toes just steers this one down on the off, so not a forcing shot this time. It's the end of the over, 12 with that loss. Libby has them all. Pennington 2 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 5. Mo Abbas 2 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 7. Earlier today, Notts resuming on 46 for 1 this morning. Bowled out for 207, a lead of 25.
Got some names here. I'm not saying this is the full exhaustive list. We talked about Alex Hales yesterday. He had one match for Worcestershire on loan in 2014. It wasn't even here. It was down at Cardiff in a drawn match against Glamorgan. But some other players that have represented both sides in the not too distant past, as Mo Abbas comes in to Navalath, pushes this into the offside, and I'm sure Frank will know all of these names, but as listeners, there's one or two that you might have forgotten. Bobby Chapman, AJ Harris.
AJ Harris, yeah, I know. Well, I got to know him quite well when I was in my Repton days, because he was a Derby man, wasn't he?
Phil Jakes, the Australian.
Yeah.
David Lucas.
Right, yeah, forgotten him.
Luke
Wood, of course. Luke Wood. Yeah.
Nadeem Malik.
Right.
A current first-class umpire, Paul Pollard.
Yeah. I remember him, of course.
There's a Bass past umpire Longley, and Davalath plays it back towards the bowler, and the stumps are clipped at the non-striker's end, and that's the 5th time at least today. 4 Nottinghamshire players were denied runs hits with shots straight down the ground that clattered into the stumps. Haynes, Clark, Verena, and late on Dylan Pennington were maybe the pick of the shots, but 4 times Notts were denied runs straight down the ground. Got a few more names.
Yeah, Ricky Vessels, of course.
Yeah. Is the next delivery again pushed into the offside. Andre Russell in white ball cricket. Richard Stemp, the slow left-arm spinner.
Former teammate of mine at Old Hill.
We've mentioned Chris Tolley, Jake Libby, Ricky
Hope
Vessels,
you're well,
Luke
Richard
Wood.
Stemp, because he had an operation the other day, Richard, on his foot, I think, in Northampton General Hospital, I believe.
Crikey.
I hope he's well. Literally 2 days ago, I think.
A member of the Notts Blast winning side in 2017, Ish Sodhi, has played a little bit of cricket here as well since then. Bass bowls, and the Davalath still can't get it away, chopping it into the offside. Simultaneously, Lyndon James Fields and Joe Clark decides that wearing a white floppy sun hat in gusty conditions isn't the brightest thing, because it's just taken off and just frisbeed a long way away from him, and Freddie McCann goes and retrieves it. Any other names? Ravi Ashwin,
Yeah.
Jacob Duffy, and of course this season Fateh Singh.
Yep.
Slow left arm spinner. Worcestershire 12 without loss. Mohammed Abbas bowls, and Davalath just went to play at it. He was tempted a little bit, but then withdrew the bat inside the line. I'm not saying by any means that's the exhaustive list, but it's a list I've got.
I think that's pretty exhaustive.
Well, yeah, there's plenty of names there, enough to be going on with. Worcestershire still 13 adrift. All 12 of these runs scored by Jake Libby. Notts beginning the day 46 for 1. They lost Ben Slater. Just the addition of 1 to his overnight 23 as a bass in again to a Davalath, and he'll get runs here. He's off the pair, working it through mid-wicket and away for 4 runs, and the applause is not only appreciation of a fine shot, but just a little bit of relief for the young man who's off the pair in the match. And of course there are a few others that have still got that anxious little wait. Of course, Brett D'Oliveira got a first bowler in the Worcestershire first innings. Not been a good match so far for the skippers, because Asiba Mead went second ball for naught, and also Liam Patterson-White, he got a duck earlier on today. But Davalath is up and running. Worcestershire 16 without loss.
Yeah, well, always a nice feeling, I'm sure, to get off the mark, and particularly when you're on a pair. Now Davalath probably be a bit more relaxed now. Pennington bowls, and Libby plays this one up to tongue at mid-on. It's you say D'Oliveira, who remains on a king pair, of course, having got out in the first innings, first ball, but he'll have been there before, I think. I'm not sure, but I'm sure that most players somewhere along the line get a pair. I think Darryl Mitchell, when I did that book with him, did say he never got a pair, actually, in all his career, which is a pretty good effort for a bloke who plays as much as he does at the top of the order. Libby defends again off the back foot, and that's pretty good effort, because there aren't many people who played a fair amount of 2 innings cricket at a good level that haven't suffered the indignity of a pair, I would suggest.
I think I'm right in saying that Samet got 2 in his career, and they were both at Headingley against Yorkshire.
Well, I've got one, and I didn't play that many 2 innings games. It's a pretty horrible feeling, and I'm glad Rayana Davalath won't have to put up with it, but it'll probably happen to him at some stage. Libby pushes out on the offside, and there's no run. Good start from Dylan Pennington, bowled beautifully yesterday. Yeah. 16 overs, 3 maidens, 4 for 50 yesterday, and has settled down into a nice rhythm again today. Always, I think, did favour this New Road end when he was a Worcestershire player. Tended to start from this end. I've seen him bowl spells from the Diglis end as well. Good straight approach, nice easy rhythmical run up. He's in, he bowls short, and Libby rather cloths an attempted pull shot, and Josh Tongue makes a sprawling stop at mid-on, and there's no addition to the score. It's clouded over again now, but still quite a decent crowd in, especially at this end of the ground, at this New Road end, where they're a little bit more sheltered. Those in the Basil D'Oliveira stand probably need to be reasonably wrapped up. There's a fair breeze blowing the trees on the Severn side of the ground as we look over towards the cathedral. Sun shines brightly again now as Pennington moves in away from us and bowls outside the off stump, and Libby drives sweetly through the offside. He'll just get a couple as fielded out there on the cover boundary, but nicely timed shot from Libby, and that takes the score on to 18 without loss. He has 14 of those.
Some point today, Frank, the Union flag that was flying on top of the cathedral has disappeared.
Yeah, it has. I noticed that. It was struggling a bit in the sense that it appeared to have become partially detached from the pole, and it was sort of streaming out. But there's no shortage of flags flying around in Worcester at the moment, as you might have noticed, Dave. There's quite a lot on lampposts. Pennington bowls, that's a good one. Beats Libby outside the off stump. Really good way to finish the over for Dylan Pennington. 18 without loss at the end of it, so just 7 runs behind now. Davalath has 4, Libby has 14, Dylan Pennington 3 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 7. And Josh Tongue, who bowled with pace and fire yesterday, is coming on at the Diglis end.
Thrilling match in prospect at Trent Bridge in the women's competition, the 50 over competition. Durham made 252 for 9 in their 50 overs. The Blaze in reply 163 for 2 after 29 good runs there for Catherine Bryce, who's 66 not out, and Orla Prendergast, who's 47 not out. It's coming towards the end of that competition. It's the knockouts and the final back end of the week after next. So it will be Josh Tong coming on as early as the 7th over, replacing Mohammed Abbas, who's still wicketless in the game.
You've done him. You said he won't stay wicketless.
Davalath on strike. 3 slips for Josh Tong. First ball bowled with plenty of pace, short of a length, gets up and...
Now I doubt that Davalath will have played against Tongue before, because they didn't really overlap here. I don't think. He may just have been entering the academy when Josh was still here, but Josh was infrequent in terms of his appearances in that last year or two because of injury, so I doubt that they've been in direct opposition before.
Tong bowls, and he's worked this way down to long leg for a single, so he'll feel better for having faced Josh Tong and worked him away on the leg side. Ticking towards 4 o'clock here at New Road. As long as the light holds and we don't get any rain, plenty of cricket left this evening. 43 overs still to go, so that's a good chunk of cricket. Worcestershire bowled out yesterday in 56, 57 overs, something like that. Next ball on its way, and Libby will get won't get full quota of runs for the quality of the shot, because Lyndon James has completed a fine diving stop to his left and is then greeted by both Jack Haynes and Freddie McCann rushing towards him like madmen from the slip cordon to congratulate him. And I think all Lyndon James wants to do is rub his poorly hip, because it came down with one heck of a bump. 20 without loss. Worcestershire only 5 behind as Tong is in once more, and another delivery that's short enough to be completely ignored by the opener.
Started pretty well though, Tongue, with a couple of good straight deliveries at the stumps. A lot of talk in the test match about his waywardness at times, despite his pace and his threat, particularly at the tail enders. But in this game so far, not without exception, but pretty much he has been bang on target.
Comes in again past umpire Longley bowls, and Davalath plays it up to mid-on, and there's no run. I must admit he's certainly opened my eyes in the matches that he's played for Nottinghamshire this year. He was, obviously a Worcestershire player, a player that sort of on the radar, knew of him, knew of his 2 England appearances and the successes he had in those 2 matches at Lords against Ireland and Australia, but witnessing him in fairly close scrutiny in the games he's played for Notts. Really impressed with the quickish delivery that goes through to Verena. End of the over as we hit 4 o'clock, and I'll be back a little later.
Thank you to Dave Bracegirdle. Off to do an update for BBC Radio Notts, and he'll be back very shortly. $20 without loss it remains. And Jake Libby on strike on 15. Dylan Pennington comes into him now. Bowls, and Libby is leaving that one alone outside the off stump. Taken by Verena. Davlath 25 deliveries in for his 5. Took him a good while to get off the mark. When he did so, it was a nice crisp clip through mid-wicket off the bowling of Mohammed Abbas. Since replaced by Josh Tongue. 3 slips in for Pennington as he moves in now to bowl to Libby, and Libby is pushing this one back to the bowler, and there's no run. So it's anybody's game, you could say here. Worcestershire just 5 runs behind. It's pretty much back where we started. 1 innings shootout, and meanwhile at the Oval, Surrey are going along quite nicely. They are 63 without loss, 67 without loss now in their second innings, having begun with a deficit of 2, so 65 runs ahead, and that one also even, perhaps just tilting in the way of the champions at the moment, as Pennington bowls and Libby defends off the back foot, and up the ball goes to mid-wicket, and there's no run. So yeah, we are not really any nearer knowing whether Worcestershire can prevent Nottinghamshire from closing the gap on Surrey than we were when we arrived at the ground yesterday morning, because it's been fairly well contested, this one. The difference, if anything, for me, is that break off as Pennington bowls, and Libby is taken on the pads. A massive shout for LBW. They liked it behind the stumps. Pennington liked it too. He's got his head in his hands. Umpire Ben Debenham was unmoved. Just going to have a look at the replay now and see if I can work out why it wasn't given. And yeah, maybe just sliding down, we both think, here in the box. Ben Debenham certainly thought so. What I was going to say before that ball was that in the Worcestershire first innings, they were kind of blown away by Tongue and Pennington. Tongue's pace and fire, Pennington's accuracy. In the Notts innings, it was more a case of the Worcestershire unit chipping away. Nobody in particular bowled much better than anybody else. Tom Taylor picked up 4 wickets. Ben Allison picked up 3, but it was just a consistent nagging accuracy, really. I mean, Karamsh's had 1 for 48 from 17. Probably deserved better than that. Single here to Libby as he steers this one down to third man. 21 without loss. Would you agree with that, Nathan? That's a fair assessment.
I would, very much so. It's kind of what we were saying when we were both on towards the end of the previous innings. It also reflects in the batter's scorecard about how there was two scores of note in the Worcestershire innings, because there was a rear guard fight back, I should say. Whereas with Notts, it was just everybody was chipping away with starts.
Yeah, Davlath has got a boundary here off the edge, albeit down to third man. He kept it down, played it with soft hands, and it ran all along the ground down to the boundary. So he has moved on to 9, and the total to 25 without loss, which means scores are even.
Pennington is still seething about that LBW shout. He kind of stormed off in a strop away from the umpire after that delivery. Obviously the boundary, after thinking that you should have had your man, doesn't help. But I think Hasib Hamid just had to go up to him and put a consoling arm on the shoulder and say, keep going, or something similar. It was a quick word, but I think it might also have been to not complain too much because he doesn't want to get him in any trouble. But
I think they felt they had a few bad decisions yesterday as well. Not bad decisions, but things that could have gone the other way.
Tongue continues, and that's just turned off his pads into the leg side by Libby. He gets it wide enough of mid-on to come through for one. I mean, the one that sticks out still, I mean, we've mentioned it a few times, was the hat-trick ball, and obviously what did Roger go on to get? 61, I think. Yeah, 61. So if you take out those 61 runs, add that to the fact that the scores are level now, it's a very different game. Not to mention the fact that Josh Tongue would have had a first-class hat-trick. But he's steaming in now. Well, he's going to have to just go back to the top of his mark. A bit of a false start there. 3 slips in play. Now he does have a third man in, who is relatively fine. Joe Clark is just in front of our position here, and he watches that one sail through to the wicketkeeper. No shot offered.
Yeah, and part of captaincy, what Hasib Hamid was doing there is just to keep your bowlers on an even keel. Dylan Pennington is excitable, and he's been in trouble a couple of times with umpires. He's had some. I think there was a penalty run situation this year because he threw the ball at the batsman.
That one's defended on the front foot. A few cries are behind the slips, but
that also happened in his Worcestershire days, actually.
Really?
Down at Cheltenham when he transgressed in the same way. Having said all of that, he's as nice a guy as you could possibly wish to meet. He just gets a bit steamed up when he's bowling, of course, and I mean that genuinely. I mean, he's a really, really, very, very kind and generous young man indeed.
Davalath on strike. He defends that delivery from Tongue on the front foot. Thought about a single when Tongue failed to gather on his follow through, but Hamid is very quick round at mid off, and after what Hassan Hamid did yesterday when Ethan Brooks decided to take a quick single to him, dare I say Worcestershire will not be repeating the dose anytime soon, throwing the stumps down from mid off brilliantly as he did yesterday morning, I think it was. 26 without loss, Worcestershire. They of course now lead by 1 with the single earlier in the over. Davlath 9 off 29, Libby 17 off 23. Davlath goes after that uppercut. It's a shorter delivery from Tongue, and you can just see Joe Clark in front of us at third man is just mimicking taking the catch. I wonder if he's there with that in mind, just in case they do decide to take on the short ball and play it late over the slip cord. And there is a man back here who does need to be careful playing that shot as Davlath fails to make contact on this occasion.
Yeah, got the impression he played it almost after the ball had gone, actually. But, it was pretty sharp. Man's gone out now to deep backward square as well, so it might be an indication that he's going to get another bumper of this last ball.
In comes Tongue. That's a good length ball, and judging by the reaction to the slip cordon, that wasn't far away from off stump as Davalath lets it go through to Verena. 9 overs gone, 26 without loss. We'll see on the replay just how close that was. Sometimes the slip cordon can be a bit dramatic and just trying to create a sense of drama where there is none. But that did nip back a long way.
Yeah, it's good leave, isn't it, really? I think you've got a fair play to the batter. The old saying about good leaves and bad leaves, but yeah, I think it comfortably missed the stumps. Did a bit after it had gone past the stumps, didn't it? Always looks a bit worse when that happens. Pennington, calmer perhaps after having a chat with a couple of the coaching staff on the boundary. Bowls, and this one is pushed out on the offside by Levy. I think part of growing as a bowler, as any bowler really, but a quick bowler particularly, you get pumped up, you're steaming in, you're putting a tremendous amount of effort into it. Part of growing and maturing as a bowler is learning to cope with what happens at the other end, whether it be a batter trying to get on top of you, or playing and missing, or a decision that you think should have gone your way that doesn't. You've got to cope with it. As this one is punched up to mid-on by Libby, and those that do cope with it are the ones that tend to remain focused. And
Well,
come in and make something happen with the next ball or next over or whatever.
But I actually think the decision that he was aggrieved about was a good
one.
one.
Decision, yeah, I agree.
It looked to be missing leg.
Yeah, I agree. But be that as it may, I mean, so Stuart Broadall went for the review, didn't he? Because he always thought they were out, didn't he? But obviously he had that ability to just cope with decisions that went against him. Or if he reviewed and it didn't go his way, he didn't allow it to bother him too much. Another defensive shot from Libby, played back up the pitch to the bowler. 26 without loss. Worcestershire lead by 1. And everything to play for still for Peter Moore's Notts side out there. Although down at the Oval, Surrey do appear to be exerting a little bit of control over the game against Warwickshire. Pennington in one small bowls, and Libby again is defending back to the bowler.
Yeah, we talked a lot about the impending weather over the next 48 hours here. I haven't actually checked to see what it's going to be like down in the Oval, and do Surrey need to start worrying about that now? Of course, the position they're in, what are they? What's the score? What do they lead by, 60 or something similar? With 10 wickets still in hand, they control that game. I think Notts, by just having the afternoon session that they did here, have lost that ability to control the game and focus on the weather. They have to chase it a little bit now.
Pennington again bowls. Libby turns this on the onside, and there's no addition to the score as Joe Clark comes in from mid-wicket to do the fielding. Clark, who began the season as the wicket-keeper in Championship cricket, I think, for Notts, but although he's a keeper, kept a bit at Worcester in his Worcester days, kept in white ball cricket and kept in some franchise cricket, I don't think he's ever been a really comfortable keeper. Appears to be quite happy in the field. I don't know that for sure. It's just an impression I get as Pennington beats Libby outside the off stump, and the man who is keeping, Verena, takes the ball standing back. That's the end of the over. 26 without loss. A maiden from Pennington, tidy from him. 5 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 12. And as it has been since yesterday morning, batting is not an easy exercise out there.
Yeah, which only raises the question of what is a potential winning score here. I find that very difficult to gauge, given what we've watched over the last 24 hours or so. I mean, anything over 200 and you probably feel you're in the game, but who knows, given the weather as well, as we've discussed frequently. Josh Tongue will continue, still has that fly slip deep third position but this delivery is full, and Edavalath defends to mid-on. 3 slips in play as well. Man back at fine leg. Mid-wicket, mid-on, mid. Like a wide mid-off and a point. So there's a big gap at cover. And a big gap square on the leg side as well. Tongue gets to the top of his mark. Just transfers the ball from his left hand to his right. Into his delivery stride, goes for a leg stump Yorker, just sprays it down leg. Verena has to dive to his left to take it, but he does. Still 26 without loss. I feel like it's been a while since the lead has been won. I feel like it's been the last 10-15 minutes they've failed to add to the score.
Yeah, it's all just got a bit flat, hasn't it, out there?
Yeah, a lot of fielders with hands in pockets, and it doesn't add to the atmosphere. Oh, big appeal from Josh Tongue, given, LBW. Davalath is struck in front. Tongue went up enthusiastically immediately, and it was a quick decision. Finger went up, 9 off 34. Davalath goes 4, and Notts strike first blood. 26 for 1 now as we look at the replay. Nip backer hit on the back leg. That looked a very good shout.
Yeah, so tough baptism for Ryan Edavalath. It's his second championship game. I think he made 0 and 15 in his previous game. And yeah, that was absolutely smack in front, wasn't it? 0-9 this time around. But there'll be other opportunities, I'm sure, for him as his career develops. Whether they stick with him now for the rest of the season in first-class cricket will remain to be seen. But I'd be surprised if they don't, really, given that he's a youngster and he's come in and, you know, you can't really bring him in and then leave him out one game later without damaging his confidence, can you? I think it's probably a decision. I'm not sure, don't know for sure, but I'm guessing it's a decision that's been taken to bring him in and give him a go in the side. It brings to the crease Kashif Ali, so Worcestershire are effectively 1 for 1, and Rehan Adavalas is back in the pavilion having made 9. Josh Tongue, who nearly got a hat-trick yesterday, has picked up his 4th wicket of the game.
I love it when it gets to that stage of the game when you actually you almost discount the current score and you just focus on that number in the right hand corner of the stream. Is the visual yours? I love that when 1 for 1. It's just such a simple way of looking at the game from this stage on. All that effort from the previous day and a half, and you're 1 for 1. It's fantastic. What a sport this is. Kashif Ali is in. He scored 15 in the first innings. He was trapped in front by Dylan Pennington, 15 off 32. He has to face up to Josh Tongue, who just has his tail up now after nipping that one back down into the pad, as that's a shorter delivery first up, defended, gone chest high into the leg side, no run. 1 for 3, Tongue's figures now as he gets into his 3rd over. It was quite a short opening spell from Mohammed Abbas, wasn't it? I think he only bowled 3 overs, but I suppose it makes sense. If he's not moving the ball, get the bloke on who can bowl about 10 mile an hour quicker than him, at least, if not more. And it's a move that's worked. 2.5 overs into his spell, Tongue has struck. In he comes, Kashif Ali facing up to his 2nd delivery. This one's fuller. Good solid defensive stroke down the ground. I'll build confidence a little bit. It was a block, but coming off the middle of the bat. Tongue slowly marches back to the top of his mark. He takes the ball from his skipper Hamid at mid-off, who was just doing a job shining it for him. Changing the field. Square leg goes back, but I don't think he's going all the way back to the fence, just kind of 3/4 of the way out. Almost a catching position if he takes on the hook shot, but it's a double bluff. He goes full. Kashif Ali doesn't quite get to the pitch of it, but he survives. An inside edge down to fine leg. Gives him his first run of this innings, so Kashif Ali's off the mark. He's on 1. Worcestershire are 27 for 1, but as you said earlier, Frank, ostensibly given the lead is 2, they're more or less 2 for 1.
Yeah, they are. And Asib Hamid, currently in conversation with Dylan Pennington, is a captain who has the game to win, really. He's taken Pennington off. He's explaining that decision, perhaps. Mohammed Abbas is coming on at the new road end. Dave Bracegirdle was saying earlier that Mohammed Abbas rarely bowls in a game and doesn't take wickets. Well, he didn't get any in the first innings. Got a chance here of getting some in the second. Nominally, we have 38 overs left in the day. I cannot see that we're going to get those 38 overs in because it's cloudy. The light will fade quite quickly, I think. I'd be surprised if we get those 38 overs in. Here is Mohammed Abbas bowling to Kashif Ali, who plays that defensively off the back foot.
Yeah, doing the maths, if you're going on the 15 overs an hour, so 38 overs, I mean, that'd be up past 7 o'clock by the time we get through that.
Yeah, it can't happen. It would be very dark by then. Although, do you know what I did last night? I went home from here. We'd had all that rain, but I went home from here and I thought, my lawn needs cutting. And I thought, I've got a busy few days coming up. I'm not going to have much time. This one pushed out on the offside by Kashif, square of the wicket. So I went home and it was about 20 to 8. Only took me about 20 minutes. It was almost dark by the time I finished. Cut my lawn. I went out. Get out there and get the job done. Wasn't quite sure how well I did because it was quite gloomy and I couldn't really see, but I had a look this morning. I was reasonably happy with the end result. So got that done.
That's quite an efficient use of time. That I don't think I was anywhere near productive last night.
And then I crashed.
Yeah.
Abbas bowls, and on the back foot Kashif plays sweetly back to him. Even in defence, Kashif, as I said yesterday, can look elegant, and he does on this occasion, but he is not in prime form at the moment. Played a couple of cameos, well, more than cameos to be fair, in the One Day Cup campaign. Seen Worcestershire get all the way to the final, and certainly be hoping that he does so in the final. Got 100 against Notts actually in the first game of the One Day Cup. As Abbas is into him and he plays it up to mid on. But in the Championship this year, he's perhaps just been a little bit disappointing. He got a 50 in the first game at Somerset. He got a 50 against Essex at Chelmsford. But since then, 46, 30, 30, 44 his highest scores. 65 against Hampshire, I beg your pardon, in the game here at home. So in and out, no hundreds. Got 2 in the first game last season, and a few low scores in between. He's not been vintage Kashif this season, and almost had another run out there as Hasib Hamid, who brought off an excellent run out yesterday to get rid of Ethan Brooks, was quickly onto the ball at mid-off, and Kashif, having hit it, whether he called or whether his body language was enough to make Jake Libby think he wanted a run, Libby at the non-striker's end set off very quickly and got about 7 or 8 yards down before he realised that Kashif wasn't coming, turned and scampered back. Mo Abbas in again, bowls to Kashif, and he's playing this one out on the onside, and there's no run. That's the end of a maiden over. 27 for 1. Libby has 17, Kashif has 1, and Worcestershire are 2 ahead.
Yeah, like you said, Libby set off there. I think Kashif Ali instantly said no. He had absolutely no interest in taking on the arm of Hamid, with good reason. I think if Libby hadn't turned when he had, there was a genuine chance of a run out there. And there was another chance, I think, if I remember correctly, when Roderick was batting yesterday for Worcestershire. There was a quick single taken to point, and if I remember correctly, I think Roderick just gave up, didn't he? But it was
the throw had hit.
Yeah, but the throw missed. I think Bob pointed one stump to aim at, and he survived and went on to get that 61. Josh Tongue to continue. Oh, beats the outside edge of Jake Libby. Playing a miss, tentative little prod outside the off stump. Well bowled. The umpire just adjusting the stumps there at the non-striker's end. Wasn't happy with how upright they were looking. From this angle, doesn't look like it's made any material difference what he's done to the stumps. But anyway, something to do, I suppose, for the umpires. Yeah, that one just left Libby off the pitch, squared him up. Maybe quite a high backlift, sits deep in the crease. Oh, just fended off the hip. Cry of catch it as it flies away for 4 runs to fine leg, but it beat the dive of Verena as he moved to his left hand side down the leg side. Uncomfortable delivery, that kind of like an armpit ball, fended away, but he gets 4 runs for it. Yeah, nowhere near Kyle Verena as we look at the replay there. So not a chance, but not a convincing stroke either. Moves the score to 31 for 1. Libby is now on 21. Tongue comes in again. This is pushed away off the back foot. Not timed. It's a dot ball. The lead is 6 now. 6 for 1 for all intents and purposes. Worcestershire. I just wonder, after that back of a length delivery was fended away unconvincingly by Libby, does Tongue go back to that? Does he bring in a catcher on the leg side? We saw a few times yesterday he had a leg slip in play. Is he tempted to go back to that ploy again?
Might feel he's setting the field for a wayward delivery if he does that, when he's really aiming for the top of off, isn't he? 3 slips, That's where he wants to be.
Yeah, bang in delivery. Libby gets in behind it this time, and Tong very impressively, I have to say.
Yeah.
We were talking about dual sport athletes earlier. Well, Tong showed up his footballing skills there. The ball just patted back to him, and he's flicked it up with one foot, and I think he did about 3 or 4 keepy-uppies there before catching it.
Worcestershire have lost their arch keepy-uppy follow-through bowler because Ed Barnard loved a bit of keepy-uppy off his own bowling.
Tong, Fuller, this is driven nicely by Libby. Hamid has work to do to cut off the boundary. He's quick though, he'll get out there at extra cover, keep it to 2 runs. That was a nice push off the front foot through the covers from Libby. Brings the lead now to 8.
Yeah, it was a good, nicely timed shot, wasn't it, by Jake Libby? You're quite right about how deep he's sitting in his crease for Josh Tongue. Sits way back in the crease, squats down, bend of the knees, holds the bat up high, and now we're going to see what we've seen before. That leg slipper that you say was used yesterday's coming in, and the man has gone back for the catch at deep mid wicket, and they testing out this theory that Jake Libby is susceptible to the short ball, and in fact it's a bluff because it's a Yorker and he digs it out, but it is something that we've seen people use against Jake Libby before, and it's not something I've ever seen really succeed. And Jake Libby himself, we've talked to him about it, and he says he's quite happy about the way he plays the short ball, and he doesn't mind if they sort of target him. But it's something we've seen used by Notts before and by 1 or 2 other counties. Doesn't seem to faze Libby, and he didn't seem bothered by that one. He's 23 off 35, 33 for 1. Worcestershire are ahead by just 7 runs. 8 runs.
Yeah, it's back-to-back overs that Tong's done that. He's put the deep square back for the short ball, and he's followed up with a full one. So he's tried that double bluff twice now without actually really going to the short ball much at all, apart from the one that Libby fended away off his armpit. So it'll be interesting to see if he goes back to it as a ploy.
Abbas to Kashif, who plays this up to mid-on. Pennington the fielder. And there's no runs. Talking about Dylan Pennington before and saying what a nice guy he was. This will amuse you, Nathan, probably. And some Worcestershire listeners and viewers might have heard me say this before, but I doubt the Notts listeners and viewers will be aware of this. But when these two played each other at Trent Bridge in the T20 a few weeks ago, break off as Abbas bowls, and this is defended again by Kashif. It was a Friday night game at Trent Bridge, and it was packed. It was a proper full house on a Friday night under the lights at Trent Bridge. Worcestershire won the game, and after the game went down to do the usual interviews that we do, and you have to wait around, don't you, on a T20. There's people milling around, and the Notts players come out and do a little signing session for the kids that are there waiting, and they put a few barriers up, and all the kids lean over the barriers and hand over their hats and shirts and cards and whatever to get signed. Nice shot from Kashif off the back foot, brings him a single. And we were down there waiting. We were waiting to speak to Adam Hose, who played particularly well in the innings for Worcestershire and played the best innings of the match. And while we were waiting, the Notts players came out, and Dylan Pennington was one of them, and obviously he's a player that me and the other Worcestershire media guys know very well because he was here. So we went over and had a chat with him and said, you know, how you doing and how's it all going and everything else. I've seen him a good few times since he's gone, but this was the first time for a while. Libby defends this back to Mo Abbas, and there's work going on at Trent Bridge on the pavilion at the moment. The pavilion isn't basically in use for the players because it's being refurbished, so the whole of that side of the ground is sort of a building site really, or it was then. And the parking area for the players is also affected, so the players can't come in and park where they normally park the car. So I said to Dylan, so where have you parked? And he said, I came on the bus. I said, you're joking? He said, no, I came on the bus. He said, it's become quite difficult to park, and I live 2 or 3 miles away, so I just got the bus in. Mo Abbas in bowls, and Libby clips this one away through mid-wicket, and the man we're talking about, Dylan Pennington, does the fielding. They get 2 runs. So I said to him, it was 11 o'clock at night, 10:30 at night by this stage. I said, what are you doing after the game? He said, yeah, I'll go home on the bus as well. And I thought it was lovely, and it reminded me of stories I've read of Jackie Milburn, the great Newcastle centre forward, the legendary number 9 before Alan Shearer and all those guys, who regularly would get the bus to St James's Park on a Saturday afternoon, travelling with the fans, and they'd say, good luck, Jackie, and off you go. Now, obviously, you're not going to do that if you're a Premier League footballer these days, but I love the idea of Dylan Pennington getting the bus into Trent Bridge to play a T20 game and then getting the bus home again, maybe with some of the people who've been watching him play. He's that kind of guy. Mo Abbas bowls, and that one is played off the back foot by Jake Libby, who is still there on 25 off 37. Kashif has 2. Worcestershire, who began this innings 25 runs in arrears, are effectively 11 for 1. They're 36 for 1. The man out is Rayan Adavalath, who made 9. And I think probably Dave's going to come back in a minute. Nathan.
Yeah, that story reminds me. I was at a Blast game in the Oval towards the start of the summer, and I think I bumped into Rhys Topley on the tube home. So yeah, every now and then a cricketer has been known to take public transport home. I suppose if you're a cricketer, you're less likely to get recognised than your footballing counterparts, shall we say? Josh Tongue continues. Kashif Ali on strike. Beats the outside edge. Just for a second, Tongue thought he might have got a feather on it. The hand was in the air as he came in his follow-through, but playing a miss. Reina takes behind the stumps. 36 for 1. This is Tongue's 5th over. He's taken the only wicket to fall so far, trapping Rehan Adavalath in front. LBW for 9. And Dave, hello once again.
Hello, it's fairly tense period of the match right now.
Tongue comes in. That's played nicely off the hip by Kashif Ali. It'll bring him 4. Tried to go with a shorter length delivery. Didn't really get it short enough. Just ended up being a hip high ball. Kashif works it away nicely. Times it beautifully through square leg for 4 runs. That brings the lead up to 15 now.
I just heard you mention Tongue into his 5th over in a row. Wouldn't expect him to have too many more. Interesting to see what Asibami does at the far end.
Well, that might have been the conversation he had with Dylan Pennington when he took him off for Abbas. As same delivery this time, but Kashif doesn't time it as well. Worked off the hip, out to find leg. But that is Abbas out there who cuts it off for 1. And when Dylan Pennington was taken off him, he kind of went up to him with an arm around the shoulder and had a reasonably long conversation between overs. And I wonder if that was the chat. Just look, Tongue's only going to have 2 or 3 more, and I need someone else who can come charging in down the hill and cause some problems. So maybe that was the logic there. But we'll find out shortly, because I suspect you're right. Tongue tends to be used in short bursts, doesn't he?
Yeah. I know it's only yesterday, but can't remember if Pennington did have what's going on.
Mo Abbas seems to be in a bit of trouble. He's run round from fine leg to field that, and he was over on his haunches, and now I think he's feeling his back. But whatever has happened to him, he doesn't look like he's going to stay on the field. He looks to be in some bit of bother there. He hasn't been able to stand up straight ever since he threw that ball in. The subfielder is conveniently located just on the other side of the boundary. He was chatting to a coach. Abbas is furious.
Yeah, that's Matthew Montgomery on for him. Kevin Shine down there, who knows him as well as anybody at Trent Bridge, the fast bowling coach. So he's just gone to field that, and clearly he's felt a twinge of some description.
Well, if that was the plan for Abbas to continue from the New Road end and Pennington to replace Tongue at the far end, that the best laid plans have gone to waste. As Tongue continues, that's fended away and caught a 3rd slip. Jake Libby has gloved a short ball, a vicious shorter delivery from Tongue, and it's taken by Freddie McCann at 3rd slip. And while we talk about Mo Abbas and his injury, Josh Tongue is struck with an absolute snorter. Jake Libby goes 25 off 39. His contribution 41 for 2.
Yeah, contrasting fortunes in the space of 2 deliveries there for different Nottinghamshire quick bowlers. Mo Abbas having to really be helped round the boundary edge there. Phil Tranter, the physio, was quickly out of the changing rooms and has gone round just to escort him back, but clearly in a lot of discomfort. Meanwhile, on the pitch, an absolute, to use the word snorter, I think that's absolutely spot on from Josh Tong, which took off, and there wasn't a deal that Jake Libby could do. Yeah, fended it off his nose, didn't he? Straight to Freddie McCann at third slip.
Yeah, it's followed him. It was a short delivery, and it's nipped back as well. So by the time he could even think about dropping his hands to try and get out the way, it was already on its way to slip. Beaten for pace, beaten by the movement off the pitch, just too good from Josh Tongue. And he strikes 2 for 15 now are his figures. I just wonder, the old cliche about the fast bowler, when you're thinking about taking him off and then he gets a wicket, do you keep him on? I don't know if Tongue is that type of bowler. We'll see if the situation with Mohammad Abbas changes things. He is feeling his back as he just walks past our commentary position here. He seems in slightly better form. He was actually just pointing. He was touching the physio, showing him where the pain was. He says, yeah, there, that part of my back. But the way he kind of just he tore his hat off his head as he went over the boundary rope, which makes me think the fury in that action would suggest that it's a serious enough injury. Dare I say, we may not see him again in this contest, which will be a big blow for Notts. But perhaps not if Josh Tongue continues on this roll. He's taken 2 for 15 now. He's got 2 deliveries left in this over. Daniel Ladigan is in at number 4 for Worcestershire. He scored 4 in the first innings. From memory, he played an absolutely glorious drive down the ground. Just as everyone else was struggling around him, he kind of belied everyone's concerns with a big booming drive, but he didn't last much longer after that as he faces up to his first ball. Tongue coming around the wicket, and he ducks a bouncer that didn't really get up. He's almost ducked into it as it fizzes just past his nose and through to Verena behind the stumps. Lots going on the attack now. 3 slips and a leg slip as well. Fine leg back for the hook shot, and they've just changed the field as well. The man who was up at point has gone back down to third man. So Tongue very much with an in-out field, as we've seen throughout these 2 days from Notts when they've been in the field. Final delivery of his 5th over here, 41 for 2. Dan Ladigan on strike. That's full, and don't think that's missed the off stump by much. Ladigan was waiting for the short ball. He was hanging back from the crease. He couldn't get his weight forward, and he played and missed outside the off stump. But it's a dot ball. There are 5 runs off the over, but crucially, the wicket of Jake Libby.
Latigan, one of Pennington's victims yesterday, only made 4. So Matthew Montgomery on the field, leaving Notts at the end of the season to go to Derbyshire, where he played during the Metro Bank recently on loan. Meanwhile at Nottingham, the Blaze have been set to score 253 to defeat Durham, currently 227 for 5 after 41, so they require 26 from 9 overs, half centuries for Orla Prendergast and Catherine Bryce in that one. Georgia Elwis and Ella Claridge at the crease at the moment. 227 for 5, 26 required from the last 9. The Blaze, you'd imagine, would be disappointed if they didn't get home from there.
Yeah, it's a comfortable enough position, isn't it? The Scottish and Irish contingent doing the job with the bat there. Bryce sisters, of course, and Orla Prendergast.
A little bit of international flavour with Ella Claridge the crease at the moment, the USA international.
Oh, I didn't know that.
41 for 2. Lyndon James into the attack. From the New Road end, our end of the ground, bowls to Cash Ali, who got a splendid century in the recent one-day meeting at Welbeck. Really terrific knock. Pushes this into the offside. First bit of fielding for Montgomery to do in this innings. Still 34 overs, less that one delivery remain in the day, but again the clouds just starting to build up, offer a little bit of a threat. There's Lyndon James in once more, bowls. Cash Ali eases it into the offside, and Jack Haynes went as if to shy at the stumps at the non-striker's end, decided not to, and made out to all his teammates that it would have been a close run thing had he let fly. So Mo Abbas off the field. Pennington's at mid-on, not noticeably warming up between deliveries. James in again, tickled away by Ali down to long leg, where Tong fields, and now Dylan Pennington is whirling his arms around as if he's perhaps got the nod from Asiba Mead.
Yeah, basketball 2 overs in his second spell from the New Road end. So Pennington has had about 4 overs off since he finished up. So you'd think, given it wasn't an overly strenuous first spell, it's enough time for him to rest up and come back into things, especially if he is going to follow Tong down the hill from the other end. Although you always say if he takes a wicket, give him one more. See, especially with the new man Latigan at the crease and the way he challenged him with the Yorker and the last ball he bowled to him.
Latigan, the left-hander, on strike, and certainly squared up by that one from Lyndon James, who throws his hands on top of his head as he looks in the direction of the batter, follows the ball down to Tong again at third man, another single. Worcestershire 42 for 2, effectively 17 in front. Board always takes a moment to click on, and it is 43 for 2. There's James in once more, past umpire Debenham. Kashif just works it back to Lyndon James. Surrey have lost a wicket. They might already have taken the game away from Warwickshire with their start to the second innings. They're 98 for 1. Rory Burns out to Ethan Bamber for 54 in that one, but they lead the Bears by 96. And you only have to look at Surrey's history at the Oval over the last 3 or 4 seasons and start to realise that it's going to be a tough job for Warwickshire as Kashif Ali works this to point. Montgomery moves to his left of field, but not before a single is taken. So Joe Pocklington's suddenly elevated to do the running on and running off of various bits of equipment. Not sure where he's going actually. He's gone on a bit of a journey out there, all the way to the middle to deliver something, in fact, to Dylan Pennington.
Well, it's
tablet.
Yeah, some sort of painkiller, perhaps. Dylan Pennington sold me down the river there. The way he was striding towards the umpire, I was convinced he was going to take the jumper and cap off and start to mark out his run-up. But no, the jumper and cap has actually come from Josh Tongue as he came in from fine legs. So he's going to bowl a 6th over in this spell. Pretty lengthy one for him. But yeah, dare I say, the wicket in the previous set of 6 just convinced Asiba Mead to give his big, quick one final go. Kashif Ali is on strike. He's actually played Tongue reasonably well in the handful of deliveries he's faced.
Set to go then. We had to wait whilst umpire Debenham, who was correctly positioned at square leg, decided he wants to trot over to point.
Get out of the way of the short ball. Well, that one is actually hit towards point, and that's probably not the worst result in the world for Notts. Point was back. Joe Clark on the fence in a wide third man position, so Kashif Ali gets down the other end. He goes into double figures. He's now off 10, having faced 21 deliveries, but it brings the new man Latigan to the crease. He's faced just 3 balls so far, 2 of which were from Tongue in the previous set. He ducked into a bouncer almost with his first delivery, and then he missed a full ball that wasn't that far away from his off stump to finish the previous over from Tongue. So he comes in again, 3 slips and a leg gully waiting. Fine leg back on the hook as well. Goes full and straight, and Latigan digs that one out authoritatively. Could well bring him a boundary. Just held up inside the fence. It's a good bit of fielding actually. That from Lyndon James, sliding towards the what probably are the very wet covers out in that direction, but it brings Latigan 3 runs.
It's a great risk of injury as well out there because the outfield is very rough and bobbly there, and as you say, there's not much room between the rope and the advertising hoardings. The only thing in that sort of 4-5 feet of space is the piled up covers, the tarpaulins, the extra sheets that are brought on after the main covers are dragged out there.
Tongue continues. Kashif Ali back on strike, and that short ball is fended into the offside. Lyndon James again summoned to do the fielding. No run. I can't remember. Were you on when we were chuckling at Latigan in the Worcestershire fielding innings when he went head over heels into the wet covers over there. So yeah, you talked about the injury risk. I mean, thankfully Latigan was okay, but it is a bit of a hazard out there. Very easy to trip up over the rope and go head first into the sheets, or even worse, into the advertising hoardings, which are not far behind. Tong continues. Kashi Valley, big high backlift, takes on the short ball, plays it very well, firmly along the ground, straight out the deep square for 1.
Yeah, Ben Slater out there, almost front of the cathedral, a long way away from the bat. Certainly, if you take the aerial route and pick out Slater, you'd be full of regret. He's a long way from the bat and the only one out there on the leg side.
Field changes again. Now the left-handed Latigan is on strike. He still has that leg gully in place. It's Joe Clark who's there. Hands in pockets. Hands must be a bit chilly out there, as the evening chill starts to kick in here at New Road. Tong around the wicket. Well played by Latigan, in safely behind it. No run.
It's usually April when players take lots of hand warmers out with them, but over the next week or two, as the season draws to a close, we might see the discarded hand warmer packets liberally distributed on the outfield, as you often see.
He's doing this again, is Tong. I think every over so far in this spell, or nearly every over, the last delivery, he's put square leg back to suggest there's been a short ball, and every time he's followed up with a fast Yorker. Let's see what he does here. He does it again. This time he clatters into the pad, full in straight, but too straight, as the half appeal, well, they don't complete the appeal, as it was very much going down leg, but Tong has done that at least 3, if not 4 times today. Last ball of the over, put back your deep square, say I'm going to bowl a short ball, follow up with a Yorker. It didn't buy him a wicket there, but it did beat Latigan, not for the first time, with the pace of that full delivery. 17 gone, the lead is 24. Worcestershire are 2 down. Latigan unbeaten, 4 off 6 deliveries. Kashi Valley looked a bit more comfortable. He's 11 off 23.
That's 6 overs now that Tong's had. Didn't necessarily notice players rushing up and congratulating him for his spell, as James starts a new over to Kashi Valley, who defends, so it may be that he might just squeeze another one out of him. Meanwhile at Trent Bridge, Ella Claridge is out, Lucy Hyam at the crease to join Georgia Elwis. The Blaze 237 for 6, needs 16 now from 6 overs to beat Durham, almost certainly guarantee their spot in the knockout phase. Play semi-finals, and the final is down at Southampton on Sunday the 21st, as this is pushed up to mid-on, and Pennington will field. Elsewhere in Division 1, century today for Elgar of Essex. They're 262 for 3. South African Dean Elgar 120 not out. Durham made 333. James in again to Kashi Valley. Little push and run, slight hesitation, but single comfortably achieved. Would have been anyway, because Matthew Montgomery overran it. They lost an hour or so this afternoon at Taunton. The match between Somerset and Yorkshire, playing again, and Tom Abel has gone to a century. Somerset 359 for 5. They've just reached the end of the 110th over, so it'll only be 1 bowling point for Yorkshire, 3 batting points for Somerset in that one. Latigan on strike, on the pads of Latigan, and it's turned again to Matthew Montgomery, and there's no run. Surrey 103 for 1, now leading Warwickshire by 101. Hampshire 167 for 9 at Hove in the second innings. They lead by 271 runs, so Sussex will have to get the highest score of the match if they're to win that, but still need one more wicket. Fuller's holding them up, 45 not out. Lyndon James in to Latigan, little bit loose, and he's going to get a boundary, I think. Yes, he will. despite Josh Tong's best efforts down at third man. 4 more to Worcestershire and to Latigan. Division 2 at Canterbury, Kent 293 and 6 without loss, Lancashire 284, so fairly even Stevens there. At Grace Road, Leicestershire 238 for 4, replying to Gloucestershire's 482. Middlesex looks set for a first innings lead at Lords. Derbyshire 283 yesterday. Middlesex today are within sight, 276 for 6. And Northants 215 for 3. Calvin Harrison made 30. There's an edge and a great catch. Really top draw catch there at second slip. Wonderful work again by Freddie McCann, and Latigan goes. Lyndon James has a wicket, but he can offer all the thanks in the world to Freddie McCann, snaring his second catch of the session, and that's a really good one. It went very quickly off the outside edge. Latigan going hard at it, and a left-handed low pluck by Freddie McCann, and celebration to match. Lovely bit of work. Worcestershire 54 for 3.
Absolutely sensational catch from Freddie McCann. We saw in the Worcestershire fielding innings a couple of one-handed efforts in the slip cordon go down. Not this time. Just a pure instinctive catch, diving low to his left-hand side. Watched it all the way in. Diving catches, when you go with one hand, they stick or they don't. That one stuck, and it looks absolutely fantastic. And you're right, the celebration to boot. Freddie McCann doing his best Imran Tahir impression, running laps of the square, but rightly so. If you take a catch like that, you deserve all the plaudits of your teammates. What a moment, and another important wicket for Notts as they go hunting. They try and keep this Worcestershire lead in check.
So a modest return for Latigan. His maiden county championship appearance, 4 and 8. Here comes Brett D'Oliveira. And of course he's on a golden pair. Mopped up by Josh Tong, first ball in the first innings. He'll, for the time being at least, go to the sanctuary of the non-striker's end, because that was the end of the over. So he can just play himself in by watching Kashif Ali face Josh Tong.
Yeah, well, it has to be me. He clearly smells blood here because he's keeping Josh Tong going. Dare I say, how many times this season has Josh Tong bowled 7 overs on the spin? I would wager that has not happened yet this year. 2 slips in play. He's took out his third slip and he's put him in at catching mid-wicket. Kashif Ali on strike. Driven nicely through the offside. Montgomery fields at cover. Keeps Kashif on strike. It was Tong who got rid of D'Oliveira first ball yesterday with arguably the ball of the match. A full delivery that drew him forward, looking to play towards the leg side, and it just nipped away, and the off stump went cartwheeling. D'Oliveira nearly fell over. He looked suspiciously at the pitch for an age before he dragged himself off and back towards the changing rooms. It was an absolute snorting delivery. Tong continues. Kashif Ali pushes that one towards mid-on. He will take a single. Pennington, well, he fumbles the ball around. I think that hit wrist, knee, a bit of everything as he slid, but it doesn't cost them an extra run. Just a single is taken, and D'Oliveira will now be on strike on a king pair, of course. And I'm sure there'll be a few words from Notts fielders just reminding him of that particular situation.
Walked in this morning behind Josh Tong and Brett D'Oliveira, having a good old natter from the car park.
I wonder if they were just recreating that dismissal, giving their own versions of it. Notts go on the attack with their field. There's a man catching in front of square on the leg side if he does decide to go short. There's a leg gully, 3 slips. Fine leg has gone slightly square as well, waiting for a mistimed hook. Here comes Tong. D'Oliveira on strike. Oh, he plays and misses outside the off stump. That was not far away from the outside edge. He avoids the king pair. He is, of course, still on a pair, having yet to get off the mark.
The thing with Josh Tong is not want to use him whilst they've got him, but they won't want to bowl him into the ground and have somebody at the ECB particularly twitchy with regards to next week. It's a very fine line, isn't it? And that's speaking without any inside information. They'll want to have him available for the Surrey game next week, of course, but they'll also want him to try and win them this match.
In he comes. D'Oliveira takes a step back in the crease and he's beaten again on the outside edge. Liam Patterson-White at first slip throws his hands on his head. He thought he was in the game there for a second. D'Oliveira comes down and does some suspicious gardening, just digging out the spot where that ball landed, motioning to Kashi Fali. Just leapt up off a length ever so slightly.
T says, it's one of my lines there, T, you're stealing me. If anyone can, Freddie McCann. Yeah, very nice. Good. And I think when I came on commentary, there'd been something about public transport and Dylan Pennington. I'll come back to that in a second.
Tong comes in, 2 deliveries remaining. D'Oliveira hit on the pad, there's an appeal. I think that might have actually come off the inside edge and it's flown through the slip cord, and we'll have a look at the signal. Leg byes given, so D'Oliveira has yet to get off the mark.
Yeah, Nigel King says, Dave, tell them we do have excellent public transport in Nottingham with the tram, and in particular the buses, and they do run up to just after midnight on most days. Yeah, it was
it was a story from Frank. He was explaining how he was having a chat to Dylan Pennington after a blast game not too long ago, and Dylan Pennington was explaining how he got the bus to and from work.
Yeah, that's this season. Last season he was sharing with Jack Haynes literally across the road from the ground.
Kashi Fali on strike for the final delivery of what is Tong's 7th over. Dare I say it may be the last of this spell. Oh, and that's just... I think that one's kept low. It's beaten everything. It's bounced on the way through to Verena. 56 for 3 after 19 overs. Worcestershire lead by 31, but of course they have lost those 3 wickets, so Notts on top at this stage, you would say.
Joe Pocklington running on just with a word in the ear of the skipper. That's almost certainly concerning Mohammed Abbas and the probably unlikely scenario that he'll be able to come back and have a bowl. Probably got that officially now from the dressing room.
Yeah, just the way he reacted, Mohammed Abbas, the body language, everything about it. I'd be very surprised if we see him again with the ball in hand in this game.
No, we're going to wrap him in cotton wool, and hopefully it's nothing more than a precaution that we'll see him fit for next week. Just turned on the leg side, single by D'Oliveira, so he's off the mark, and can put aside any thoughts of getting a pair in this game. 57 for 3. You have to say though, and obviously I'm not Dr. Dave, you'd say to have him fit and bowling on Monday, from his reaction out there on the field and the grimace and what we could see as he walked off, you'd say that would be already a little bit of a long shot, which is really bad news for Mo and for Notts. So it's turned on the leg side by Kashi Fali, fielded by Joe Clark. No run, 57 for 3. We're hanging on to daylight here. Still 30 overs to go, but I think we'd be staggered, wouldn't we, if we got more than 20? Really would be.
Dylan Pennington's warm-up at mid-on, which has been a slow burn. He's been stretching on and off for the last 20 minutes or so. It's just all of a sudden gotten a little bit more enthusiastic. He was down doing some sort of plank there, some sort of core warm-up.
James in again to Cash Alley, pushes it to Pennington, unable to get there quickly enough to execute a possible run-out.
Well, he'd certainly be warm after that quick dash to his left-hand side to field the ball. Yes, dare I say, it looks like Pennington is going to come on to replace Josh Tongue in a couple of deliveries' time.
Scores are tied at Trent Bridge, and the Blaze have got best part of 3 overs and 4 wickets in hand to secure the win over Durham. In fact, there it is. The Blaze have defeated Durham by 4 wickets. As D'Oliveira pushes this one into the offside, where Jack Haynes is currently stationed. Shortish extra cover. Where are we with this over? 2 balls left as we inch towards 5 o'clock. Uninterrupted cricket so far today. A day where we're making up overs from yesterday. Only 8 of them. James in again. D'Oliveira dancing around, gives himself a little bit of room to chop this away towards third. Liam Patterson-White's after it, will just drag it back very close to the rope, but don't think there's going to be a steward's inquiry, and they do come back for 3. Good work by Patterson White. Nice shot from D'Oliveira. Worcestershire move on to 61 for 3, so that's a lead of 36 with 7 wickets left.
Yeah, good shot from D'Oliveira. He didn't actually cut that one from very far outside off stump. Dare I say, that was almost on his off stump. And good use of the hands to capitalise on the minimal width on offer there and into the vacant third man region.
Cashifali on strike, and Lyndon James defence. More from Nathan, then Frank will replace me, and then I'll be back in a moment to give Nathan a well-deserved spell. 61 for 3 Worcestershire.
Thank you, Dave. We'll just see, was that prediction correct in terms of the change of bowling? I don't think it was. Josh Tongue is going to have an eighth over on the spin. They're going to keep him going. They're getting their money's worth today out of Josh Tongue, are they? Or not? Dylan Pennington looked for all money like he was warming up, like a man who knew he was coming into the attack. But, well, delayed for another over at least. Or maybe he'll be replacing Lyndon James from the New Road End. As Frank comes in to sit now next to me. D'Oliveira on strike, Josh Tongue coming in. Defended on the front foot. Hamid is just coming a bit tighter there at extra cover. He's the only man in front to square on the offside. There's 3 slips on a third man. No one at point. No one really in the covers. Hamid, a lone figure as he goes back to Josh Tongue to have a chat to him. And just as soon as I say that, I think we are going to have a change in the field. So leg slip is going to move into the covers, just to add a bit of protection there. It's Montgomery, the 12th man, who of course is on after Mo Abbas walked off gingerly with what looked to be a back injury. Looked to have tweaked something. Defended just wide of point. Montgomery can't cut that one off, having just been positioned there. It's 1 down to Joe Clark at third man. Not the most helpful of throws for Carl Verena to take on the half volley, but he
took it beautifully, didn't he? Took it beautifully. Really good. We've seen some brilliant cricket while I've not been here, haven't I? I've been next door in the press box. An absolute snorter from Tongue to get rid of Libby, and then a breathtaking catch by Freddie McCann at slip to get rid of Latigan. Top cricket from Notts.
Short and pulled away by Cashifali. Not timed perfectly, but he will pick up a couple of runs. Deep square runs around towards mid-wicket to cut that one off. A sign of Tongue maybe bowling into his 8th over. That short one just lacked a bit of zip. No particular venom in that. You mentioned the dismissal of Jake Libby. That none of the venom off the pitch there with that one.
That was a really, really good delivery. And a big wicket, because Libby is the man really that you want to get in this Worcestershire side. The glue that sort of holds things together, generally speaking. Bit of responsibility on these two now.
Cashifali, very high backlift as he gets into position, thinks about the single. This time Montgomery at point is able to cut it off. That one was just pushed off the back foot into the offside, no run.
Very high backlift and the most peculiar grip with the right hand that you've ever seen. If you look closely at Cashifali, Worcestershire listeners and viewers have heard me say it dozens of times, but his right hand is so far around the handle, it's extraordinary. He has a sort of double jointed right elbow which allows him to still play through the covers.
Thought about taking on that short ball, maybe with an uppercut, but just lets it go at the last second. There is a fielder down on the boundary at third man or a shot similar to the one he's just currently practicing, but thinks better of it.
But you'd never teach anybody to hold the bat like Kashif does, not with the right hand. The left hand grip is conventional, but you can't play most offside cricket shots with that grip unless you've got some extra flexibility in your right elbow that he seems to have. It really is extraordinary. Makes him very efficient on the leg side, obviously.
Bowled him,
but not there.
Josh Tongue has sent.
That's another absolute beauty, I think. It's turned him round a little bit and it's uprooted the off stump, and I don't know, we'll have a look at the replay. I reckon that pitch middle and off maybe nipped away just enough. High pace, absolutely tremendous spell this from Josh Tongue.
Yeah, well, not for the first time in this game. Josh Tongue has sent the off stump cartwheeling. You're right.
Held its line, didn't it?
Angled in, nipped away just enough to beat the outside edge. Tongue has a third wicket, and the decision to keep him on for an 8th over on the spin has worked wonders. 3 for 24 are his figures. And Worcestershire 4 down, in a spot of bother as they try and build a lead here.
Yeah, I think this game is going to be a very, very well advanced by the end of today if we don't have any more interruptions. 64 for 4. We've still got 27 overs left in the day after this. If the light holds, you can't imagine that Worcestershire aren't going to be 6 or 7 down. Can you really by then? And if they are, then whether or not weather interrupts the next day or two, then I think this game's going to be hastening towards a conclusion. It's been a brilliant performance in this second innings by Notts. It's galling, I suppose, for the Worcestershire supporters to see one of their own coming back and doing the damage, but can't take away from the fact that Josh Tongue has bowled beautifully, Freddie McCann has caught beautifully, and Notts have turned the screw in this third innings of the game, and they've turned the screw quite effectively as Lyndon James begins a new over from the New Road end and almost takes the next one as Brett D'Oliveira reaches forward for this one and is beaten outside the off stump. So they've really performed superbly in this innings, and as Dave Bracegirdle joins me again, you know, as I say, galling as it will be for some Worcestershire supporters to sit there and watch a bowler who used to wear their colours doing the damage. You can't, if you just take that out of it for a moment and just look at it from a cricket point of view. Lyndon James is in and D'Oliveira's on the walk this time, but doesn't achieve much, just pushes it back to the bowler. If you just look at it from a cricket point of view, it's been outstanding spell of bowling from Josh Tongue. Absolute ripper to get rid of Jake Libby. Absolutely excellent delivery to just get rid of Cashew for a moment ago. Fantastic catch by McCann at second slip to get Latigan off the bowling of Lyndon James. This has been a session of play that Notts will be very, very proud of, and it's the sort of session that wins a game. And they started off with a lead of 25. Effectively now Worcestershire are the 29 for 4 if you think of it as a one innings game, and it's been a superb effort by the visitors in this session. Lyndon James bowls this one to D'Oliveira, who pushes out on the offside. Davalath LBW to Josh Tongue for 9. Libby the nearest to an unplayable delivery that you can imagine really from Josh Tongue. I was in the press box next door when it happened, Dave, and we were comparing it to, you know, bowlers like Alan Donald and Graham Dilley and people like that, the sort of ball that rears up, a real snorter, he couldn't get out the way of. Then that great catch to get rid of Latigan, and that one from Tongue just now to remove Cashew's off stump. D'Oliveira cuts this one from James away down to backward point for a single. 65 for 4, and as well as Pennington bowled 5 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 12, and as well as James has bowled 1 for 13, it just looks a different game when Josh Tongue's bowling at the moment.
Very much so, yeah. And of course Mo Abbas off the field, it's almost like they've been galvanised since he went off. It's almost like, come on, we've all got to pull that extra little bit of extra 10% to make up for Mo's absence.
James in, bowls, and this one is steered by Gareth Roderick down to third man. Sliding stop down there. They come back for 2, thinking about 3, but decide against it. Was it Patterson White down there sliding around, I think, or was it Slater?
It was Slater.
Slater, yeah. Good work. And that's good, isn't it? Yeah. I mean, you know, you might be on top, but no let up. Dive in to save the boundary, and just 2 runs added. So 67 for 4. A lot of work to do for Worcestershire. Gloomy light, no immediate worries about that getting any worse though, as James comes in again and bowls, and Roderick gets a single, working this one wide of Pennington at mid-on.
Were there days in his Worcestershire career where Josh Tongue seemed unplayable? Clearly, you know, he got elevated to England ranks as a Worcestershire player, but it did seem from afar as if when he was first selected it was a little bit of a left field pick, a left field choice. Were there days when he blew sides away like this?
Yeah, there were. Not hugely frequent. Obviously, there were lots of injuries. But yeah, there was always the potential there to be the bowler who could produce spells like this, if you like. Obviously, had they been more frequent, then you would have heard of him sooner, and he probably would have got into the England ranks sooner. The pace is what I think really attracted England. But I was talking about it yesterday. There was always that meanness about Josh, and I don't mean that in a nasty way at all.
Roderick on strike. Here comes Josh Tong for yet another over. This is pushed into the offside.
But he always had that potential to bowl spells like this, deliveries like that one that got Libby. That deliveries that made batsmen not just uncomfortable, but almost physically a little, not scared, but you know what I mean, on edge. Yeah. And he enjoyed that. I think he still does. I think any really good mean fast bowler probably enjoys that.
Comes in once again, past umpire Longley, bowls and strikes Gareth Roderick in the midriff somewhere.
And I mean, I've never been able to bowl quick, and I've known a few that do, and I've played with a few, and obviously faced a good number of proper quick bowlers. But you watch Josh Tongue get those 2 wickets that he's just got, the one of Libby, and then he's knocked Kashif's off stump out, and he's come running through with his arm in the air. That feeling, it's like scoring a goal, isn't it?
It comes in once more, turned to leg by Roderick.
And they can't be much better, can they, really, as a quick bowler? I've heard Fred Truman talk about it and seen footage and all the rest of it, but that feeling of just being too quick for somebody, just being difficult to handle, it must be a magnificent feeling. And just watching him there when he knocked Kashif's off stump out, same as when he knocked Brett D'Oliveira over in the first innings. The arm in the air, it's just like a goal celebration, and priceless.
Sheer exhilaration. He's in again and bowls. Gareth Roderick getting solidly behind it and pushes it out under the offside. Pennington's been warming up for about half an hour, waiting for the opportunity, and every time he feels he's going to get a bowl, Josh Tong gets another wicket. So
now I've got a question for you, Dave.
Okay.
Mark Ashbourne has been in touch. As a great cricket fundraiser in these parts, and he says he's actually got Alex Hale's shirt from the game that he played for Worcestershire at Cardiff, and he heard you before, but he also said, do you possibly know where Bobby Chapman is these days, because he needs his signature?
Next ball on its way now, and this is pushed up to mid-on. You never know with this ex-Twittery thing, but very occasionally Bobby will just drop a line, a note.
Well, if he does, I can give you Mark's email address, and you could we could put them in touch with each other. I was going to say,
he must be on there somewhere. Mark, 68 for 4. Next ball on its way, and this is pushed up to Hamid at mid-off. That's the end of the over. 68 for 4. I can remember once, it would be a long time ago, obviously a long time ago, being dismissed. Caught Sammy Chapman, his dad, the former Forest footballer, at slip from the bowling of Bobby Chapman in a Notts League match.
Josh Tongue's he's going off, I think. He'll have a little blow. They won't let him go off for too long, as you said yesterday. They're quite strict on this sort of thing these days, but it suggests that he has finished that spell. Liam Patterson-White's loosening up at slip as well now, and Dylan Pennington is standing with his hands on his hips, keen as mustard to get on. Whether he will get on at that end or not, we'll have to wait and see, because Lyndon James is going to carry on from this new road end. But while I was off air and I was next door in the press box, and we were discussing all sorts of things, as you do in there, about cricket generally, and talking about this innings and about what's going on down at the Oval, and somebody made the point next door that is, I've heard it before, haven't heard it recently, but thinking about it makes such a lot of sense. And he said, games are often won. 2 innings games are often won. James bowls and D'Oliveira defends. in the third innings by the team that perhaps responds to what's gone first in a way that is more appropriate, positive. I mean, there are all sorts of factors, pitch and weather and all the rest of it, but you look at, I think of Worcestershire having lost games that they probably could have won when they've got first innings leads this year, and then it can work the other way. But you look at what Notts have done here, and they've certainly made strides, having gone in with a fairly modest first innings lead, to turn this game very much in their favour. Another defensive shot from D'Oliveira, and then down at the Oval, Surrey, who had a 2-run deficit on first innings, are now 141 for 1 in the second innings, and it looks as though they're doing that. So it's these teams that are used to winning and can use the third innings to prove what they've learned from the first, and so on, that often go on to prevail. Here's James again in to D'Oliveira, and he defends again. And over to you, Dave.
Yeah, just a couple of things. If Mark's with us or you're in touch with Mark, he is on X, still follows me, thankfully, at Bobby Chappers. So a direct message might do the job there for Mark, at Bobby Chappers. And Chris Simpson has been in touch. Our listeners and viewers, always very, very kind and always very helpful. Reminds me that Bobby Chapman plays for Plumtree Cricket Club, and they're on the old social media.
D'Oliveira is bowled by Lyndon James. 68 for 5 Worcestershire. And just what I was saying about the third innings being crucial. James strikes and D'Oliveira is out for 6, and Worcestershire are absolutely up against it now. And Notts, with still 25 overs left in the day after this, have got a real chance here of getting into a position by the end of day 2 in this game, which is unassailable. They really, really have turned it on for Captain Hasib Hamid, Coach Peter Moores since tea. 68 for 5 Worcestershire. The men out now: Edavalath 9, Libby 25, Latigan 8, Kashif 16 and D'Oliveira 6.
Yeah, lovely bit of bowling from Lyndon James. Of course, Notts will be well aware what happened yesterday with Worcestershire 5 down for only 37 runs, and they mustered 182 with Gareth Roderick looking after the lower order. Well, Roderick's still there. 2 umpires are speaking to the Notts skipper, Asiba Mead. Notts will be desperate to stay out there as long as they can, and as Frank says, just keep this game moving forward, well aware that forecast not great for days 3 and 4. Doesn't on the face of it appear as if it will be instantly terminal weather, but as Frank would know as well as anybody, and a lot of people have watched cricket on this ground for many a year, just sometimes if you get really heavy, prolonged hour or 2 of rain, it can take quite some time before the ground can be made playable. So Notts will want to keep the game moving forward this evening for as much as they can. 68 for 5 as Ethan Brooks makes his way out to the middle.
Yeah, they've done really, really well, haven't they, in this session? I mean, it's just been excellent cricket. Mo Abbas 5 overs 2 maidens, no wicket for 14 off the field. Dylan Pennington tight, 5 overs 1 maiden, no wicket for 12. Lyndon James 2 for 17 now in 4.4, and Josh Tongue 3 for 24 in 9 overs of sustained hostility, really. As Brooks turns his first ball from James on the onside, and there's no run. And chuck into that as well a magnificent catch by Freddie McCann at slip to get rid of Dan Latigan. And it's been tip-top stuff from the men from Nottingham in this session. They maybe weren't quite at their best with the bat, nobody going on to anything big. James bowls and Brooks is beaten outside the off stump, but with the ball in the field in this session, they've been exemplary. End of the over, 68 for 5.
So Tong 9 overs 1 maiden, 3 for 24, and that is going to be that. But it's not going to be Dylan Pennington, the eternal warmer-upper. And it's made to wait a little bit longer because Liam Patterson-White is going to come on and bowl from the Diglis end. Patterson-White, remember, did get one wicket in the Worcestershire first innings, and it was Gareth Roderick right at the end of the innings, with Roderick attempting a sweet shot and missing it. 68 for 5. There is Patterson-White round the wicket and bowls, and it's turned away by Roderick for a single. And Notts had quite a decent travelling party here yesterday before the game began. Most of the players who weren't selected disappeared off to play for the seconds. We've got Matthew Montgomery here as 12th man on the field for Mohammed Abbas. This is tickled nice and fine by Ethan Brooks. He's away first ball. Second ball will get a couple of runs. I think Joe Pocklington's still here, but the psychologist, I think that's the official title, Chris Marshall. Now this would be a story. I can see he's in whites. Another attempted sweep, and they're asking the umpire here to adjudicate in Nottinghamshire's favour. Patterson-White was very, very keen there to have got Ethan Brooks. But the psychologist is in whites, just in case he's needed. 71 for 5. Patterson-White in again, in the gloom at New Road. This is pushed into the offside, fielded by Jack Haynes.
Going down the leg side, I think that one he swept at. Not by much.
We lost 25 overs in total yesterday. 24 remain after this one, and that ball almost stopped in mid-flight. Having pitched and just reared up, and Brooks backed away from playing the cut shot, let it go through to Verena. Next ball with an orthodox defensive prod is safely played into the offside. Noticeable that Notts are rushing round, absolutely sprinting round. They've got -4 against them on the over 8 on the board, so they'll be keen to move things along. That was maybe the prolonged chat between or the fall of the last wicket with the two umpires and Asiba Mead, clearly just checking on where they stood. James starts a new over, and this is turned to leg, fielded by Joe Clark. So presumably that's why Pennington had got himself ready to bowl, and then they whisked him out and brought Liam Patterson-White on. Got to sort that over 8 out. James again. It's one well wide of the off stump, and it goes through to Verena. You've got the bins out, what you're searching for.
Just always have, every now and again, have a look at batter's footwork and technique at the crease, just to check a few things. Nothing in particular.
James in again once more, wide enough to be left alone.
Good spell from Lyndon James. 2 for 17. He hasn't bowled hardly any loose deliveries. He's overpitched a couple of times on leg stump, but generally speaking, very, very tidy. And I think that's been true of both sides, actually. The bowling on both sides in this game has been pretty accurate. There were 5 leg byes in the Notts innings, no other extras. Pretty tidy from both sides.
Lyndon James bowls, and this is just worked away down to third by Roderick for a couple of runs. 73 for 5. Had 14 wickets go down today. Not starting this morning on 46 for 1. 121 for 4 at lunch. bowled out for 207 by T, and since then Worcestershire 73 for 5 in what should, if we get them all in, a 49 over session as James bowls to Gareth Roderick, the former Gloucestershire glove man, who helps it out into the offside, and there's no run. Sussex have been set to score 278 to beat Hampshire at Hove. They're 4 without loss early on, so that one very quickly into the 4th innings. They're off for bad light at Taunton, where Somerset 391 for 6, still in the 1st innings of that match. James in once more and played defensively by Roderick. You can never really predict or forecast how a round of county championship matches are going to go. At Taunton they're in the 1st innings of the match. At Hove they're in the 4th innings of the match.
Yeah. And yet, well, they've had a fair few interruptions at Taunton, but the pitch at Taunton, did you see the pictures of the pitch before the game started?
Yeah.
It already looked as though it had 3 games played on it, but interesting to see what happens down there.
Josh Tongs back on the field, by the way.
Patterson White round the wicket. Brooks forward to this one.
Yes.
Yeah, back on the field. They are pretty keen, aren't they? I think they probably would have said when he went off, no more than a couple of overs, and he is back out there. 73 for 5. Brooks back to Patterson White, drives through the covers, and substitute Pocklington does the fielding.
So somebody else is off the field then, because Montgomery's still out there.
Pennington's gone off in a sulk because he isn't going to bowl.
No, I think he's down the ground, isn't it? Long on. Yeah.
Patterson White again bowls that one. Just stopped a little bit in the pitch and just dabbed down on the offside by Gareth Roderick. Freddie McCann at slip. Patterson White again round the wicket bowls, and forward comes Roderick, pushes out on the onside. Hamid
Clark,
comes into field. Joe Clark.
There's no Clark.
And McCann loosening up now at slip. And Roderick gets a single off the back foot.
Yes.
So, if he comes on, it's because of the over rate, isn't it? I think you would think.
It is. It has proven,
and the light, I guess.
He has proven himself to be a very handy partnership breaker.
This one pushed out on the offside by Brooks. Well, you've got to have a partnership to break first.
Well, yeah,
Dave.
yeah.
But he is coming on, I think, by the look of it. Freddie McCann. It's over rate, isn't it?
Yeah.
-4. They've got to get that down.
For 6 wickets he's taken this season.
I think Worcestershire are in with the danger of a points deduction. Not that they'll have many points to deduct from, but they were behind at the end of that Notts first innings. Light has deteriorated. I would have thought if it gets much worse, they might have the umpires looking at their light meters. As McCann comes on to bowl, made the top score in the Notts innings earlier today. And he'll be bowling from the New Road end.
Yep, here he is, Freddie McCann, right arm, off spinner, first ball. Worked away on the leg side. Dylan Pennington continues. He's been kept waiting and frustrated since the very early stages of the innings, when he just bowled 3 overs and came out of the attack. McCann to Brooks, cuts it to backward point where Pennington's fielding, and there's no run. Ball quickly returned to the bowler, who lets one just drift down the leg side, swept away. Pennington had 5 overs none for 12. Moa Bass off the field. Josh Tongs just finished a lengthy 9 over spell which brought him 3 wickets. McCann in once more, again turned to leg. Jack Haynes with the sliding stop, And Notts are doing everything here at 100 miles an hour. Just getting the ball back to Freddie McCann as quick as they can. This one's pushed into the offside. There's Hamid. Again, lobs it back to McCann. Good for the over 8, and that's what Notts have got to work on at the moment. 77 for 5. Next ball is dropped on the leg side to Haynes. Fizzes the ball in quickly. Verena whips off a bail and turns towards umpire Longley, and then they'll rush around to get set and ready for the next over. 78 for 5. Worcestershire take 25 off that, and the lead is 53.
Yeah, which is not very substantial, if we're honest, with Worcestershire 5 down, in need of a really significant partnership if they're to make anything of this this game. Let's be fair, they were 37 for 5 in the first innings, so they managed to get out of that a little bit, but somebody's got to do something pretty special. Patterson White from the Diglis end bowls, and Gareth Roderick is forward and pushes this one back to the bowler.
Just Matthew Waite, Tom Taylor, Ben Allison and Karam Shazad to come.
Patterson White again bowls, and Roderick pushes out on the offside, and again there's no run. 78 for 5 then. Adavalath out for 9, Libby 25, Latigan 8, Kashif 16, D'Oliveira 6, and well, certainly Libby undone by an absolute beauty from Josh Tongue as Roderick gets a single on the leg side, and Kashif also got a pretty good one from Tongue, just angled in and just held its line, hit the off stump. Brendan James picking up 2 wickets, one of them a fantastic catch at slip to get rid of Latigan. Patterson White bowls and Brooks defends. So all in all, Worcestershire be disappointed, but at the same time they'll probably genuinely be able to point to some really good out cricket from the visitors, having contributed to the wickets. Brooks defends this one down on the leg side, and whizzing through the overs now, but we've still got 20 left in the day after this, and with the an hour until sort of what I would normally call close of play, 6:30. This one pushed out on the offside. It's the end of the over. I think with the light deteriorating, I'd be very surprised if we're still playing in an hour, Dave, but the way they're getting through the overs, we might not need to be, in the sense that they might bowl the 20 before.
Yeah, it'll be 6 o'clock the scheduled finish at this time of year, but of course we're making up 8 overs from yesterday, which extends it to 6:30, doesn't it?
But I normally you'd normally think around, a club game or something like that when you're in September, 6:30 being the sort of time it gets a bit too dark, I think.
McCann's first over went for 3. Starts with a dot ball, just work to leg. Jack Haynes again doing the fielding. 79 for 5. Gareth Roderick on strike on 10. Turns this to leg again to Haynes, who gathers the ball, does a complete 360-degree little circle round umpire Longley, and lobs the ball back to Freddie McCann, and we're all set to go again. Bowls once more, and this time it's just a little further away from Haynes. Montgomery comes in from long leg to field, and single taken. Worcestershire 80 for 5. McCann wearing 44 bowls, and that's not going to take too long out of the over as it's pushed back to him. 20-year-old McCann, England Lion, bowls, and this one's cut away nicely. Good looking shot by Ethan Brooks, down to the third man fence for 4. Worcestershire up to 84 for 5, lead of 59 over Nottinghamshire.
Played that late, didn't he?
Very
really
late. Yeah.
McCann head in hands, thought we'd got through him.
Nicely executed.
Lovely shot.
As long as you get bat on ball, it was safe. And the over ends with a Brooks single pushed to Tong, who's fairly deep at mid-on. At the end of the over, 85 for 5. The lead is 60.
Roderick 11, Brooks 9. The main damage done in this innings by Josh Tongue. 3 for 24 in 9 hostile overs. But Lyndon James also bowled very well, 2 for 19. And Dylan Pennington, no wicket for 12 in 5 overs. Itching to get back on, but just wondering if the light, as much as anything, will persuade Hasib Hamid to persist with these 2 spin bowlers, even though the over rate is still negative. It's come down. Look how quickly it's come down. Come down to -1 from -4 in the space of 4 overs. That's how quickly you can turn it round. Patterson White in bowls, and Brooks is turning this one on the leg side.
I'm pleased they've done that, actually, because generally the modern vogue is only to change the over rate at the end of each session.
Yeah. Patterson White bowls, Brooks pushes out on the offside. Batters have got to focus and concentrate hard here, because they're aware of what's going on with the bowlers, but at the same time, what you don't want to do is give a wicket away during this period of time. Patterson White bowls again, and Brooks pushes into the covers.
Likewise, Notts don't want to be having Freddie McCann hit here, there and everywhere. Not that he has been, because that, the over isn't any quicker if you have to keep fetching it back from the deep.
That's right. So everybody's got to focus. Patterson White, nice and tidy so far. 85 for 5. A bit chilly as well, isn't it?
Yeah.
Patterson White in, and Brooks sweeps. Always head in hands, and Verena gets very excited every time anybody goes for a sweep. That one going down the leg side. Freddie McCann's already got his sweater off, ready to bowl. 85 for 5 at the end of the over.
So Notts rattling through them at the moment. 3 wickets to Josh Tong, 2 to Lyndon James. Jake Libby made 25, Adavalath 9, Kashif Ali 16, Latigan out for 8, and D'Oliveira, for once a lean return from Brett D'Oliveira against Notts, out for 6 today following his duck yesterday. McCann bowls, and it's turned to leg by Gareth Roderick. Moves on to 12. BBC Hereford and Worcester, BBC Radio Nottingham on the live stream, and we're on stream 2 on 5 Sports Extras. McCann hurries one through there that nearly got through the defences of Roderick, but didn't quite, because he was just able to jab the bat down on it. McCann in once more, swept away. Out into the deep for a single. Patterson White doing the fielding. Kevin Marriott says excellent performance by Notts this afternoon. I'm shocked a little bit though, Dave, by the condition of some areas of the outfield. It looks in parts dangerous for the fielders.
Yeah, sorry, it's not dangerous.
86 for 5. Next ball, and it's defended back to the bowler.
You should go to the Caribbean and see where they play first class cricket over there.
There's 1 or 2 sliding stops close to the boundary edge, where earlier we were sort of commenting that it's all rutted a little bit, and you can sort of almost aquaplane into the advertising boards in front of the ladies' pavilion if you're not careful. Next ball wide of the pegs, through to the keeper. They'll race round and get themselves ready to send down another over. 87 for 5. What have we got? 17 left.
17 left in the day. Yeah, the outfield's a bit. It's very worn in areas in front of the Graham Hick Pavilion and down in front of our commentary position. It's partly to do with the damage that was done during the floods and so on. But I wouldn't call it dangerous. And certainly, if you go abroad, and I mean, if you go to Sri Lanka and the Caribbean, you see even test grounds. Some of the outfields are like that, almost all over the place. Haven't heard any complaints from any of the players. Past some white balls. This one pushed out on the offside by Ethan Brooks, and I think that's one of the things that we noticed in some of the outgrounds, isn't it, in the One Day Cup, that some of the outfields where they don't have the finances and the staff to look after them quite as well as they do at the county grounds, they were perhaps a little bit bare in places, but same for both sides. Single to Brooks here, pushed out through mid-wicket.
Yeah, most grounds have suffered this year.
Yeah, very difficult.
Hot and dry for weeks on end.
Past some white balls, a little bit slower and played off the back foot by Roderick. I think, and in fairness to the ground staff here, it's absolute one extreme or the other it's been this year, isn't it? Too much water or no water at all. Hugely difficult. Past some white balls, and Roderick just allows this one to come onto the bat and just turns it on the leg side for a single, or not for a single, for a dot ball as it's fielded by Lyndon James coming around from short fine leg. Past some white again in bowls, and Roderick is studiously forward, playing this one back to the bowlers, whipping through his overs in no time. Liam Patterson White coming up to the end of his 5th over. So far has conceded just 7 runs and beats the bat with one that grips and turns, taken by Verena, the keeper. End of the over, 88 for 5. And Roderick has 12, Brooks has 11. We've still got 16 overs left in the day. And somebody else is going off.
Well, it's Pennington.
He's knackered from all the warming up day.
And Joe Pocklington's out there as 13th man.
He's warmed up so much he's pulled a muscle.
Don't say that, even in jest. This pair have added 20 for the 6th wicket. Slightly easier than it might have been had Pennington been allowed to bowl, and Freddie McCann continues. First ball of this new over is just blocked by Ethan Brooks, who's on 11. Gareth Roderick has 12. Freddie McCann to his 4th over, none for 11 so far. Second ball of the over's hit straight back to him. Over 8 still showing as -1 for Notts. Don't think it'll be too long before they're about where they should be. McCann in once more and greeted by the flat face of the bat of Ethan Brooks. Former MCC young cricketer Ethan Brooks. Next ball on its way down, and does really well there to keep that from almost going underneath the bat. Gets a single to mid-on. No one came here for the blast game with Carl van Vollenhoven, the leg spinner. To summarise it, this is defended. Ethan Brooks and Kyle a big hug, and turns out they used to share a place when they were with the MCC young cricketers, and Kyle would go home and Ethan's mum would cook him a nice Sunday roast. 89 for 5 at the end of the over, just one single from that, and again they'll rush round, and there's just 15 overs left in the day. 3 wickets to Josh Tong. Sure, in an ideal world Notts would like to have Tong and Pennington. Pennington's back on the field and he is going to have a bowl here, so this is going to be a real test of the umpires, and straight away they're getting together, Frank.
Yeah, it'll be a test of what their appreciation of the light is. He's not the quickest, he's not as quick as Tongue, but he is sharp and it is quite gloomy, so we'll have to see what happens. I've no idea why we've suddenly got Q from BBC over Worcester in our ears at 5:45. A very strange
Well,
thing to happen.
it's all the strange part of the day, isn't it? The inevitable.
It happened yesterday as well.
It did, yeah. I think it wasn't as late as this. I've only got it in one ear, so if I take one of the ears off, I can still hear you. I've only got it in my right ear.
I think it went away, didn't it, on its own yesterday? So has it gone now?
No, it's still there.
We won't worry too much just at the moment. If necessary, I'll make a phone call.
This is interesting because I can understand why they've gone back to Pennington, because I don't know, the spin hasn't looked overly threatening, particularly, has it? While also understanding why they went to spin. They want to stay out there for as long as possible, but you do get to a certain stage where you're just bowling overs for over's sake if people aren't looking particularly threatening. Pennington comes in. That's defended on the front foot by Brooks. Well, whatever conversation the umpires had, it was a positive outcome, because they are allowing Pennington to bowl, coming in from the Inglis end. A little shuffle down the pitch there from Brooks as he just walks down the track. He turns that around the corner down to fine leg for one, so he gets off strike, bringing Roderick into the firing line. 2 slips awaiting him.
Right, well, I've made the phone call. I have to see if it has any effect now.
Not regarding the background noise.
Yeah.
In comes Pennington. Roderick on strike. Flicked fine. Work to do for long leg. Good piece of fielding. I think it's Lyndon James down there. It is. Keeps them to 2. That was just turned away off the hip nicely by Roderick. 92 for 5. The lead is up to 67. Yeah, it is gloomy, but I mean, dare I say, the darker clouds are the ones that have passed over us on the left-hand side. What's actually over to the right of us, which is where the weather comes from, is a little bit brighter.
Ooh.
Somebody somewhere thought that had taken the edge. There was a celebratory shout, I think from someone in the covers, as that beat the outside edge, but nothing from the bowler and nothing from behind the stumps, so clearly no edge taken.
$92 for 5 then. Pennington's had to wait a long time to get his next ball. Doesn't want to waste the opportunity, but if it gets much darker, I think they will be looking for those light meters, the umpires.
Yeah, his tail is definitely up. That was good pace, good carry through to Verena behind the stumps. It was left alone by Roderick, but one that just bounced off a length outside the off stump.
If you look at the lights on the scoreboard away on the 7 side, always the real clue as to how dark it is. The white numbers on the digital clock are really shining brightly.
Full and straight, defended on the front foot by Roderick. 35 overs gone. 92 for 5 Worcestershire. They lead by 67. Roderick unbeaten on 14. Brooks is down the other end on 13. Pennington 6 overs, none for 15 for him in this second innings.
And the men out: Davalath 9, Libby 25, Latigan 8, Kashif 16, Dolavira 6. Patterson White now changing to the New Road end of the ground, with the over rate having come down from -4 to -1, and Hasib Hamid feeling that enough remedial work has been done on that for now. Patterson White bowls, and forward comes Brooks, pushing out on the offside, and there's no run. 92 for 5 then. A deficit of 25 when they began this innings, so a lead now of just 67 for Worcestershire. They're effectively 67 for 5 if it were a one-inning shootout. Patterson White round the wicket, bowls, and Brooks is tickling this one very, very fine indeed, and they pick up a single down to fine leg. No more than that. So I think it's Joe Clark running down to field that one. Or actually, maybe not. I'll just check. This next one is defended. Yeah, it was Joe Clark in his white hat. So 93 for 5. Painstaking stuff now as Worcestershire just cling on and try to get through the rest of the day without further damage. Roderick defends again away on the onside. Patterson White whipping through his overs as quickly as possible. Are we going to get another 14 in, another 13 after this? I doubt it.
Not if they keep bowling Pennington.
10. Patterson White bowls and forward comes Roderick. It'll be even allowing for that. I just think it will get, it'll get to the point where it's not even a debate really whether it's too dark or not. I would guess, but I might be wrong. At around about 6:30 we'll find out, I'm sure. 93 for 5, Roderick 14, Brooks 14, and 13 overs left in the day.
Dylan Pennington is going to continue, and there's another chat between the umpires, and no doubt this is also light related. Hasib Hamid is not running up to them trying to say to them, it's fine.
Can you these days, I don't think.
No, you can't. This is a bit of a longer chat than the one they had in the previous over before
They're going.
Pennington bowled, and you're right, off they go.
Well, they're going off, and I don't think they'll come back on. That's my assessment of it, but obviously that remains to be seen. But they are going off for bad light with a score on 93 for 5. So 68 runs is the lead for Worcestershire. They're 5 down in their second innings. Roderick is 14, Brooks is 14. Notts very disappointed, dragging themselves from the field, but the umpires have decided if Dylan Pennington is going to bowl that it's too dark, and so they are leaving the field. Nominally we have 13 overs left in the day. Obviously we'll keep you up to date with any developments here. Until then, I'll leave you with the news that Notts replied to Worcestershire's first innings 182 with 207 all out. 4 wickets for Tom Taylor, 3 for Ben Allison, 2 for Matthew Waite. The top scorer was Freddie McCann with 56, and Worcestershire beginning their second innings 25 runs behind have lost to Davalath 9, Libby 25, Latigan 8, Kashif 16 and D'Oliveira 6. Roderick is 14, Brooks is 14. Josh Tongue bowled beautifully for Notts, 9 overs, 1 maiden, 3 for 24. 2 wickets also for Lyndon James, 6 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 19. Notts very much on top, but bad light has stopped play, and we'll be back with you as soon as there's any further action, albeit it might not be until tomorrow morning, depending on whether the light improves. Until then, thanks very much on behalf of myself, Frank Watson, and on behalf of Dave Bracegirdle and Nathan Johns. Thank you for being with us, and I do hope you will join us for coverage of the game when it resumes.